This is Audible.
Audible presents this brilliance audio production of
The Black Echo by Michael Connelly. Copyright 1992 by Michael Connelly and performance copyright 1998 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. The Black Echo. This is for W. Michael Connelly and Mary McAvoy Connelly. I would like to thank the following people for their help and support. Many thanks to my agent, Philip Spitzer, and to my editor, Patricia Mulcahy, for all their hard work, enthusiasm, and belief in this book. Also, thanks to the many police officers who over the years have given me an insight into their jobs and lives. I also want to acknowledge Tom Mangold and John Pennicate, whose book, The Tunnels of Cu Chi, tells the real story of the tunnel rats of the Vietnam War. Last, I would like to thank my family and friends for their encouragement and unqualified support. And most of all, I am indebted to my wife, Linda, whose belief and inspiration never waned. Part 1. Sunday, May 20th. The boy couldn't see in the dark, but he didn't need to. Experience and long practice told him it was good, nice and even. Smooth strokes, moving his whole arm while gently rolling his wrist. Keep the marble moving. No runs. Beautiful. He heard the hiss of the escaping air and could sense the roll of the marble. They were sensations that were comforting to him. The smell reminded him of the sock in his pocket, and he thought about getting high. Maybe after, he decided. He didn't want to stop now, not until he had finished the tag with one uninterrupted stroke. But then he stopped, when the sound of an engine was heard above the hiss of the spray can. He looked around but saw no light save for the moon's silvery white reflection on the reservoir and the dim bulb above the door of the pump house, which was midway across the dam. But the sound didn't lie. There was an engine approaching. Sounded like a truck to the boy, and now he thought he could hear the crunching of tires on the gravel access road that skirted the reservoir. Coming closer. Almost 3 in the morning, and someone was coming. Why? The boy stood up and threw the aerosol can over the fence toward the water. He heard it clunk down in the brush, short of the mark. He pulled a sock from his pocket and decided just one quick blow to give himself balls. He buried his nose in the sock and drew in heavily on the paint fumes. He rocked back on his heels, and his eyelids fluttered involuntarily. He threw the sock over the fence. The boy stood his motorbike up and wheeled it across the road, back toward the tall grass and the bottle brush and pine trees at the base of the hill. It was good cover, he thought, and he'd be able to see what was coming. The sound of the engine was louder now. He was sure it was just a few seconds away, but he didn't see the glow of headlights. This confused him. But it was too late to run. He put the motorbike down in the tall brown grass and stilled the free-spinning front wheel with his hand. Then he huddled down on the earth and waited for whatever and whoever was coming. Harry Bosch could hear the helicopter up there, somewhere above the darkness, circling up in the light. Why didn't it land? Why didn't it bring help? Harry was moving through a smoky, dark tunnel and his batteries were dying. The beam of the flashlight grew weaker every yard he covered. He needed help. He needed to move faster. He needed to reach the end of the tunnel before the light was gone and he was alone in the black. He heard the chopper make one more pass. Why didn't it land? Where was the help he needed? When the drone of the blades fluttered away again, he felt the terror build, and he moved faster, crawling on scraped and bloody knees, one hand holding the dim light up, the other pawing the ground to keep his balance. He did not look back, for he knew the enemy was behind him in the black mist, unseen but there, and closing in. When the phone rang in the kitchen, Bosch immediately woke. He counted the rings, wondering if he had missed the first 1 or 2, wondering if he had left the answering machine on. He hadn't. The call was not picked up, and the ringing didn't stop until the required 8 rounds. He absent-mindedly wondered where that tradition had come from. Why not 6 rings? Why not 10? He rubbed his eyes and looked around. He was slumped in the living room chair again, the soft recliner that was the centerpiece of his meager furnishings. He thought of it as his watch chair. This was a misnomer, however, because he slept in the chair often, even when he wasn't on call. Morning light cut through the crack in the curtains and slashed its mark across the bleached pine floor. He watched particles of dust floating lazily in the light near the sliding glass door. The lamp on the table next to him was on, and the TV against the wall, its sound very low, was broadcasting a Sunday morning Jesus show. On the table next to the chair were the companions of insomnia, playing cards, magazines, and paperback mystery novels, these only lightly thumbed and then discarded. There was a crumpled pack of cigarettes on the table and 3 empty beer bottles, assorted brands that had once been members of 6-packs of their own tribe. Bosch was fully dressed, right down to a rumpled tie held to his white shirt by a silver 187 tie tack. He reached his hand down to his belt and then around to the area below his kidney. He waited. When the electronic pager sounded, he cut the annoying chirp off in a second. He pulled the device off his belt and looked at the number. He wasn't surprised. He pushed himself out of the chair, stretched, and popped the joints of his neck and back. He walked to the kitchen where the phone was on the counter. He wrote, Sunday, 8:53 a.m., in a notebook he took from his jacket pocket before dialing. After 2 rings, a voice said, Los Angeles Police Department, Hollywood Division, this is Officer Pelch. How can I help you? Bosch said, Somebody could die in the time it took to get all that out. Let me talk to the watch sergeant. Bosch found a fresh pack of cigarettes in a kitchen cabinet and got his first smoke of the day going. He rinsed dust out of a glass and filled it with tap water, then took 2 aspirins out of a plastic bottle that was also in the cabinet. He was swallowing the second when a sergeant named Crowley finally picked up. What, did I catch you in church? I rang your house, no answer. Crowley, what have you got for me? Well, I know we had you out last night on that TV thing, but you're still catching, you and your partner, all weekend. So that means you got the DB up at Lake Hollywood, in a pipe up there. It's on the access road to the Mulholland Dam, you know it? I know the place. What else? Patrol's out, ME, Sid notified. My people don't know what they got except the DB. Stiff's about 30 feet into this pipe there. They don't want to go all the way in, mess up a possible crime scene, you know. I had him page your partner, but he hasn't called in. No answer at his phone either. I thought maybe the 2 of you was together or something. Then I thought, nah, he ain't your style, and you ain't his. I'll get a hold of him. If they didn't go all the way in, how do they know it's a DB and not just some guy sleeping it off? Well, they went in a bit, you know, and reached in with a stick or something and poked around at the guy pretty good. Stiff as a wedding night prick. They didn't want to mess up a crime scene, but then they go poking around the body with a stick. That's wonderful. These guys get in after they raise the college requirement, or what? Hey, Bosch, we get a call, we've got to check it out, okay? You want for us to transfer all our body calls directly to the homicide table to check out? You guys go nuts inside a week. Bosch crushed the cigarette butt in the stainless steel sink and looked out the kitchen window. Looking down the hill, he could see one of the tourist trams moving between the huge, beige sound studios in Universal City. A side of one of the block-long buildings was painted sky blue with wisps of white clouds, for filming exteriors when the natural L.A. exterior turned brown as wheat. Bosch said, How'd we get the call? Anonymous to 911. A little after 0400, dispatcher said it came from a payphone on the boulevard. Somebody out screwing around found the thing in the pipe. Wouldn't give a name. Said there was a stiff in the pipe, that's all. They'll have the tape down at the comm center. Bosch felt himself getting angry. He pulled a bottle of aspirin out of the cabinet and put it in his pocket. While thinking about the 0400 call, he opened the refrigerator and bent in. He saw nothing that interested him. He looked at his watch. Crowley, if the report came in at 4 a.m., why are you just getting to me now, nearly 5 hours later? Look, Bosch, all we had was an anonymous call. That's it. Dispatcher said it was a kid, no less. I wasn't going to send one of my guys up that pipe in the middle of the night on information like that. Could have been a prank, could have been an ambush, could have been anything, for Christ's sake. I waited till it got light out and things slowed down around here. Sent some of my guys over there at the end of the shift. Speaking of end of shifts, I'm out of here. I've been waiting to hear from them and from you. Anything else? Bosch felt like asking if it ever occurred to him that it would be dark in the pipe whether they went poking around at 0400 or 0800, but let it go. What was the use? Anything else? Crowley said again. Bosch couldn't think of anything, but Crowley filled the empty space. It's probably just some hype who croaked himself, Harry.
No righteous 187 case. Happens all the time. Hell, you remember we pulled one out of that same pipe last year. Well, that was before you came out to Hollywood. So see, what I'm saying is some guy, he goes into this same pipe. These transients, they sleep up there all the time. And he's a slammer, but he shoots himself with a hot load and that's it. Checks out. Except we didn't find him so fast that time, and with his son and all beaten on the pipe a couple days, he gets cooked in there. Roasted like a tom turkey. But it didn't smell as good.
Crowley laughed at his own joke. Bosch didn't. The watch sergeant continued.
When we pulled this guy out, the spike was still in his arm. Same thing here, just a bullshit job, a no-count case. You go out there, you'll be back home by noon, take a nap, maybe go catch the Dodgers. And then next weekend, somebody else's turn in the barrel. You're off watch. And that's a 3-day pass. You got Memorial Day weekend coming next week. So do me a favor, just go out and see what they've got.
Bosch thought a moment and was about to hang up, then said, Crowley, what did you mean you didn't find that other one so fast? What makes you think we found this one fast?
My guys out there, they say they can't smell a thing off this stiff, other than a little piss. Must be fresh.
Tell your guys I'll be there in 15 minutes. Tell them not to fuck anymore with anything at my scene.
Bosch
knew Crowley was going to defend his men again, but hung up before he had to hear it. He lit another cigarette as he went to the front door to get the Times off the step. He spread the 12 pounds of Sunday paper out on the kitchen counter, wondering how many trees died. He found the real estate supplement and paged through it until he saw a large display ad for Valley Pride Properties. He ran his finger down a list of open houses until he found one address and description marked Cole Jerry. He dialed the number.
Valley Pride Properties, can I help you?
Jerry Edgar, please. A few seconds passed, and Bosch heard a couple of transfer clicks before his partner got on the line.
This is Jerry. May I help you?
Jed, we just got another call up at the Mulholland Dam, and you aren't wearing your pager.
Shit,
Edgar said, and there was silence. Bosch could almost hear him thinking, I've got 3 showings today. There was more silence, and Bosch pictured his partner on the other end of the line in a $900 suit and a bankrupt frown.
What's the call?
Bosch told him what little he knew. If you want me to take this one solo, I will, Bosch said. If anything comes up with 98, I'll be able to cover it. I'll tell him you're taking the TV thing and I'm doing the stiff in the pipe.
Yeah, I know you would, but it's okay. I'm on my way. I'm just going to have to find someone to cover for my ass first.
They agreed to meet at the body, and Bosch hung up. He turned the answering machine on, took 2 packs of cigarettes from the cabinet and put them in his sport coat pocket. He reached into another cabinet and took out the nylon holster that held his gun, a Smith & Wesson 9mm, satin-finished, stainless steel, and loaded with 8 rounds of XTPs. Bosch thought about the ad he had seen once in a police magazine. Extreme Terminal Performance. A bullet that expanded on impact to 1.5 times its width, reaching terminal depth in the body and leaving maximum wound channels. Whoever had written it had been right. Bosch had killed a man a year earlier with 1 shot from 20 feet. Went in under the right armpit, exited below the left nipple, shattering heart and lungs on its way. XTP. Maximum wound channels. He clipped the holster to his belt on the right side so he could reach across his body and take it with his left hand. He went into the bathroom and brushed his teeth without toothpaste. He was out and had forgotten to go by the store. He dragged a wet comb through his hair and stared at his red-rimmed 40-year-old eyes for a long moment. Then he studied the gray hairs that were steadily crowding out the brown in his curly hair. Even the mustache was going gray. He had begun seeing flecks of gray in the sink when he shaved. He touched a hand to his chin, but decided not to shave. He left his house then without changing even his tie. He knew his client wouldn't mind. Bosch found a space where there were no pigeon droppings and leaned his elbows on the railing that ran along the top of the Mulholland Dam. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he looked through the cleft of the hills to the city below. The sky was gunpowdered gray, and the smog was a form-fitted shroud over Hollywood. A few of the far-off towers in downtown poked up through the poison, but the rest of the city was under the blanket. It looked like a ghost town. There was a slight chemical odor on the warm breeze, and after a while he pegged it. Malathion. He'd heard on the radio that the fruit fly helicopters had been up the night before, spraying North Hollywood down through the Cahuenga Pass. He thought of his dream and remembered the chopper that did not land. To his back was the blue-green expanse of the Hollywood Reservoir, 60 million gallons of the city's drinking water trapped by the venerable old dam in a canyon between two of the Hollywood hills. A 6-foot band of dried clay ran the length of the shoreline, a reminder that L.A. was in its 4th year of drought. Farther up the reservoir bank was a 10-foot-high chain-link fence that girded the entire shoreline. Bosch had studied this barrier when he first arrived, and wondered if the protection was for the people on one side of the fence or the water on the other. Bosch was wearing a blue jumpsuit over his rumpled suit. His sweat had stained through the underarms and back of both layers of clothing. His hair was damp and his mustache drooped. He had been inside the pipe. He could feel the slight, warm tickle of a Santa Ana wind drying the sweat on the back of his neck. They had come early this year. Harry was not a big man. He stood a few inches short of 6 feet and was built lean. The newspapers, when they described him, called him wiry. Beneath the jumpsuit, his muscles were like nylon cords, strength concealed by economy of size. The gray that flecked his hair was more partial to the left side. His eyes were brown-black and seldom betrayed emotion or intention. The pipe was located above ground and ran for 50 yards alongside the reservoir's access road. It was rusted inside and out, and was empty and unused except by those who sought its interior as a shelter or its exterior as a canvas for spray paint. Bosch had had no clue to its purpose until the reservoir caretaker had volunteered the information. The pipe was a mud break. Heavy rain, the caretaker said, could loosen earth and send mud sliding off the hillsides and into the reservoir. The 3-foot-wide pipe, left over from some unknown district project or boondoggle, had been placed in a predicted slide area as the reservoir's first and only defense. The pipe was held in place by 1/2-inch thick iron rebar that looped over it and was embedded in concrete below. Bosch had put on the jumpsuit before going into the pipe. The letters LAPD were printed in white across the back. After taking it out of the trunk of his car and stepping into it, he realized it was probably cleaner than the suit he was trying to protect. But he wore it anyway because he had always worn it. He was a methodical, traditional, superstitious detective. As he had crawled with flashlight in hand into the damp-smelling, claustrophobic cylinder, he felt his throat tighten and his heartbeat quicken. A familiar emptiness in his gut gripped him. Fear. But he snapped on the light, and the darkness receded along with the uneasy feelings, and he set about his work. Now he stood on the dam and smoked, and thought about things. Crowley, the watch sergeant, had been right. The man in the pipe was certainly dead. But he had also been wrong. This would not be an easy one. Harry would not be home in time for an afternoon nap or to listen to the Dodgers on KABC. Things were wrong here. Harry wasn't 10 feet inside the pipe before he knew that. There were no tracks in the pipe. Or rather, there were no tracks that were of use. The bottom of the pipe was dusty with dried orange mud and cluttered with paper bags, empty wine bottles, cotton balls, used syringes, newspaper bedding, the debris of the homeless and addicted. Bosch had studied it all in the beam of the flashlight as he slowly made his way toward the body, and he had found no clear trail left by the dead man, who lay head first into the pipe. This was not right. If the dead man had crawled in of his own accord, there would be some indication of this. If he had been dragged in, there would be some sign of that, too, but there was nothing, and this deficiency was only the first of the things that troubled Bosch. When he reached the body, he found the dead man's shirt, a black, open-collar crew shirt, pulled up over his head with his arms tangled inside. Bosch had seen enough dead people to know that literally nothing was impossible during the last breaths. He had worked a suicide in which a man who had shot himself in the head had then changed pants before dying, apparently because he did not want his body to be discovered soaked in human waste. But the shirt and the arms on the dead man in the pipe did not seem acceptable to Harry. It looked to Bosch as if the body had been dragged into the pipe by someone who had pulled the dead man by the collar. Bosch had not disturbed the body or pulled the shirt away from the face. He noted that it was a white male. He detected no immediate indication of the fatal injury. After finishing his survey of the body, Bosch carefully moved over the corpse, his face coming within a half-foot of it, and then continued through the pipe's remaining 40 yards. He found no tracks and nothing else of evidentiary value. In 20 minutes, he was back in the sunlight. He then sent a crime scene tech named Donovan in to chart the location of debris in the pipe and video the body in place. Donovan's face had betrayed his surprise at having to go into the pipe on a case he'd already written off as an OD. He had tickets to the Dodgers, Bosch figured. After leaving the pipe to Donovan, Bosch had lit a cigarette and walked to the dam's railing to look down on the fouled city and brood. At the railing, he could hear the sound of traffic filtering up from the Hollywood freeway. It almost sounded gentle from such a distance, like a calm ocean. Down through the cleft of the canyon, he saw blue swimming pools and Spanish tile roofs. A woman in a white tank top and lime green jogging shorts ran by him on the dam. A compact radio was clipped to her waistband, and a thin yellow wire carried sound to the earphones clamped to her head. She seemed to be in her own world, unaware of the grouping of police ahead of her until she reached the yellow crime scene tape stretched across the end of the dam. It told her to stop in 2 languages. She jogged in place for a few moments, her long blonde hair clinging to sweat on her shoulders, and watched the police, who were mostly watching her. Then she turned and headed back past Bosch. His eyes followed her, and he noticed that when she went by the pump house, she deviated her course to avoid something. He walked over and found glass on the pavement. He looked up and saw the broken bulb in the socket above the pump house door. He made a mental note to ask the caretaker if the bulb had been checked lately. When Bosch returned to his spot at the railing, a blur of movement from below drew his attention. He looked down and saw a coyote sniffing among the pine needles and trash that covered the earth below the trees in front of the dam. The animal was small, and its coat was scruffy and completely missing some patches of hair. There were only a few of them left in the city's protected areas, left to scavenge among the debris of the human scavengers. "They're pulling it out now," a voice said from behind. Bosch turned and saw one of the uniforms that had been assigned to the crime scene. He nodded and followed him off the dam, under the yellow tape, and back to the pipe. A cacophony of grunts and heavy gasps echoed from the mouth of the graffiti-scarred pipe. A shirtless man, with his heavily muscled back scratched and dirty, emerged backward, towing a sheet of heavy, black plastic on top of which lay the body. The dead man was still face up, with his head and arms mostly obscured in the wrapping of the black shirt. Bosch looked around for Donovan and saw him stowing a video recorder in the back of the blue crime scene van. Harry walked over. "Now I'm going to need you to go back in. All the debris in there, newspapers, cans, bags. I saw some hypos, cotton bottles. I need it all bagged." "You got it," Donovan said. He waited a beat and added, "I'm not saying anything, but Harry, you really think this is the real thing? Is it worth busting our balls on?" "I guess we won't know until after the cut." He started to walk away, but stopped. "Look, Donnie, I know it's Sunday, and thanks for going back in." "No problem. It's straight OT for me." The shirtless man and a coroner's technician were sitting on their haunches, huddled over the body. They both wore white rubber gloves. The technician was Larry Sakai, a guy Bosch had known for years, but never liked. He had a plastic fishing tackle box open on the ground next to him. He took a scalpel from the box and made a 1-inch-long cut into the side of the body, just above the left hip. No blood came from the slice. From the box, he then removed a thermometer and attached it to the end of a curved probe. He stuck it into the incision, expertly though roughly turning it and driving it up into the liver. The shirtless man grimaced, and Bosch noticed he had a blue tear tattooed at the outside corner of his right eye. It somehow seemed appropriate to Bosch. It was the most sympathy the dead man would get here. "Time of death is going to be a pisser," Sakai said. He did not look up from his work. "That pipe, with the heat rising, it's going to skew the temperature loss in the liver. Lucido took a reading in there and it was 81. 10 minutes later it was 83. We don't have a fixed temp in the body or the pipe." "So?" Bosch said. So, I am not giving you anything here. I gotta take it back and do some calculating. You mean give it to somebody else who knows how to figure it? Bosch said. You'll get it when you come in for the autopsy. Don't worry, man. Speaking of which, who's doing the cutting today? Sakai didn't answer. He was busy with the dead man's legs. He grabbed each shoe and manipulated the ankles. He moved his hands up the legs and reached beneath the thighs, lifting each leg and watching as it bent at the knee. He then pressed his hands down on the abdomen as if feeling for contraband. Lastly, he reached inside the shirt and tried to turn the dead man's head. It didn't move. Bosch knew rigor mortis worked its way from the head through the body and then into the extremities. This guy's neck is locked but good, Sakai said. Stomach's getting there, but the extremities still have good movement. He took a pencil from behind his ear and pressed the eraser end against the skin on the side of the torso. There was purplish blotching on the half of the body closest to the ground, as if the body were half full of red wine. It was post-mortem lividity. When the heart stops pumping, the blood seeks the low ground. When Sakai pressed the pencil against the dark skin, it did not blanch white, a sign the blood had fully clotted. The man had been dead for hours. The pulmolividity is steady, Sakai said. That and the rig makes me estimate that this dude's been dead maybe 6 to 8 hours. That's going to have to hold you, Bosch, until we can work with the temps. Sakai didn't look up as he said this. He and the one called Osito began pulling the pockets on the dead man's green fatigue pants inside out. They were empty, as were the large, baggy pockets on the thighs. They rolled the body to one side to check the back pockets. As they did this, Bosch leaned down to look closely at the exposed back of the dead man. The skin was purplish with lividity and dirty, but he saw no scratches or marks that allowed him to conclude that the body had been dragged. Nothing in the pants, Bosch, no ID, Sakai said, still not looking up. Then they began to gently pull the black shirt back over the head and onto the torso. The dead man had straggly hair that had more gray in it than the original black. His beard was unkempt, and he looked to be about 50, which made Bosch figure him at about 40. There was something in the breast pocket of the shirt, and Sakai fished it out, looked at it a moment, and then put it into a plastic bag held open by his partner. Bingo, Sakai said, and handed the bag up to Bosch. One set of works makes our jobs all a lot easier. Sakai next peeled the dead man's cracked eyelids all the way open. The eyes were blue, with a milky caul over them. Each pupil was constricted to about the size of a pencil lead. They stared vacantly up at Bosch, each pupil a small black void. Sakai made some notes on a clipboard. He'd made his decision on this one. Then he pulled an ink pad and a print card from the tackle box by his side. He inked the fingers of the left hand and began pressing them on the card. Bosch admired how quickly and expertly he did this. But then Sakai stopped. Hey, check it out. Sakai gently moved the index finger. It was easily manipulated in any direction. The joint was cleanly broken, but there was no sign of swelling or hemorrhage. It looks post to me, Sakai said. Bosch stooped to look closer. He took the dead man's hand away from Sakai and felt it with both his own, ungloved hands. He looked at Sakai and then at Osito. Bosch, don't start in, Sakai barked. Don't be looking at him. He knows better. I trained him myself. Bosch didn't remind Sakai that it was he who had been driving the ME wagon that dumped the bodies strapped to a wheeled stretcher onto the Ventura freeway a few months back. During rush hour, the stretcher rolled down the Lancashire Boulevard exit and hit the back end of a car at a gas station. Because of the fiberglass partition in the cab, Sakai didn't know he had lost the body until he arrived at the morgue. Bosch handed the dead man's hand back to the coroner's tech. Sakai turned to Osito and spoke a question in Spanish. Osito's small, brown face became very serious, and he shook his head no. He didn't even touch the guy's hands in there, so you better wait until the cut before you go saying something you aren't sure about. Sakai finished transferring the fingerprints and then handed the card to Bosch. Bag the hands, Bosch said to him, though he didn't need to. And the feet. He stood back up and began waving the card to get the ink to dry. With his other hand, he held up the plastic evidence bag Sakai had given him. In it, a rubber band held together a hypodermic needle, a small vial that was half filled with what looked like dirty water, a wad of cotton, and a pack of matches. It was a shooter's kit, and it looked fairly new. The spike was clean with no sign of corrosion. The cotton, Bosch guessed, had only been used as a strainer once or twice. There were tiny, whitish-brown crystals in the fibers. By turning the bag, he could look inside each side of the matchbook and see only 2 matches missing. Donovan crawled out of the pipe at that moment. He was wearing a miner's helmet equipped with a flashlight. In one hand he carried several plastic bags, each containing a yellowed newspaper or a food wrapper or a crushed beer can. In the other he carried a clipboard on which he had diagrammed where each item had been found in the pipe. Spiderwebs hung off the sides of the helmet. Sweat was running down his face and staining the painter's breathing mask he wore over his mouth and nose. Bosch held up the bag containing the shooter's kit. Donovan stopped in his tracks. "You find a stove in there?" Bosch asked.
"Shit, he's a hype," Donovan said. "I knew it. What the fuck are we doing all this for?"
Bosch didn't answer. He waited him out.
"Answer is yes, I found a Coke can," Donovan said.
The crime scene tech looked through the plastic bags in his hands and held one up to Bosch. It contained 2 halves of a Coke can. The can looked reasonably new and had been cut in half with a knife. The bottom half had been inverted and its concave surface used as a pan to cook heroin and water. A stove. Most hypes no longer used spoons. Carrying a spoon was probable cause for arrest. Cans were easy to come by, easy to handle, and disposable. "We need the kit and the stove printed as soon as we can," Bosch said. Donovan nodded and carried his burden of plastic bags toward the police van. Bosch turned his attention back to the ME's men. "No knife on him, right?" Bosch said.
"Right,"
Sakai said. "Why?" "I need a knife. Incomplete scene without a knife."
"So what? Guy's a hype. Hypes steal from hypes. His pals probably took it."
Sakai's gloved hands rolled up the sleeves of the dead man's shirt. This revealed a network of scar tissue on both arms. Old needle marks, craters left by abscesses and infections. In the crook of the left elbow was a fresh spike mark and a large, yellow and purplish hemorrhage under the skin.
"Bingo,"
Sakai said.
"I'd say this guy took a hot load in the arm and that was it. Like I said, you got a hype case, Bosch. You'll have an early day. Go get a Dodger dog."
Bosch crouched down again to look closer. "That's what everybody keeps telling me," he said. And Sakai was probably right, he thought. But he didn't want to fold this one away yet. Too many things didn't fit. The missing tracks in the pipe, the shirt pulled over the head, the broken finger, no knife. "How come all the tracks are old except the one?" he asked, more of himself than Sakai.
"Who knows?"
Sakai answered anyway.
"Maybe he'd been off it a while and decided to jump back in. He's a hype's a hype. There aren't any reasons."
Staring at the tracks on the dead man's arms, Bosch noticed blue ink on the skin just below the sleeve that was bunched up on the left bicep. He couldn't see enough to make out what it said. "Pull that up," he said, and pointed. Sakai worked the sleeve up to the shoulder, revealing a tattoo of blue and red ink. It was a cartoonish rat standing on hind legs with a rabid, toothy, and vulgar grin. In one hand the rat held a pistol, in the other a booze bottle marked XXX. The blue writing above and below the cartoon was smeared by age and the spread of skin. Sakai tried to read it.
"Says, first. Says, 1st Infantry. This guy was Army. The bottom part doesn't make... That's another language. Non gratum anum ro... I can't make that out."
"Rodentum," Bosch said. Sakai looked at him. "Dog Latin," Bosch told him. "Not worth a rat's ass. He was a tunnel rat. Vietnam."
"Whatever,"
Sakai said. He took an appraising look at the body and the pipe. He said,
"Well, he ended up in a tunnel, didn't he?"
"Sort of." Bosch reached his bare hand to the dead man's face and pushed the straggly black and gray hairs off the forehead and away from the vacant eyes. His doing this without gloves made the others stop what they were doing and watch this unusual, if not unsanitary, behavior. Bosch paid no notice. He stared at the face for a long moment, not saying anything, not hearing if anything was said. In the moment that he realized that he knew the face, just as he knew the tattoo, the vision of a young man flashed in his mind. Raw-boned and tan, hair buzzed short, alive, not dead. He stood up and turned quickly away from the body. Making such a quick, unexpected motion, he banged straight into Jerry Edgar, who had finally arrived and walked up to huddle over the body. They both took a step back, momentarily stunned. Bosch put a hand to his forehead. Edgar, who was much taller, did the same to his chin.
"Oh, shit, Harry," Edgar said. "You all right?"
Yeah, you? Edgar checked his hand for blood.
"Yeah. Sorry about that. What are you jumping up like that for?"
I don't know. Edgar looked over Harry's shoulder at the body and then followed his partner away from the pack.
"Yeah, I'm sorry, Harry," Edgar said. "I sat there waiting an hour till somebody came out to cover me on my appointments. So tell me, what have we got?"
Edgar was still rubbing his jaw as he spoke. Not sure yet, Bosch said. I want you to get in one of those patrol cars that has an MCT in it, one that works. See if you can get a sheet on a Meadows, Billy, make that William. DOB would be about 1950. We need to get an address from DMV.
"That's the stiff?" Bosch nodded. "Nothing? No address with his ID?"
There is no ID. I made him. So check it out on the box. There should be some contact in the last few years, hype stuff at least, out of Van Nuys division. Edgar sauntered off toward the line of parked black and whites to find one with a mobile computer terminal mounted on the dashboard. Because he was a big man, his gait seemed slow, but Bosch knew from experience that Edgar was a hard man to keep pace with. Edgar was impeccably tailored in a brown suit with a thin chalk line. His hair was close cropped, and his skin was almost as smooth and as black as an eggplant's. Bosch watched Edgar walk away and couldn't help but wonder if he had timed his arrival to be just late enough to avoid having to wrinkle his ensemble by stepping into a jumpsuit and crawling into the pipe. Bosch went to the trunk of his car and got out the Polaroid camera. He then went back to the body, straddled it, and stooped to take photographs of the face. 3 would be enough, he decided, and he placed each card that was ejected from the camera on top of the pipe while the photo developed. He couldn't help but stare at the face, at the changes made by time. He thought of that face and the inebriated grin that creased it on the night that all of the 1st Infantry rats had come out of the tattoo parlor in Saigon. It had taken the burned-out Americans 4 hours, but they had all been made blood brothers by putting the same brand on their shoulders. Bosch remembered Meadows' joy in the companionship and fear they all shared. Harry stepped away from the body while Sakai and Osido unfolded a black, heavy plastic bag with a zipper running up the center. Once the body bag was unfolded and opened, the coroner's men lifted Meadows and placed him inside.
"Looks like Rip Van Fucking Winkle," Edgar said as he walked up.
Sakai zipped the bag up, and Bosch saw a few of Meadows' curling gray hairs had been caught in the zipper. Meadows wouldn't mind. He had once told Bosch that he was destined for the inside of a body bag. He said everybody was. Edgar held a small notepad in one hand, a gold cross pen in the other.
"William Joseph Meadows, 7/21/50. That sound like him, Harry?"
Yeah, that's him.
"Well, you were right. We have multiple contacts, but not just hype shit. We got bank robbery, attempted robbery, possession of heroin. We got a loitering right here at the dam a year or so ago. And he did have a couple hype beefs. The one in Van Nuys you were talking about. What was he to you, a CI?
No. Get an address?
Lives up in the valley, Sepulveda, by the brewery. Tough neighborhood to sell a house in. So if he wasn't an informant, how'd you know this guy?"
I didn't know him. At least recently. I knew him in a different life.
"What does that mean? When did you know the guy?"
Last time I saw Billy Meadows was 20 years ago, or thereabouts. He was in Saigon.
Yeah, that'd make it about 20 years.
Edgar walked over to the Polaroids and looked down at the 3 faces of Billy Meadows.
"You know him good?"
Not really.
About as well as anybody got to know somebody there. You learn to trust people with your life, then when it's over you realize you didn't really even know most of them. I never saw him once I got back here. Talked to him once on the phone last year, that's all. How'd you make him? I didn't at first. Then I saw the tattoo on his arm. That brought the face back. I guess you remember guys like him. I do, at least.
I guess.
They let the silence sit there a while. Bosch was trying to decide what to do, but could only wonder about the coincidence of being called to a death scene to find Meadows. Edgar broke the reverie.
So you want to tell me what you got that looks hinky here? Donovan over there looks like he's getting ready to shit his pants, all the work you're putting him through.
Bosch told Edgar about the problems, the absence of distinguishable tracks in the pipe, the shirt pulled over the head, the broken finger, and that there was no knife.
No knife, his partner said.
Needed something to cut the can in half to make a stove, if the stove was his.
Well, could have brought the stove with him. Could have been that somebody went in there and took the knife after the guy was dead, if there was a knife.
Yeah, it could have been. No tracks to tell us anything.
Well, we know from his sheet he was a blown-out junkie. Was he like that when you knew him?
To a degree. A user and seller.
Well, there you go, long-time addict. You can't predict what they're going to do, when they're going to get off the shit or on it. They're lost people, Harry.
He was off it, though. At least I thought he was. He's only got one fresh pop in his arm.
Harry, you said you hadn't seen the guy since Saigon. How do you know whether he was off or on?
I hadn't seen him, but I talked to him. He called me once, last year sometime, July or August, I think. He'd been pulled in on another track marks beef by the hype car up in Van Nuys. Somehow, maybe reading newspapers or something, it was about the same time as the dollmaker thing, he knew I was a cop, and he calls me up at robbery homicide. He calls me from Van Nuys jail and asks if I could help him out. He would have only done, 30 days in county, but he was bottomed out, he said. And he just said he couldn't do the time this time. Couldn't kick alone like that. Bosch trailed off without finishing his story. After a long moment, Edgar prompted him.
And? Come on, Harry, what did you do?
And I believed him. I talked to the cop. I remember his name was Knuckles. Good name for a street cop, I thought. And then I called the VA up there in Sepulveda and I got him into a program. Knuckles went along with it. He's a vet, too. He got the city attorney to ask the judge for diversion. So anyway, the VA outpatient clinic took Meadows in. I checked about 6 weeks later, and they said he'd completed, had kicked, and was doing okay. I mean, that's what they told me. Said he was in the second level of maintenance, talking to a shrink, group counseling. I never talked to Meadows after that first call. He never called again, and I didn't try to look him up. Edgar referred to his pad. Bosch could see the page he was looking at was blank.
Look, Harry, Edgar said, that was still almost a year ago. A long time for a hype, right? Who knows? He could have fallen off the wagon and kicked 3 times since then. That's not our worry here. The question is, what do you want to do with what we have here? What do you want to do about today?
You believe in coincidence? Bosch asked.
I don't know.
There are no coincidences.
Harry, I don't know what you're talking about, but you know what I think? I don't see anything here that's screaming in my face. Guy crawls into the pipe. In the dark, maybe he can't see what he's doing. He puts too much juice in his arm and croaks. That's it. Maybe somebody else was with him and smeared the tracks going out. Took his knife, too. Could be 100
Sometimes they don't scream, Jerry. That's the problem here. It's Sunday. Everybody wants to go home, play golf, sell houses, watch the ball game. Nobody cares one way or the other. Just going through the motions. Don't you see that that's what they are counting on?
Who is they, Harry?
Whoever did this? He shut up for a minute. He was convincing no one, and that almost included himself. Playing to Edgar's sense of dedication was wrong. He'd be off the job as soon as he put in 20. He'd then put a business card-sized ad in the union newsletter. LAPD retired, will cut commission for brother officers, and make $250,000 a year selling houses to cops or for cops in the San Fernando Valley or the Santa Clarita Valley or the Antelope Valley or whatever valley the bulldozers aimed at next. "Why go in the pipe?" Bosch said then. "You said he lived up in the valley, Sepulveda. Why come down here?" "Harry, who knows? The guy was a junkie. Maybe his wife kicked him out. Maybe he croaked himself up there and his friends dragged his dead ass down here because they didn't want to be bothered with explaining it." "That's still a crime." "Yeah, that's a crime, but let me know when you find a DA that'll file it for you." His kit looked clean, new. The other tracks on his arm looked old. I don't think he was slamming again. Not regularly. Something isn't right. "Well, I don't know. You know, AIDS and everything, they're supposed to keep a clean kit." Bosch looked at his partner as if he didn't know him. "Harry, listen to me. What I'm telling you is that he may have been your foxhole buddy 20 years ago, but he was a junkie this year. You'll never be able to explain every action he took. I don't know about the kit or the tracks, but I do know that this does not look like one we should bust our humps on. This is a 9-to-5er, weekends and holidays excluded." Bosch gave up, for the moment. "I'm going up to Sepulveda," he said. "Are you coming, or are you going back to your open house?" "I do my job, Harry," Edgar said softly. "Just because we don't agree on something doesn't mean I'm not going to do what I'm paid to do. It's never been that way, never will be. But if you don't like the way I do business, we'll go see 98 tomorrow morning and see about a switch." Bosch was immediately sorry for the cheap shot, but didn't say so. He said, "Okay, you go on up there, see if anybody's home. I'll meet you after I sign off on the scene." Edgar walked over to the pipe and took one of the Polaroid photos of Meadows. He slipped it into his coat pocket, then walked down the access road toward his car without saying another word to Bosch. After Bosch took off his jumpsuit and folded it away in the trunk of his car, he watched Sakai and Osito slide the body roughly onto a stretcher and then into the back of a blue van. He started over, thinking about what would be the best way to get the autopsy done as a priority, meaning by at least the next day instead of 4 or 5 days later. He caught up with the coroner's tech as he was opening the driver's door. "We're out of here, Bosch." Bosch put his hand on the door, holding it from opening enough for Sakai to climb in. "Who's doing the cutting today?" "On this one? Nobody." "Come on, Sakai, who's on?" "Sally, but he's not going near this one, Bosch." "Look, I just went through this with my partner, not you two, okay?" "Bosch, you look. You listen. I've been working since 6 last night, and this is the 7th scene I've been to. We got drive-bys, floaters, a sex case. People are dying to meet us, Bosch. There is no rest for the weary, and that means no time for what you think might be a case. Listen to your partner for once. This one is going on the routine schedule. That means we'll get to it by Wednesday, maybe Thursday, I promise Friday at the latest. And tox results is at least a 10-day wait anyway. You know that. So what's your goddamn hurry?" Tox results are at least a 10-day wait." "Fuck off." "Just tell Sally I need the prelim done today. I'll be by later." "Christ, Bosch, listen to what I'm telling you. We've got bodies on gurneys stacked in the hall that we already know are 187s and need to be cut. Salazar is not going to have time for what looks to me and everybody else around here except you like a hype case. Cut and dried, man. What am I going to say to him that's going to make him do the cut today?" "Show him the finger. Tell him there were no tracks in the pipe. Think of something. Tell him the DB was a guy who knew needles too well to have OD'd." Sakai put his head back against the van's side panel and laughed loudly. Then he shook his head as if a child had made a joke. "And you know what he'll say to me? He'll say that it doesn't matter how long he'd been spiking, they all fuck up. Bosch, how many 65-year-old junkies do you see around? None of them go the distance. The needle gets them all in the end, just like this guy in the pipe." Bosch turned and looked around to make sure none of the uniforms were watching and listening. Then he turned back to Sakai's face. "Just tell him I'll be by there later," he said quietly.
If he doesn't find anything on the prelim, then fine. You can stick the body at the end of the line in the hall, or you can park it down at the gas station on Lancashire. I won't care then, Larry. But you tell him. It's his decision, not yours." Bosch dropped his hand from the door and stepped back. Sakai got in the van and slammed the door. He started the engine and looked at Bosch through the window for a long moment before rolling it down. "Bosch, you're a pain in the ass. Tomorrow morning. It's the best I can do. Today is no way." "First cut of the day?" "Just leave us alone today, okay?" "First cut?" Yeah, first cut." "Sure, I'll leave you alone. See you tomorrow, then." "Not me, man. I'll be sleeping." Sakai rolled the window back up, and the van moved away. Bosch stepped back to let it pass, and when it was gone, he was left staring at the pipe. It was really for the first time, then, that he noticed the graffiti. Not that he hadn't seen that the exterior of the pipe was literally covered with painted messages, but this time he looked at the individual scrawls. Many were old, faded together, a tableau of letters spelling threats either long forgotten or since made good. There were slogans: "Abandon L.A." There were names: Ozone, Bomber, Striker, many others. One of the fresher tags caught his eye. It was just 3 letters about 12 feet from the end of the pipe. Shah. The 3 letters had been painted in one fluid motion. The top of the S was jagged and then contoured, giving the impression of a mouth, a gaping maw. There were no teeth, but Bosch could sense them. It was as though the work wasn't completed. Still, it was good work, original and clean. He aimed the Polaroid at it and took a photo. Bosch walked to the police van, putting the exposure in his pocket. Donovan was stowing his equipment on shelves and the evidence bags in wooden Napa Valley wine boxes. "Did you find any burned matches in there?" "Yeah, one fresh one," Donovan said. "Burned to the end. It was about 10 feet in. It's there in the chart." Bosch picked up a clipboard on which there was a piece of paper with a diagram of the pipe showing the body location and where the other material taken from the pipe had been. Bosch noticed that the match was found about 15 feet from the body. Donovan then showed him the match, sitting at the bottom of its own plastic evidence bag. "I'll let you know if it matches the book in the guy's kit," he said, "if that's what you're thinking." Bosch said, "What about the uniforms? What'd they find?" "It's all there," Donovan said, pointing to a wooden bin in which there were still more plastic evidence bags. These contained debris picked up by patrol officers who had searched the area within a 50-yard radius of the pipe. Each bag contained a description of the location where the object had been found. Bosch took each bag out and examined its contents. Most of it was junk that would have nothing to do with the body and the pipe. There were newspapers, clothing rags, a high-heeled shoe, a white sock with dried blue paint in it, a sniff rag. Bosch picked up a bag containing the top to a can of spray paint. The next bag contained the spray paint can. The Krylon label said it was ocean blue. Bosch hefted the bag and could tell there was still paint in the can. He carried the bag to the pipe, opened it, and touching the nozzle with a pen, sprayed a line of blue next to the letters Shah. He sprayed too much. The paint ran down the curved side of the pipe and dripped onto the gravel, but Bosch could see the colors matched. He thought about that for a moment. Why would a graffiti tagger throw half a can of paint away? He looked at the writing on the evidence bag. It had been found near the edge of the reservoir. Someone had attempted to throw the can into the lake, but came up short. Again, he thought, why? He squatted next to the pipe and looked closely at the letters. He decided that whatever the message or name was, it wasn't finished. Something had happened that made the tagger stop what he was doing and throw the can, the top, and his sniff sock over the fence. Was it the police? Bosch took out his notebook and wrote a reminder to call Crowley after midnight to see if any of his people had cruised the reservoir during the AM watch. But what if it wasn't a cop that made the tagger throw the paint over the fence? What if the tagger had seen the body being delivered to the pipe? Bosch thought about what Crowley had said about an anonymous caller reporting the body. A kid, no less. Was it the tagger who called? Bosch took the can back to the SID truck and handed it to Donovan. "Print this after the kid in the stove," he said. "I think it might belong to a witness." "Will do," Donovan said. Bosch drove down out of the hills and took the Barham Boulevard ramp onto the northbound Hollywood Freeway. After coming up through the Cahuenga Pass, he went west on the Ventura Freeway and then north again on the San Diego Freeway. It took about 20 minutes to go the 10 miles. It was Sunday and traffic was light. He exited on Roscoe and went east a couple of blocks into Meadows' neighborhood on Langdon. Sepulveda, like most of the suburban communities within Los Angeles, had both good and bad neighborhoods. Bosch wasn't expecting trimmed lawns and curbs lined with Volvos on Meadows' street, and he wasn't disappointed. The apartments were at least a decade past being attractive. There were bars over the windows of the bottom units and graffiti on every garage door. The sharp smell of the brewery on Roscoe wafted into the neighborhood. The place smelled like a 4 a.m. bar. Meadows had lived in a U-shaped apartment building that had been built in the 1950s, when the smell of hops wasn't yet in the air, gangbangers weren't on the street corner, and there was still hope in the neighborhood. There was a pool in the center courtyard, but it had long been filled in with sand and dirt. Now the courtyard consisted of a kidney-shaped plot of brown grass surrounded by dirty concrete. Meadows had lived in an upstairs corner apartment. Bosch could hear the steady drone of the freeway as he climbed the stairs and moved along the walkway that fronted the apartments. The door to 7B was unlocked, and it opened into a small living room, dining room, kitchen. Edgar was leaning against the counter writing in his notebook. He said, "Nice place, huh?" "Yeah," Bosch said and looked around. "Nobody home?" "Nah. I checked with the neighbor next door, and she hadn't seen anybody around since the day before yesterday. Said the guy that lived here told her his name was Fields, not Meadows." Cute, huh? "She said he lived all by himself, been here about a year, kept to himself mostly, that's all she knew." "You show her the picture?" "Yeah, she made him. Didn't like looking at a picture of a dead guy, though." Bosch walked into a short hallway that led to a bathroom and a bedroom. He said, "You picked the door?" "Nah, it was unlocked." "No shit. I knock a couple times, and I'm fixing to get my pouch out of the car and finesse the lock when, for the hell of it, I try the door." "And it opens?" "It opens." "You talk to the landlord?" "Landlady's not around. Supposed to be, but maybe she went out to eat lunch or score some horse. I think everybody I've seen around here is a spiker." Bosch came back into the living room and looked around. There wasn't much. A couch covered with green vinyl was pushed against one wall. A stuffed chair was against the opposite wall, with a small color television on the carpet next to it. There was a formica-topped table with 3 chairs around it in the dining room. The 4th chair was by itself against the wall. Bosch looked at an old, cigarette-scarred coffee table in front of the couch. On it were an overloaded ashtray and a crossword puzzle book. Playing cards were laid out in an unfinished game of solitaire. There was a TV guide. Bosch had no idea if Meadows smoked, but he knew that no cigarettes had been found on the body. He made a mental note to check on it later. Edgar said, "Harry, this place was turned. Not just the door being open and all, but, there are other things. The whole place has been searched. They did a halfway decent job, but you can tell. It was rushed. Go check out the bed and the closet. You'll see what I mean. I'm going to get landlady another try." Edgar left, and Bosch walked back through the living room to the bedroom. Along the way, he noted the smell of urine. In the bedroom, he found a queen-sized bed without a backboard, pushed against one wall. There was a greasy discoloration on the white wall at about the level where Meadows would have leaned his head while sitting up in bed. Opposite the bed was an old 6-drawer dresser against the wall. A cheap rattan night table with a lamp on it stood next to the bed. Nothing else was in the room, not even a mirror. Bosch studied the bed first. It was unmade, with pillows and sheets in a pile in the center. Bosch noticed that a corner of one of the sheets was folded between the mattress and the box spring, in the midsection of the left side of the bed. The bed would not have been made that way, obviously. Bosch pulled the corner out from under the mattress and let it hang loosely off the side of the bed. He lifted the mattress as if to search underneath it, then lowered it back into place. The corner of the sheet was back between the mattress and the box spring. Edgar was right. He next opened the 6 bureau drawers. What clothes there were, underwear, white and dark socks, and several T-shirts, were neatly folded and seemed undisturbed. When he closed the bottom left drawer, he noticed that it slid unevenly and would not close all the way. He pulled it all the way out of the bureau. Then he pulled another drawer completely out of the dresser, then the rest. When he had all the drawers out, he checked the underside of each to see if something was or had been taped to it. He found nothing. He put them back in, but kept changing their order until each one slid easily into place and closed completely. When he was done, the drawers were in a different order. The right order. He was satisfied that someone had pulled the drawers out to search beneath and behind them, and had then put them back in the wrong order. He went into the walk-in closet. He found only a quarter of the available space used. On the floor were 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of black Reebok running shoes that were dirty with sand and gray dust, and a pair of laced work boots that looked as though they had been recently cleaned and oiled. There was more of the gray dust from the shoes in the carpet. He crouched down and pinched some between his fingers. It seemed like concrete dust. He took a small evidence bag from his pocket and put some of the granules into it. Then he put the bag away and stood up. There were 5 shirts on hangers, a single white button-down Oxford and 4 long-sleeved black pullovers, like the one Meadows had been wearing. On hangers next to the shirts were 2 pairs of well-faded jeans and 2 pairs of black pajamas or karate-style pants. The pockets on all 4 pairs of pants had been turned inside out. A plastic laundry basket on the floor contained dirty black pants, T-shirts, socks, and a pair of boxer shorts. Bosch walked out of the closet and left the bedroom. He stopped in the hallway bathroom and opened the medicine cabinet. There was a half-used tube of toothpaste, a bottle of aspirin, and a single, empty insulin syringe box. When he closed the cabinet, he looked at himself and saw weariness in his eyes. He smoothed his hair. Harry walked back to the living room and sat on the couch in front of the unfinished solitaire hand. Edgar came in. "Meadows rented the place last July 1st, he said. "The landlady's back. It was supposed to be a month-to-month lease, but he paid for 11 months up front. 4 bills a month, that's nearly $5,000 in cash he put down. Said she didn't ask him for references. She just took the money. He lived—" "She said he paid for 11 months?" Bosch interrupted. "Was it a deal? Pay for 11, get the 12th free?" "I asked her about that, and she said, no, it was him. That's just the way he wanted to pay. Said he'd move out June 1st this year. That's, 10 days from now? She said he told her he moved out here on some kind of job. She thinks from Phoenix. Said he was some kind of shift supervisor for the tunnel dig on the subway project downtown. She got the impression that's all his job would take, 11 months, and then he'd go back to Phoenix." Edgar was looking in his notebook, reviewing his conversation with the landlady. "That's about it. She ID'd him off the Polaroid, too. She also knew him as Fields, Bill Fields. Said he kept odd hours, like he was on a night shift or something. Said she saw him last week coming home one morning getting dropped off from a beige or tan Jeep. No license number because she wasn't looking. But she said he was all dirty. That's how she knew he was coming home from work." They were silent for a few moments, both thinking. Bosch finally said, "J. Edgar, I have a deal for you." "You got a deal for me. Okay, let me hear it." "You go home now, or back to your open house, or whatever. I'll take this from here. I'll go pull the tape at the comm center, go back to the office and start the paper going. I'll see if Sakai made next of kin notification. I think, if I remember right, that Meadows was from Louisiana. Anyway, I got the autopsy scheduled for tomorrow at 8. I'll take that, too, on my way in. Now, your end is, tomorrow, you finish up last night's TV thing and take it over to the DA. Shouldn't be any problems with it." "So, you're taking the end that's dipped in shit and letting me skate. The transvestite off's transvestite case is as cut and dried as they come. No pun intended." "Yeah, there's one thing I'd also want. On your way in from the valley tomorrow, stop by the VA in Sepulveda and see if you can talk them into letting you see Meadows' file. Might have some names that could help. Like I said before, he was supposedly talking to a shrink in the outpatient care unit and in one of those circle jerks. Maybe one of those guys with spiking with him knows what's happened here. It's a long shot, I know. If they give you a hard time, give me a call and I'll work in a search warrant." "Sounds like a deal. But I'm worried about you, Harry. I mean, you and I haven't been partners too long, and I know you probably want to work your way back downtown to robbery homicide. but I don't see the percentage in busting your balls on this one. Yeah, this place has been turned over, but that isn't the question. The question is, why? And on the face of things, nothing really stirs me. It looks to me like somebody dumped Meadows down at the reservoir after he croaked and searched his place to find his stash, if he had one. Probably that's the way it was, Bosch said after a few moments. But a couple things still bother me. I want to puzzle with it a little more until I'm sure. Well, like I said, no problem with me. You're giving me the clean end of the stick. I think I'm going to look around a little more. You go ahead, and I'll see you tomorrow when I get back in from the cut. Okay, partner. And Jed? Yeah? It's got nothing to do with getting downtown again. Bosch sat alone, thinking and scanning the room for secrets. His eyes eventually came down on the cards spread out before him on the coffee table. Solitaire. He saw that all 4 aces were up. He picked up the deck of remaining cards and went through it, peeling off 3 cards at a time. In the course of going through, he came across the 2 and 3 of spades and the 2 of hearts. The game hadn't stalled. It had been interrupted and never finished. He became restless. He looked down into the green glass ashtray and saw that all the butts were non-filtered Camels. Was that Meadows' brand or his killer's? He got up and walked around the room. The faint smell of urine hit him again. He walked back into the bedroom. He opened the drawers of the bureau and stared at their contents once more. Nothing turned in his mind. He went to the window and looked out at the back end of another apartment building across an alley. There was a man with a supermarket cart in the alley. He was poking through a dumpster with a stick. The cart was half full of aluminum cans. Bosch walked away and sat down on the bed and put his head back against the wall where the headboard should have been, and the white paint was a dingy gray. The wall felt cool against his back. "Tell me something," he whispered, to no one. Something had interrupted the card game, and Meadows had died here, he believed. Then he was taken to the pipe. But why? Why not leave him? Bosch leaned his head back to the wall and looked straight across the room. It was at that moment that he noticed a nail in the wall. The nail was about 3 feet above the bureau and had been painted white along with the wall at some point a long time ago. That was why he hadn't noticed it before. He got up and went to look behind the bureau. In the 3-inch space between it and the wall, he saw the edge of a fallen picture frame. With his shoulder, he pushed the heavy bureau away from the wall and picked up the frame. He stepped backward and sat on the edge of the bed, studying it. The glass was cracked into an intricate spiderweb that had probably occurred when the frame fell. The damaged glass partially obscured an 8x10 black-and-white photograph. It was grainy and fading to a brownish yellow around the edges. The photo was more than 20 years old. Bosch knew this because between 2 cracks in the glass, he saw his own young face staring out and smiling. Bosch turned the frame over and carefully bent back the tin prongs that kept the cardboard backing in place. As he was sliding the yellowed photo out, the glass finally gave way and the pieces dropped to the floor in shatters. He moved his feet away from the glass, but didn't get up. He studied the photograph. There were no markings on front or back to tell where or when it had been taken, but he knew it must have been sometime in late 1969 or early 1970, because some of the men in the picture were dead after that. There were 7 of them in the photo, all tunnel rats, all shirtless and proudly displaying their T-shirt tan lines and tattoos, each man's dog tags taped together to keep them from jangling while they crawled through the tunnels. They had to have been in the Echo sector of Ku Chi district, but Bosch could not tell or remember what village. The soldiers stood in a trench, positioned on both sides of a tunnel entrance no wider than the pipe in which Meadows would later be found dead. Bosch looked at himself and thought that his smile in the photograph was foolish. He was embarrassed by it now, in light of what was still to come after the moment was captured. Then he looked at Meadows in the photo and saw the thin smile and vacant stare. The others had always said Meadows would have a 1,000-yard stare in an 8x8 room. Bosch looked down at the glass between his feet and saw a pink piece of paper about the size of a baseball card. He picked it up by its edges and studied it. It was a pawn ticket from a shop downtown. The customer name on it was William Fields. It listed one item pawned, an antique bracelet, gold with jade inlay. The ticket was dated 6 weeks earlier. Fields had gotten $800 for the bracelet. Bosch slipped it into an evidence envelope from his pocket and stood up. The trip downtown took an hour because of the traffic heading to Dodger Stadium. Bosch spent the time thinking about the apartment. It had been searched, but Edgar was right, it was a rushed job. The pants pockets were the obvious tip, but the bureau drawers should have been put back in correctly, and the photo and the hidden pawn slip should not have been missed. What had been the hurry? He concluded it was because Meadows's body was in the apartment. It had to be moved. Bosch exited on Broadway and headed south past Times Square to the pawn shop located in the Bradbury Building. Downtown L.A. was as quiet as Forest Lawn on most weekends, and he didn't expect to find the Happy Hawker open. He was curious and just wanted to drive by and take a look at the place before heading to the communications center. But when he drove past the storefront, he saw a man outside with an aerosol can painting the word "Open" in black on a sheet of plywood. The board stood in place of the shop's front window. Bosch could see shards of glass on the dirty sidewalk below the plywood. He pulled to the curb. The spray painter was inside by the time he got to the door. He stepped through the beam of an electric eye which sounded a bell from somewhere above all the musical instruments hanging from the ceiling.
"I'm not open, not Sundays,"
a man called from the back. He was standing behind a chrome cash register that was atop a glass counter.
"That's not what the sign you just painted says." "Yes, but that is for tomorrow. People see boards over your windows, they think you're out of business. I'm not out of business, I'm open for business, except for weekends. I just have a board out there for a few days. I painted open so people will know, you see? Starting tomorrow." "You own this business?" Bosch said as he pulled his ID case out and flipped open his badge. "This'll only take a couple of minutes." "Oh, police! Why didn't you say? I've been waiting all day for you, police."
Bosch looked around, confused, then put it together. "You mean the window? I'm not here about that."
"What do you mean? The patrol police said to wait for detective police. I waited. I've been here since 5 a.m. this morning."
Bosch looked around the shop. It was filled with the usual array of brass musical instruments, electronic junk, jewelry, and collectibles.
"Look, Mr. Obina, Oscar Obina Pawn Shops of Los Angeles and Culver City."
"Mr. Obina, detectives don't roll on vandalism reports on weekends. I mean, they might not even be doing that during the week anymore."
"What vandalism? This was a breakthrough. Grand robbery."
"You mean a break-in? What was taken?" Obina gestured to 2 glass counter cases that flanked the cash register. The top plate in each case had been smashed into 1,000 pieces. Bosch walked up closer and could see small items of jewelry, cheap-looking earrings and rings nestled among the glass. But he also saw velvet-covered jewelry pedestals, mirrored plates, and wood ring pegs where pieces should have been, but weren't. He looked around and saw no other damage in the store. "Mr. Obina, I can call the duty detective and see if anyone is going to come out today, and if so, when they will be here. But that is not what I've come for." Bosch then pulled out the clear plastic envelope with the pawn ticket in it. He held it up for Obina to see. "Can I see this bracelet, please?" The moment he said it, he felt a bad premonition come over him. The pawnbroker, a small, round man with olive skin and dark hair noodled over a bare cranium, looked at Bosch incredulously, his dark, bushy eyebrows knitted together.
"You're not going to take the report on my cases?"
"No, sir, I'm investigating a murder. Can you please show me the bracelet pawned on this ticket? Then I will call the Detective Bureau and find out if anyone is coming today on your break-in. Thank you for your cooperation."
You people! I cooperate. I send my lists each week, even take pictures for your pawnmen. Then all I ask is for one detective to investigate a robbery, and I get a man who says his job is murder. I've been waiting now since 5 a.m. in the morning.
"Give me your phone. I'll get somebody over." Obina took the receiver off a wall phone behind one of the damaged counters and handed it across. Bosch gave him the number to dial. While Bosch talked to the duty detective at Parker Center, the shopkeeper looked up the pawn ticket in a logbook. The duty detective, a woman Bosch knew had not been involved in a field investigation during her entire career with the Robbery-Homicide Division, asked Bosch how he had been, then told him that she had referred the pawnshop break-in to the local station, even though she knew there would be no detectives there today. The local station was Central Division. Bosch walked around the counter and dialed the detective bureau there anyway. There was no answer. While the phone rang on, unanswered, Bosch began a one-sided conversation. "Yeah, this is Harry Bosch, Hollywood Detectives. I'm just trying to check on the status of the break-in over at the Happy Hawker on Broadway." He is? You know when? Uh-huh. You're right. Obina. Obinna? He looked over, and Obina nodded at the correct spelling. "Yeah, he's here waiting." "Right. Yeah, I'll tell him. Thank you." He hung up the phone. Obina looked at him, his bushy eyebrows arched. "It's been a busy day, Mr. Obina," Bosch said. "The detectives are out, but they'll get here. Shouldn't be too much longer. I gave the watch officer your name and told him to get him over here as soon as possible. Now, can I see the bracelet?" "No." Bosch dug a cigarette out of a package he pulled from his coat pocket. He knew what was coming before Obina spread his arm across one of the damaged display cases. "Your bracelet? It is gone?" the pawnbroker said. "I looked it up here in my record. I see that I had it here in the case because it was a fine piece, very valuable to me. Now, it is gone. We are both victims of the robber, yes?" Obina smiled, apparently happy to share his woe. Bosch looked into the glitter of sharp glass in the bottom of the case. He nodded and said, "Yes." "You are a day late, detective." "A shame." "Did you say only these two cases were robbed?" "Yes, a smash and grab. Quick. What time?" "Police called me at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. That is the time of the alarm. I came at once. The alarm. When the window was smashed, the alarm went off. The officers found no one. They stayed until I came. Then I begin to wait for detectives that do not come. I cannot clean up my cases until they get here to investigate this crime." Bosch was thinking of the time scheme. The body dumped sometime before the anonymous 911 call at 4 a.m. The pawn shop broken into about the same time. A bracelet pawned by the dead man taken. There are no coincidences, he told himself. "You said something about pictures. Lists and pictures for the pawn detail?" "Yes, LAPD, that is true. I turn over lists of everything I take in to the pawn detectives. It is law. I cooperate fully." Obina nodded his head and frowned mournfully into the broken display case. "What about the pictures?" Bosch said. "Yes, pictures. These pawn detectives, they asked me to take pictures of my best acquisitions, help them better identify for stolen merchandise. It is not the law, but I say, sure, I cooperate fully. I bought a Polaroid kind of camera. I keep pictures if they want to come and look." "They never do. It's bullshit." "You have a picture of this bracelet?" Obina's eyebrows arched again as he considered the idea for the first time. "I think," he said, and then he disappeared through a black curtain in a doorway behind the counter. He came out a few moments later with a shoebox full of Polaroid photos with yellow carbon slips paper-clipped to them. He rustled through the photos, occasionally pulling one out, raising his eyebrows, and then sliding it back into place. Finally, he found what he wanted. There it is." Bosch took the photo and studied it. "Antique gold with carved jade. Very nice," Obina said. "I remember it. Top line. No wonder the shitheel that broke through my window took it. Made in the 1930s, Mexico. I gave the man $800. I have not often paid such a price for a piece of jewelry. I remember, very big man. He came here with the ring for the Super Bowl, 1983. Very nice. I gave him $1,000. He did not come back for it." He held out his left hand to display the oversized gold ring, which seemed even larger on his small finger. "The guy who pawned the bracelet, you remember him as well?" Bosch asked. Obina looked puzzled. Bosch decided that watching his eyebrows was like watching two caterpillars charging each other. He took one of the Polaroids of Meadows out of his pocket and handed it to the pawnbroker. He studied it closely. "The man is dead," Obina said after a moment. The caterpillars seemed to quiver with fear. "The man looks dead." "I don't need your help for that," Bosch said. "I want to know if he pawned the bracelet." Obina handed the photo back. He said, "I think yes."
He ever come in here and pawn anything else before or after the bracelet? No, I think I'd remember him. I'll say no. I need to take this, Bosch said, holding up the Polaroid of the bracelet. If you need it back, give me a call. He put one of his business cards on the cash register. The card was one of the cheap kind, with his name and phone number handwritten on a line. As he walked to the front door, crossing under a row of banjos, Bosch looked at his watch. He turned to Obina, who was looking through the box of Polaroids again. Mr. Obina, the watch officer, he said to tell you that if the detectives didn't get here in a half hour, you should go home, and they'll be by in the morning. Obina looked at him without saying a word. The caterpillars charged and collided. Bosch looked up and saw himself in the polished brass elbow of a saxophone that hung overhead. A tenor. Then he turned and walked out the door, heading to the comm center to pick up the tape. The watch sergeant in the comm center beneath City Hall let Bosch record the 911 call off one of the big reel-to-reels that never stopped rolling and recording the cries of the city. The voice of the emergency operator was female and black. The caller was male and white. The caller sounded like a boy.
911 emergency, what are you reporting? Can I help you? What are you reporting?
Yeah, I'm reporting you have a dead guy in a pipe.
You said you are reporting a dead body?
Yeah, that's right.
What do you mean by a pipe, sir?
He's in a pipe up by the dam.
What dam is that?
You know where they got the water reservoir and everything? The Hollywood sign?
Is that the Mulholland Dam, sir, above Hollywood?
Yeah, that's it. You got it, Mulholland. I couldn't remember the name.
Where is the body?
They have a big old pipe up there. You know, the one that people sleep in? The dead guy's in the pipe. He's there.
Do you know this person?
No, man, no way.
Is he sleeping?
Shit, no. He's dead.
How are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm just telling you. If you don't want to...
What is your name, sir?
What is this? What do you need my name for? I just saw it. I didn't do it.
How am I to know this is a legitimate call?
Check the pipe, you'll know. I don't know what else to tell you. What's my name got to do with anything?
For our records, sir. Can you give me your name?
No.
Sir, will you stay there until an officer arrives?
No, I'm already gone. I'm not there, man. I'm down.
I know, sir. I have a readout here that says you are at a payphone on Gower near Hollywood Boulevard. Will you wait for the officer?
How? Never mind. I gotta go now. You check it out. The body's there, a dead guy.
Sir, we would like to talk.
The line was disconnected. Bosch put the cassette tape in his pocket and headed out of the comm center the way he had come in. It had been 10 months since Harry Bosch had been on the 3rd floor at Parker Center. He had worked in RHD, the Robbery Homicide Division, for almost 10 years, but never came back after his suspension and transfer from the Homicide Special Squad to Hollywood Detectives. On the day he got the word, his desk was cleared by 2 goons from Internal Affairs named Lewis and Clark. They dumped his stuff on the homicide table at Hollywood Station, then left a message on his phone tape at home saying that's where he would find it. Now, 10 months later, he was back on the hallowed floor of the department's elite detective squad, and he was glad it was Sunday. There would be no faces he knew, no reason to look away. Room 321 was empty except for the weekend duty detective, whom Bosch didn't know. Harry pointed to the back of the room and said, "Bosch, Hollywood Detectives. I have to use the box." The duty man, a young guy with a haircut he had kept when he split the Marine Corps, had a gun catalog open on his desk. He looked back at the computers along the back wall as if to make sure they were still there, and then back at Bosch. "Supposed to use the one in your own division," he said. Bosch walked by him. "I don't have the time to go out to Hollywood. I got an autopsy in 20 minutes, he lied. "You know, I've heard of you, Bosch. Yeah, the TV show and all of that. You used to be on this floor." "Used to." The last line hung in the air like smog, and Bosch tried to ignore it. As he went back to the computer terminals, he couldn't help but let his eyes wander over his old desk. He wondered who used it now. It was cluttered, and he noticed the cards on the Rolodex were crisp and unworn at the edges. New. Harry turned around and looked at the duty man who was still watching him. This your desk when you aren't pulling Sundays?" The kid smiled and nodded his head. "You deserve it, kid. You're just right for the part. That hair, that stupid grin. You're gonna go far."
Just 'cause you got busted out of here for being a one-man army, fuck you, Bosch, you has-been.
Bosch pulled a chair on casters away from a desk and pushed it in front of the IBM PC sitting on a table against the rear wall. He hit the switch, and in a few moments the amber-colored letters appeared on the screen. Homicide Information Tracking Management Automated Network. For a moment Bosch smiled at the department's unceasing need for acronyms. It seemed to him that every unit, task force, and computer file had been christened with a name that gave its acronym the sound of eliteness. To the public, acronyms meant action, large numbers of manpower applied to vital problems. There was Hitman, Cobra, Crash, Bad Cats, Dare, 100 others. Somewhere in Parker Center there was someone who spent all day making up catchy acronyms, he believed. Computers had acronyms, even ideas had acronyms. If your special unit didn't have an acronym, then you weren't shit in this department. Once he was in the Hitman system, a template of case questions appeared on the screen and he filled in the blanks. He then typed in 3 search keys: Mulholland Dam, overdose, and staged overdose. He then pushed the execute key. Half a minute later, the computer told him that a search of 8,000 homicide cases, about 10 years' worth, stored on the computer's hard disk had come up with only 6 hits. Bosch called them up one by one. The first 3 were unsolved slayings of young women who were found dead on the dam in the early 1980s. Each was strangled. Bosch glanced quickly at the information and went on. The 4th case was a body found floating in the reservoir 5 years earlier. Cause of death was not drowning, but otherwise unknown. The last 2 were drug overdoses, the first of which occurred during a picnic at the park above the reservoir. It looked pretty straightforward to Bosch, and he went on. The last hit was a DB found in the pipe 14 months earlier. Cause of death was later determined to be heart stoppage due to an overdose of tar heroin. Decedent known to frequent area of the dam and sleep in pipe, the computer readout said. No further follow-up. It was the death that Crowley, the Hollywood watch sergeant, had mentioned when he woke Bosch up that morning. Bosch pushed a key and printed out the information on the last death, though he didn't think it figured into his case. He signed off and shut down the computer. Then he sat there a moment, thinking. Without getting out of the chair, he rolled over to another PC. He turned it on and fed his password in. He took the Polaroid out of his pocket, looked at the bracelet, and typed in its description for a stolen property record search. This in itself was an art. He had to describe the bracelet the way he believed other cops would, cops who might be typing in descriptions of a whole inventory of jewelry taken in a robbery or burglary. He described the bracelet simply as antique gold bracelet with carved jade dolphin design. He pressed the search key, and in 30 seconds the computer screen said, no hit. He tried it again, typing gold and jade bracelet, and then punching the search key. This time there were 436 hits. Too many. He needed to thin the herd. He typed, gold bracelet with jade fish, and pressed search. 6 hits. That was more like it. The computer said a gold bracelet with carved jade fish had turned up on 4 crime reports and 2 departmental bulletins that had been entered into the computer system since its development in 1983. Bosch knew that because of the immense duplication of records in any police department, all 6 entries could be, and probably were, from the same case or report of a missing or stolen bracelet. He called the abbreviated crime reports up on the computer screen and found that his suspicion was correct. The reports were generated by a single burglary in September at 6th and Hill, downtown. The victim was a woman named Harriet Beecham, age 71, of Silver Lake. Bosch tried to place the location in his mind, but could not think of what building or business was there. There was no summary of the crime on the computer. He would have to go to records and pull a hard copy. But there was a limited description of the gold and jade bracelet and several other pieces of jewelry taken from Beecham. The bracelet Beecham reported lost could or could not have been the one that Meadows had pawned. The description was too vague. There were several supplementary report numbers given on the computer report, and Bosch wrote them all down in his notebook. It seemed to him as he did this that Harriet Beecham's loss had generated an unusual amount of paper. He next called up the information on the 2 bulletins. Both had come from the FBI. the first issued 2 weeks after Beecham had been burglarized. It was then reissued 3 months later when Beecham's jewelry had still not turned up. Bosch wrote down the bulletin number and turned off the computer. He went across the room to the robbery commercial burglary section. On a steel shelf that ran along the back wall were dozens of black binders that held the bulletins and bolos from past years. Bosch took down the one marked September and began looking through it. He quickly realized that the bulletins were not in chronological order and weren't all issued in September. In fact, there was no order. He might have to look through all 10 months since Beecham's burglary to find the bulletin he needed. He pulled an armful of the binders off the shelf and sat down at the burglary table. A few moments later, he felt the presence of someone across the table from him. "What do you want?" he said without looking up.
What do I want? The duty detective said. I want to know what the fuck you are doing, Bosch. This isn't your place anymore. You can't just come in here like you're running the crew. Put that shit back on the shelf, and if you want to look through it, come back down here tomorrow and ask, goddammit. And don't give me any bullshit about an autopsy. You've already been here a half hour. Bosch looked up at him. He put his age at 28, maybe 29, even younger than Bosch had been when he made it to robbery homicide. Either standards had dropped, or RHD wasn't what it was. Bosch knew it was actually both. He looked back down at the bulletin binder. "I'm talking to you, asshole!" the detective boomed. Bosch reached his foot up under the table and kicked the chair that was across from him. The chair shot out from the table and its backrest hit the detective in the crotch. He doubled over and made an oomph sound, grabbing the chair for support. Bosch knew he had his reputation going for him now. Harry Bosch, a loner, a fighter, a killer. "Come on, kid," he was saying. "Do something." But the young detective just stared at Bosch, his anger and humiliation in check. He was a cop who could pull the gun, but maybe not the trigger. And once Bosch knew that, he knew the kid would walk away. The young cop shook his head, waved his hands like he was saying, "Enough of this," and walked back to the duty desk. "Go ahead, write me up, kid," Bosch said to his back. "Fuck you," the kid feebly returned. Bosch knew he had nothing to worry about. IAD wouldn't even look at an officer-on-officer beef without a corroborating witness or tape recording. One cop's word against another's was something they wouldn't touch in this department. Deep down, they knew a cop's word by itself was worthless. That was why internal affairs cops always worked in pairs. An hour and 7 cigarettes later, Bosch found it. A photocopy of another Polaroid of the gold and jade bracelet was part of a 50-page packet of descriptions and photos of property lost in a burglary at Westland National Bank at 6th and Hill. Now Bosch was able to place the address in his mind, and he remembered the dark, smoked glass of the building. He had never been inside the bank. A bank heist with jewelry taken, he thought. It didn't make much sense. He studied the list. Almost every item was a piece of jewelry, and there was too much there for a walk-in robbery. Harriet Beecham alone was listed as having lost 8 antique rings, 4 bracelets, 4 earrings. Besides that, these were listed as burglary losses, not robbery losses. He looked through the Be On Lookout package for any kind of crime summary, but didn't find any. Just a bureau contact, Special Agent E.D. Wish. Then he noticed in a block on the bolo sheet that there were 3 dates noted for the date of the crime. A burglary over a 3-day span during the first week of September. Labor Day weekend, he realized. Downtown banks are closed 3 days. It had to have been a safe deposit caper. A tunnel job? Bosch leaned back and thought about that. Why hadn't he remembered it? A heist like that would have played in the media for days. It would have been talked about in the department even longer. Then he realized he had been in Mexico on Labor Day, and for the next 3 weeks. The bank heist had occurred while he was serving the 1-month suspension for the dollmaker case. He leaned forward, picked up a phone, and dialed.
Times, Bremer.
It's Bosch. Still got you working Sundays, huh?
2 to 10 every Sunday, no parole. So what's up? I haven't talked to you since your problem with the dollmaker case. How you liking Hollywood Division?
It'll do, for a while at least. He was speaking low so the duty detective would not overhear. Bremer said,
Like that, huh? Well, I heard you caught the stiff up at the dam this morning.
Joel Bremer had covered the cop shop for the Times longer than most cops had been on the force, including Bosch. There was not much he didn't hear about the department, or couldn't find out with a phone call. A year ago, he called Bosch for comment on his 22-day suspension, no pay. Bremer had heard about it before Bosch. Generally, the police department hated the Times, and the Times was never short in its criticism of the department. But in the middle of that was Bremer, whom any cop could trust, and many, like Bosch, did. "Yeah, that's my case," Bosch said. "Right now it's nothing much, but I need a favor. If it works out the way it's looking, then it'll be something you'd want to know about." Bosch knew he didn't have to bait him, but he wanted the reporter to know there might be something later.
What do you need?
Bremer said. "As you know, I was out of town last Labor Day on my extended vacation, courtesy of IAD. So I missed this one, but there was—"
The tunnel job. You're not going to ask about the tunnel job, are you? Over here in downtown, all the jewelry, negotiable bonds, stock certificates, maybe drugs?
Bosch heard the reporter's voice go up a notch in urgency. He had been right. It had been a tunnel, and the story had played well. If Bremer was this interested, then it was a substantial case. Still, Bosch was surprised he had not heard of it after coming back to work in October. "Yeah, that's the one," he said. "I was gone then, so I missed it. Ever any arrests?"
Nah, it's open. FBI's doing it last I checked.
"I want to look at the clips on it tonight. Is that all right?"
I'll make copies. When are you coming?
"I'll head over in a little while."
I take it this has got something to do with this morning's stiff?
"It's looking that way. Maybe. I can't talk right now, and I know the Phoebes have the case. I'll go see them tomorrow. That's why I want to see the clips tonight."
I'll be here.
After hanging up the phone, Bosch looked down at the FBI photocopy of the bracelet. There was no doubt it was the piece that had been pawned by Meadows and was in Obina's Polaroid. The bracelet in the FBI photo was in place on a woman's liver-spotted wrist. 3 small carved fish swimming on a wave of gold. Bosch guessed it was Harriet Beecham's 71-year-old wrist, and the photo had probably been taken for insurance purposes. He looked over at the duty detective, who was still leafing through the gun catalog. He coughed loudly like he had seen Nicholson do in a movie once, and at the same time tore the bolo sheet out of the binder. The kid detective looked over at Bosch and then went back to the guns and bullets. As he folded the bolo sheet into his pocket, Bosch's electronic pager went off. He picked up the phone and called Hollywood Station, expecting to be told there was another body waiting for him. It was a watch sergeant named Art Crockett, whom everyone called Davy, who took the call.
Harry, you still out in the field?
He said. "I'm at Parker Center. Had to check on a few things."
Good, then you're already near the morgue. Tech over there named, Sakai called. Said he needs to see you.
"See me?"
He said to tell you that something came up and they're doing your cut today. Right now, matter of fact.
It took Bosch 5 minutes to get over to County USC Hospital and 15 minutes to find a parking spot. The medical examiner's office was located behind one of the medical center buildings that had been condemned after the '87 earthquake. It was a 2-story, yellow prefab without much architectural style or life. As Bosch was going through the glass doors where the living people entered and into the front lobby, he passed a sheriff's detective he had spent some time with while working the Night Stalker task force in the early '80s. "Hey, Bernie," Bosch said and smiled. "Hey, fuck you, Bosch," Bernie said. "The rest of us catch ones that count, too." Bosch stopped there a moment to watch the detective walk into the parking lot. Then he went in and to the right, down a government green corridor, passing through 2 sets of double doors, the smell getting worse each time. It was the smell of death and industrial-strength disinfectant. Death had the upper hand. Bosch stepped into the yellow-tiled scrub room. Larry Sakai was in there, putting a paper gown over his hospital scrubs. He already had on a paper mask and booties. Bosch took a set of the same out of cardboard boxes on a stainless steel counter and started putting them on. "What's with Bernie Slaughter?" Bosch asked. "What happened in here to piss him off?" "You're what happened, Bosch," Sakai said without looking at him. "He got a call out yesterday morning. Some 16-year-old shoots his best friend up in Lancaster. Looks like accidental, but Bernie's waiting on us to check the bullet track and powder stippling. He wants to close it. I told him we'd get to it late today, so he came in. Only we aren't going to get to it at all today, 'cause Sally's got a bug up his ass about doing yours. Don't ask me why. He just checked the stiff out when I brought it in and said we'd do it today. I told him we'd have to bump somebody, and he said bump Bernie.
but I couldn't get him on the line in time to stop him from coming in, so that's why Bernie's pissed. You know, he lives all the way down to Diamond Bar. Long ride in for nothing." Bosch had the mask, gown, and booties on, and followed Sakai down the tiled hall to the autopsy suite. "Then maybe he ought to be pissed at Sally, not me," he said. Sakai didn't answer. They walked to the first table where Billy Meadows lay on his back, naked, his neck braced against a short cut of 2x4 wood. There were 6 of the stainless steel tables in the room. Each had gutters running alongside its edges and drain holes in the corners. There was a body on each. Dr. Jesus Salazar was huddled over Meadows' chest, with his back to Bosch and Sakai. "Afternoon, Harry. I've been waiting," Salazar said, still not looking. "Larry, I'm going to need slides on this." The medical examiner straightened up and turned. In his rubber-gloved hand he held what looked like a square plug of flesh and pink muscle tissue. He placed it in a steel pan, the kind brownies are cooked in, and handed it to Sakai. "Give me verticals, 1 at the puncture track, then 2 on either side for comparison." Sakai took the pan and left the room to go to the lab. Bosch saw that the plug of meat had been cut from Meadows' chest, about an inch above the left nipple. "What did you find?" Bosch asked. "I'm not sure yet. We'll see. The question is, what did you find, Harry? My field tech told me you were demanding an autopsy on this today. Why is that?" "I told him I needed it today because I wanted to get it done tomorrow. I thought that was what we had agreed on, too." "Yes, he told me so, but I got curious about it. I love a good mystery, Harry. What made you think this was hinky, as you detectives say?" "We don't say it anymore," Bosch thought. "Once it's said in the movies, and people like Salazar pick it up, it's ancient." "Just some things didn't fit at the time," Bosch said. "There are more things now. From my end, it looks like a murder. No mystery." What things?" Bosch got out his notebook and started flipping through the pages as he talked. He listed the things he had noticed wrong at the death scene: the broken finger, the lack of distinct tracks in the pipe, the shirt pulled over the head. "He had a hype kit in his pocket, and we found a stove in the pipe, but it doesn't look right. Looks like a plant to me. Looks like the pop that killed him is in the arm there. Those other scars in his arms are old. He hasn't been using his arms in years." "You're right about that. Aside from the one recent puncture in the arm, the groin area is the only area where punctures are fresh. The inside thighs, an area usually used by people going to great lengths to hide their addiction. But then again, this could have just been his first time back on the arms. What else you got, Harry?" "He smoked, I'm pretty sure. There was no pack of cigarettes with the body." "Couldn't somebody have taken them off the body before it was discovered as scavenger?" "True, but why take the smokes and not the kit? There's also his apartment. Somebody searched the place." "Could have been someone who knew him, someone looking for his stash." "True again." Bosch flipped through a few more pages in the notebook. "The kit on the body had whitish-brown crystals in the cotton. I've seen enough tar heroin to know it turns the straining cotton dark brown, sometimes black, so it looks like it was some fine stuff, probably overseas, that was put on his arm. That doesn't go with the way he was living. That's uptown stuff." Salazar thought a moment before saying, "It's all a lot of supposition, Harry." "The last thing, though, is, and I'm just starting to work on this, he was involved in some kind of caper." Bosch gave him a brief synopsis of what he knew about the bracelet, its theft from the bank vault and then from the pawn shop. Salazar's domain was the forensic detail of the case, but Bosch had always trusted Sally and found that it sometimes helped to bounce other details of a case off him. The two had met in 1974, when Bosch was a patrolman and Sally was a new assistant coroner. Bosch was assigned guard duty and crowd control on East 54th and South Central, where a firefight with the Symbionese Liberation Army had left a house burned to the ground and 5 bodies in the smoking rubble. Sally was assigned to see if there was a 6th, Patty Hearst, somewhere in the char. The two of them spent 3 days there, and when Sally finally gave up, Bosch had won a bet that she was still alive, somewhere. When Bosch was finished with the story about the bracelet, it seemed to have mollified Sally's worries about the death of Billy Meadows not being a mystery. He seemed energized. He turned to a cart on which his cutting tools were piled and rolled it next to the autopsy table.
He switched on a sound-activated tape recorder and picked up a scalpel and a pair of regular gardening shears. He said, "Well, let's get to work." Bosch moved back a few steps to avoid any spatter and leaned against a counter on which there was a tray full of knives and saws and scalpels. He noticed that a sign taped to the side of the tray said, "To be sharpened." Salazar looked down at the body of Billy Meadows and began. "The body is that of a well-developed Caucasian male measuring 69 inches in length, weighing 165 pounds and appearing generally consistent with the stated age of 40 years. The body is cold and unembalmed with full rigor and posterior dependent fixed lividity." Bosch watched him start, but then noticed the plastic bag containing Meadows's clothes on the counter next to the tool pan. He pulled it over and opened it up. The smell of urine immediately assaulted his nostrils, and he thought for a moment of the living room at Meadows's apartment. He pulled on a pair of rubber gloves as Salazar continued to describe the body. "The left index finger shows a palpable fracture without laceration or petechial contusion or hemorrhage." Bosch glanced over his shoulder and saw that Salazar was wiggling the broken digit with the blunt end of the scalpel as he spoke to the tape recorder. He concluded his external description of the body by mentioning the skin punctures. "There are hemorrhagic puncture wounds, hypodermic type, on the upper inside thighs and interior side of the left arm. The arm puncture exudes a bloody fluid and appears to be most recent. No scabbing. There is another puncture in the upper left chest which exudes a small amount of bloody fluid and appears to be slightly larger than that caused by hypodermic puncture." Salazar put his hand over the tape recorder speaker and said to Bosch, "I'm having Sakai get slides of this chest puncture. It looks very interesting." Bosch nodded and turned back to the counter and began spreading out Meadows's clothes. Behind him, he heard Salazar using the shears to open up the dead man's chest. The detective pulled each pocket out and looked at the lint. He turned the socks inside out and checked the inside lining of the pants and shirt. Nothing. He took a scalpel out of the to-be-sharpened pan and cut the stitches out of Meadows's leather belt and pulled it apart. Again, nothing. Over his shoulder, he heard Salazar saying, "The spleen weighs 190 grams. The capsule is intact and slightly wrinkled, and the parenchyma is pale purple and trabecular." Bosch had heard it all hundreds of times before. Most of what a pathologist said into his tape recorder meant nothing to the detective who stood by. It was the bottom line the detective waited for. What killed the person on the cold steel table? How? Who? "The gallbladder is thin-walled," Salazar was saying. "It contains a few cc's of greenish bile with no stones." Bosch shoved the clothes back into the plastic bag and sealed it. Then he dumped the leather work shoes Meadows had been wearing out of a second plastic bag. He noticed reddish-orange dust fall from inside the shoes, another indication the body had been dragged into the pipe. The heels had scraped on the dried mud at the bottom of the pipe, drawing the dust inside the shoes. Salazar said, "The bladder mucosa is intact and there are only 2 ounces of pale yellow urine. The external genitalia and vagina are unremarkable." Bosch turned around. Salazar had his hand on the tape recorder mic. He said, "Coroner's humor. Just wanted to see if you were listening, Harry. You might have to testify to this one day to back me up." "I doubt it," Bosch said. "They don't like boring juries to death." Salazar started the small circular saw that was used to open the skull. It sounded like a dentist's drill. Bosch turned back to the shoes. They were well oiled and cared for. The rubber soles showed only modest wear. Stuck in one of the deep grooves of the tread of the right shoe was a white stone. Bosch pried it out with the scalpel. It was a small chunk of cement. He thought of the white dust in the rug in Meadows's closet. He wondered if the dust or the chunk from the shoe tread could be matched to the concrete that had guarded the Westland Bank's vault. But if the shoes were so well cared for, could the chunk have been in the tread for 9 months since the vault break-in? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was from his work on the subway project, if he actually had such a job. Bosch slipped the chunk of cement into a small plastic envelope and put it in his pocket with the others he had collected throughout the day. Salazar said. Examination of the head and cranial contents reveals no trauma or underlying pathological disease conditions or congenital anomalies. Harry, I'm going to do the finger now. Bosch put the shoes back in their plastic bag and returned to the autopsy table as Salazar placed an X-ray of Meadows' left hand on a light window on the wall. See here, these fragments, he said, as he traced small, sharp white spots on the negative. There were 3 of them near the fractured joint. If this was an old break, these would, over time, have moved into the joint. There is no scarring discernible on the X-ray, but I'm going to take a look. He went to the body and used a scalpel to make a T incision in the skin on the top of the finger joint. He then folded the skin back and dug around with the scalpel in the pink meat, saying, No, nothing. This was post, Harry. You think it could have been one of my people? I don't know, Bosch said. Doesn't look like it. Sakai said he and his sidekick were careful. I know I didn't do it. How come there's no damage to the skin? Now, that is an interesting point. I don't know. Somehow the finger was broken without the exterior being damaged. I can't answer that one. But it shouldn't have been too hard to do. Just grab the finger and yank down, provided you had the stomach for it, like so. Salazar went around the table. He lifted Meadows' right hand and yanked the finger backward. He couldn't get the leverage needed and couldn't break the joint. Well, harder than I thought, he said. Perhaps the digi was struck with a blunt object of some kind, one that did not blemish the skin. When Sakai came in with the slides 15 minutes later, the autopsy was completed, and Salazar was sewing Meadows' chest closed with thick wax twine. He then used an overhead hose to spray debris off the body and wet down the hair. Sakai bound the legs together and the arms to the body with rope to prevent them from moving during the different stages of rigor. Bosch noticed that the rope cut across the tattoo on Meadows' arm, across the rat's neck. Using his thumb and forefinger, Salazar closed Meadows' eyes. Take him to the box, he said to Sakai. Then to Bosch, let's take a look at these slides. This seemed odd to me because the hole was bigger than your normal skag spike, and its location in the chest was unusual. The puncture is clearly ante-mortem, possibly peri-mortem. There was only slight hemorrhaging, but the wound is not scabbed over, so we're talking shortly before or even during death. Maybe the cause of death, Harry. Salazar took the slides to a microscope that was on the counter at the back of the room. He chose one of the slides and put it on the viewing plate. He bent over to look, and after half a minute finally said, Interesting. He then looked briefly at the other slides. When he was done, he put the first slide back on the viewing plate. Okay. Basically, I removed a 1-inch square section of the chest where this puncture was located. I went into the chest about 1.5 inches deep with the cut. The slide is a vertical dissection of the sample, showing the track of the perforation. Do you follow me? Bosch nodded. Good. It's kind of like slicing an apple open to expose the track of a worm. The slide traces the path of the perforation and any immediate impact or damage. Take a look. Bosch bent to the eyepiece of the microscope. The slide showed a straight perforation about 1 inch deep, through the skin and into the muscle, tapering in width like a spike. The muscle's pink color changed to a dark brownish color around the deepest point of the penetration. What does it mean? He asked. It means, said Salazar, that the puncture was through the skin, through the fascia, that's the fibrous fat layer, and then directly into the pectoral muscle. You notice the deepening color of the muscle around the penetration? Yes, I notice. Harry, that's because the muscle is burned there. Bosch looked away from the microscope to Salazar. He thought he could make out the line of a thin smile beneath the pathologist's breathing mask. Burned. A stun gun, the pathologist said. Look for one that fires its electrode dart deep into the skin tissue, about 3 to 4 centimeters deep. In this case, it is likely the electrode was manually pressed deeper into the chest. Bosch thought a moment. A stun gun would be virtually impossible to trace. Sakai came back into the room and leaned on the counter by the door, watching. Salazar collected 3 glass vials of blood and 2 containing yellowish liquid from the tool cart. There was also a small steel pan containing a brown lump of material that Bosch recognized from experience in this room as liver. "Larry, here are the tox samples," Salazar said. Sakai took them and disappeared from the room again. "You're talking about torture. Electric shock," Bosch said. "I would say it looks so," Salazar said. "Not enough to kill him, the trauma is too small, but possibly enough to get information from him. An electric charge can be very persuasive. I think there is ample history on that. With the electrode position in the subject's chest, he could probably feel the juice going right into his heart. He would have been paralyzed. He'd tell them what they wanted and then could only watch while they put a fatal dosage of heroin into his arm." "Can we prove any of this?" Salazar looked down at the tile floor and put his finger on his mask and scratched his lip beneath it. Bosch was dying for a cigarette. He had been in the autopsy room nearly 2 hours. "Prove any of it," Salazar said. "Not medically. Tox tests will be done in a week. For the sake of argument, say they come back heroin overdose. How do we prove that someone else put it in his arm, not himself? Medically? We can't. But we can show that at the time of death or shortly before there was a traumatic assault on the body in the form of electric shock. He was being tortured. After death, there is the unexplained damage to the first digit of the left hand." He rubbed the finger over his mask again and then concluded, "I could testify that this was a homicide. The totality of the medical evidence indicates death at the hands of others. But, for the moment, there is no cause. We wait for the tox studies to be completed and then we'll put our heads together again." Bosch wrote a paraphrase of what Salazar had just said into his notebook. He would have to type it into his own reports. "Of course," Salazar said, "proving any of this beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury is another matter. I would guess that, Harry, you have to find that bracelet and find out why it was worth torturing and killing a man for." Bosch closed his notebook and started to pull off the paper gown. The setting sun burned the sky pink and orange in the same bright hues as surfers' bathing suits. It was beautiful deception, Bosch thought, as he drove north on the Hollywood freeway to home. Sunsets did that here. Made you forget it was the smog that made their colors so brilliant, that behind every pretty picture there could be an ugly story. The sun hung like a ball of copper in the driver's side window. He had the car radio tuned to a jazz station, and Coltrane was playing Soul Eyes. On the seat next to him was a file containing the newspaper clippings from Bremer. The file was weighted down by a 6-pack of Henrys. Bosch got off at Barham and then took Woodrow Wilson up into the hills above Studio City. His home was a wood-framed, one-bedroom cantilever not much bigger than a Beverly Hills garage. It hung out over the edge of the hill and was supported by 3 steel pylons at its midpoint. It was a scary place to be during earthquakes, daring Mother Nature to twang those beams and send the house down the hill like a sled. But the view was the trade-off. From the back porch, Bosch could look northeast across Burbank and Glendale. He could see the purple-hued mountains past Pasadena and Altadena. Sometimes he could see the smoky loom-up and orange blaze of brush fires in the hills. At night, the sound of the freeway below softened, and the searchlights at Universal City swept the sky. Looking out on the valley never failed to give Bosch a sense of power which he could not explain to himself. But he did know that it was one reason, the main reason, he bought the place and would never want to leave it. Bosch had bought it 8 years earlier, before the real estate boom got seriously endemic, with a down payment of $50,000. That left a mortgage of $1,400 a month, which he could easily afford because the only things he spent money on were food, booze, and jazz. The down payment money had come from a studio that gave it to him for the rights to use his name in a TV miniseries based on a string of murders of beauty shop owners in Los Angeles. Bosch and his partner during the investigation were portrayed by 2 mid-level TV actors. His partner took his $50,000 and his pension and moved to Ensenada. Bosch put his down on a house he wasn't sure could survive the next earthquake, but that made him feel as though he were prince of the city. Despite Bosch's resolve never to move, Jerry Edgar, his current partner and part-time real estate man, told him the house was now worth 3 times what he had paid for it. Whenever the subject of real estate came up, which was often, Edgar counseled Bosch to sell and trade up. Edgar wanted the listing. Bosch just wanted to stay where he was. It was dark by the time he reached the Hill House. He drank the first beer standing on the back porch, looking out at the blanket of lights below. He had a second bottle while sitting in his watch chair, the file closed on his lap. He hadn't eaten all day, and the beer hit him quickly. He felt lethargic and yet jumpy, his body telling him it needed food. He got up and went to the kitchen and made a pressed turkey sandwich that he brought back to the chair with another beer. When he was finished eating, he brushed the sandwich crumbs off the file and opened it up. There had been 4 Times stories on the Westland bank caper. He read them in the order of publication. The first was just a brief that had run on page 3 of the Metro section. The information had apparently been gathered on the Tuesday the break-in was discovered. At the time, the LAPD and the FBI weren't that interested in talking to the press or letting the public know what had happened. Authorities probe bank break-in. An undisclosed amount of property was stolen from the Westland National Bank in downtown during the 3-day holiday weekend, authorities said Tuesday. The burglary, being investigated by the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department, was discovered when managers of the bank located at the corner of Hill Street and 6th Avenue arrived Tuesday and found the safe deposit vault had been looted, FBI Special Agent John Rourke said. Rourke said an estimate on the loss of property had not been made, but sources close to the investigation said more than $1 million worth of jewels and other valuables stored in the vault by customers of the bank was taken. Rourke also declined to say how the burglars entered the vault, but did say that the alarm system was not working properly. He declined to elaborate. A spokesman for Westland declined Tuesday to discuss the burglary. Authorities said there were no arrests or suspects. Bosch wrote the name John Rourke in his notebook and went on to the next newspaper story, which was much longer. It had been published the day after the first and had been bannered across the top of the front page of the Metro section. It had a 2-deck headline and was accompanied by a photograph of a man and woman standing in the safe deposit vault looking down at a manhole-sized opening in the floor. Behind them was a pile of deposit boxes. Most of the small doors on the back wall were open. Bremer's byline was on the story. At least $2 million taken in bank tunnel job. Bandits had holiday weekend to dig into vault. The article expanded on the first story, filling in the detail that the perpetrators had tunneled into the bank, digging an approximately 150-yard line from a city storm main that ran under Hill Street. The story said an explosive device had been used to make the final break through the floor of the vault. According to the FBI, the burglars probably were in the vault through most of the holiday weekend, drilling open the individual safe deposit boxes. The entry tunnel from the stormwater main to the vault was believed to have been dug during 7 to 8 weeks before the heist. Bosch made a note to ask the FBI how the tunnel had been dug. If heavy equipment was used, most banks' alarms, which measured sound as well as earth vibrations, would have picked up the ground movement and sounded. Also, he wondered, why hadn't the explosive device set off alarms? He looked then at the third article, published the day after the second. This one wasn't written by Bremer, though it still had been played on the front of Metro. It was a feature on the dozens of people lining up at the bank to see if their safe deposit boxes were among those pried open and emptied. The FBI was escorting them into the vault and then taking their statements. Bosch scanned the story, but saw the same thing over and over again. People angry or upset or both because they had lost items that they had placed in the vault because they believed it was safer than their homes. Near the bottom of the story, Harriet Beecham was mentioned. She had been interviewed as she came out of the bank, and she told the reporter she had lost a lifetime's collection of valuables bought while traveling the world with her late husband, Harry. The story said Beecham was dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief. "I lost the rings he bought me in France, a bracelet of gold and jade from Mexico," Beecham said. "Whoever they were that did this, they took my memories." Very melodramatic. Bosch wondered if the last quote had been made up by the reporter. The fourth story in the file had been published a week later. By Bremer, it was short and had been buried in the back of Metro, behind where they stuffed the Valley News. Bremer reported that the Westland investigation was being handled exclusively by the FBI. The LAPD provided initial backup, but as leads dried up, the case was left in the Bureau's hands. Special Agent Rourke was quoted again in this story. He said agents were still on the case full-time, but no progress had been made or suspects identified. None of the property taken from the vault, he said, had turned up. Bosch closed the file. The case was too big for the Bureau to slough off like a bank stick-up. He wondered if Rourke had been telling the truth about the lack of suspects. He wondered if Meadows' name had ever come up. 2 decades earlier, Meadows had fought and sometimes lived in the tunnels beneath the villages of South Vietnam. Like all the tunnel fighters, he knew demolition work, but that was for bringing a tunnel down, implosion. Could he have learned how to blow through the concrete and steel floor of a bank vault? Then Bosch realized that Meadows would not necessarily have needed to know how. He was sure the Westland job had taken more than one person. He got up and got another beer from the refrigerator. But before going back to the watch chair, he detoured into the bedroom, where he pulled an old scrapbook out of the bottom drawer of the bureau. Back in the chair, he drank down half the beer, then opened the book. There were bunches of photographs loose between the pages. He had meant to mount them, but had never gotten around to it. He rarely even opened the book. The pages were yellowed and had gone to brown at the edges. They were brittle, much like the memories the photos evoked. He picked up each snapshot and examined it, at some point realizing that he had never mounted them on the pages because he liked the idea of holding each picture in his hands, feeling it. The photographs were all taken in Vietnam. Like the picture found in Meadows' apartment, these were mostly in black and white. It was cheaper back then, getting black and white film developed in Saigon. Bosch was in some of the shots, but most were photos that he had taken with an old Leica his foster father had given him before he left. It was a peace gesture from the old man. He hadn't wanted Harry to go, and they had fought about it. So the camera was given and accepted. But Bosch was not one to tell stories when he returned, and the snapshots were left spread through the pages of the scrapbook, never to be mounted, rarely to be looked at. If there was a recurring theme of the photographs, it was the smiling faces and the tunnels. In almost every shot, there were soldiers standing in defiant poses at the mouth of a hole they had probably just been in and conquered. To the outsider, the photos would appear strange, maybe fascinating. But to Bosch, they were scary, like newspaper photos he had seen of people trapped in wrecked cars, waiting to be cut out by the firemen. The photos were of the smiling faces of young men who had dropped down into hell and come back to smile into the camera. Out of the blue and into the black is what they call going into a tunnel. Each one was a black echo. Nothing but death in there. But still, they went. Bosch turned a cracked page of the album and found Billy Meadows staring up at him. The photo had undoubtedly been taken a few minutes after the one Bosch had found at Meadows' apartment. The same group of soldiers, the same trench and tunnel. Echo Sector, Cu Chi District. But Bosch wasn't in this portrait because he had left the frame to snap the photo. His Leica had caught Meadows' vacant stare and stoned smile. His pale skin looked waxy but taut. He had captured the real Meadows, Bosch thought. He put the photo back in the page and turned to the next one. This one was of himself, no one else in the frame. He clearly remembered setting the camera down on a wooden table in a hooch and setting the timer. Then he moved into the frame. The camera had snapped as he was shirtless, the tattoo on his deeply tanned shoulder catching the falling sun through the window. Behind him, but out of focus, was the dark entrance to a tunnel lying uncovered on the straw floor of the hooch. The tunnel was blurred, forbidding darkness, like the ghastly mouth in Edvard Munch's painting, The Scream. It was a tunnel in the village they called Timbuktu, Bosch knew as he stared at the photo. His last tunnel. He was not smiling in the picture. His eyes were set in dark sockets. And neither was he smiling as he looked at it now. He held the photo in 2 hands, absent-mindedly rubbing his thumbs up and down the borders. He stared at the photograph until fatigue and alcohol pulled him down into sleepy thought, almost dreamlike. He remembered that last tunnel, and he remembered Billy Meadows. 3 of them went in. 2 of them came out. The tunnel had been discovered during a routine sweep at a small village in East Sector. The village had no name on the recon maps, so the soldiers called it Timbuktu. The tunnels were turning up everywhere, so there weren't enough rats to go around. When the tunnel mouth was found under a rice basket in a hooch, the top sergeant didn't want to have to wait for a dust-off to land with fresh rats. He wanted to press on, but he knew he had to check the tunnel out. So the top made a decision like so many others in the war. He sent 3 of his own men in. 3 virgins, scared as shit, maybe 6 weeks in country among them. The top told them not to go far, just set charges and come out. Do it fast and cover each other's ass. The 3 green soldiers dutifully went down into the hole. Except a half hour later, only 2 came out. The 2 who made it out said that the 3 of them had separated. The tunnel branched into several directions, and they split up. They were telling the top this when there was a rumble and a huge cough of noise and smoke and dust belched from the tunnel mouth. The C4 charges had detonated. The company loot came in then and said they wouldn't leave the zone without the missing man. The whole company waited a day for the smoke and dust to settle in the tunnel, and then 2 tunnel rats were dropped during a dust-off, Harry Bosch and Billy Meadows. He didn't care if the missing soldier was dead, the lieutenant told them. Get him out. He wasn't going to leave one of his boys in that hole. "Go get him and bring him out here so we can get him a decent burial," the lieutenant said. Meadows said, "We wouldn't leave any of our own in there either." Bosch and Meadows went down the hole then and found that the main entry led to a junction room where baskets of rice were stored, and 3 other passageways began. 2 of these had collapsed in the C4 explosions. The 3rd was still open. It was the one the missing soldier had taken, and that was the way they went. They crawled through the darkness, Meadows in front, using their lights sparingly, until they reached a dead end. Meadows poked around the tunnel's dirt floor until he found the concealed door. He pried it open, and they dropped down into another level of the labyrinth. Without saying a word, Meadows pointed one way and crawled off. Bosch knew he would go the other way. Each would be alone now, unless the VC were waiting ahead. Bosch's way was a winding passage that was as warm as a steam bath. The tunnel smelled damp and faintly like a latrine. He smelled the missing soldier before he saw him. He was dead, his body putrefying, but sitting in the middle of the tunnel with his legs straight out and spread, the toes of his boots pointing upward. His body was propped against a stake planted in the floor of the tunnel. A piece of wire that cut an inch into his neck was wrapped around the stake and held him in place. Afraid of a booby trap, Bosch didn't touch him. He played the beam of his flashlight over the neck wound and followed the trail of dried blood down the front of the body. The dead man wore a green T-shirt with his name stenciled in white on the front. Al Crofton, it said beneath the blood. There were flies mired in the crusted blood on his chest, and for a moment Bosch wondered how they found their way so far down. He dipped the light to the dead soldier's crotch and saw that it too was black with dried blood. The pants were torn open, and Crofton looked as though he had been mauled by a wild animal. Sweat began to sting Bosch's eyes, and his breathing became louder, more hurried than he wanted it to be. He was immediately aware of this, but was also aware that he could do nothing to stop it. Crofton's left hand was palm up on the ground next to his thigh. Bosch put the light on it and saw the bloody set of testicles. He stifled the urge to vomit, but could not prevent himself from hyperventilating. He cupped his hands over his mouth and tried to slow his gasping for air. It didn't work. He was losing it. He was panicking. He was 20 years old, and he was scared. The walls of the tunnel were closing tighter on him. He rolled away from the body and dropped the light, its beam still focused on Crofton. Bosch kicked at the clay walls of the tunnel and curled into a fetal position. The sweat in his eyes was replaced by tears. At first they came silently, but soon his sobs racked his entire body, and his noise seemed to echo in all directions in the darkness, right to where Charlie sat and waited. Right to hell. Part 2. Monday, May 21st. Bosch came awake in his watch chair about 4 a.m. He had left the sliding glass door open to the porch, and the Santa Ana winds were billowing the curtains, ghost-like, out across the room. The warm wind and the dream had made him sweat. Then the wind had dried the moisture on his skin like a salty shell. He stepped out onto the porch and leaned against the wood railing, looking down at the lights of the valley. The searchlights at Universal were long since retired for the night, and there was no traffic sound from the freeway down in the pass. In the distance, maybe from Glendale, he heard the whooping sound of a helicopter. He searched and found the red light moving low in the basin. It wasn't circling, and there was no searchlight. It wasn't a cop. He thought then that he could smell the slight scent of malathion, sharp and bitter on the red wind. He went back inside and closed the sliding glass door. He thought about bed, but knew there would be no more sleep this night. It was often this way with Bosch. Sleep would come early in the night, but not last, or it would not come until the arriving sun softly cut the outline of the hills in the morning fog. He had been to the sleep disorder clinic at the VA in Sepulveda, but the shrinks couldn't help him. They told him he was in a cycle. He would have extended periods of deep sleep trances into which torturous dreams invaded. This would be followed by months of insomnia, the mind reacting defensively to the terrors that awaited in sleep. Your mind has repressed the anxiety you feel over your part in the war, the doctor told him. You must assuage these feelings in your waking hours before your sleep time can progress undisturbed. But the doctor didn't understand that what was done was done. There was no going back to repair what had happened. You can't patch a wounded soul with a Band-Aid. He showered and shaved, afterward studying his face in the mirror and remembering how unkind time had been to Billy Meadows. Bosch's hair was turning to gray, but it was full and curly. Other than the circles under his eyes, his face was unlined and handsome. He wiped the remaining shaving cream off and put on his beige summer suit with a light blue button-down Oxford. On a hanger in the closet he found a maroon tie with little gladiator helmets on it that was not unreasonably wrinkled or stained. He pegged it in place with the 187 tie pin, clipped his gun to his belt, and then headed out into the pre-dawn dark. He drove into downtown for an omelet, toast, and coffee at the pantry on Figueroa. Open 24 hours a day since before the Depression. A sign boasted that the place had not gone 1 minute in that time without a customer. Bosch looked around from the corner and saw that at the moment he was personally carrying the record on his shoulders. He was alone. The coffee and cigarettes got Bosch ready for the day. After, he took the freeway back up to Hollywood, passing a frozen sea of cars already fighting to get downtown. Hollywood Station was on Wilcox, just a couple of blocks south of the boulevard where most of its business came from. He parked at the curb out front because he was only staying a while and didn't want to get caught in the backlot traffic jam at the change of watch. As he walked through the small lobby, he saw a woman with a blackened eye who was crying and filling out a report with the desk officer. But down the hall to the left, the detective bureau was quiet. The night man must have been out on a call or up in the bridal suite, a storage room on the second floor where there were 2 cots, first come, first served. The detective bureau's hustle and bustle seemed to be frozen in place. No one was there, but the long tables assigned to burglary, auto, juvenile, robbery, and homicide were all awash in paperwork and clutter. The detectives came and went. The paper never changed. Bosch went to the back of the bureau to start a pot of coffee. He glanced through a rear door and down the back hallway where the lockup benches and the jail were located. Halfway down the hall to the holding tank, a young white boy with blonde dreadlocks sat handcuffed to a bench. A juvie, maybe 17 at most, Bosch figured. It was against California law to put them in a holding tank with adults, which was like saying it might be dangerous for coyotes to be put in a pen with Dobermans. "What are you looking at, fuckhead?" the boy called down the hall to Bosch. Bosch didn't say anything. He dumped a bag of coffee into a paper filter. A uniform stuck his head out of the watch commander's office farther down the hall. "I told you!" the uniform yelled at the kid. "Once more and I'm going to go up a notch on the cuffs. Half hour you won't feel your hands. Then how you going to wipe your ass in the john?" "I guess I'll have to use your fucking face." The uniform stepped into the hall and headed toward the kid, his hard black shoes making long, mean strides. Bosch shoved the filter bowl into the coffee machine and hit the brewing cycle switch. He walked away from the hallway door and over to the homicide table. He didn't want to see what happened with the kid. He dragged his chair away from his spot at the table and over to one of the community typewriters. The pertinent forms he needed were in slots on a rack on the wall above the machine. He rolled a blank crime scene report into the typewriter. Then he took his notebook out of his pocket and opened the first page. 2 hours of typing and smoking and drinking bad coffee later, a bluish cloud hung near the ceiling lights over the homicide table, and Bosch had completed the myriad forms that accompany a homicide investigation. He got up and made copies on the Xerox in the back hall. He noticed the dreadlock kid was gone. Then he got a new blue binder out of the office supplies closet, after finessing the door with his LAPD ID card, and hooked one set of the typed reports onto the 3 rings. The other set he hid in an old blue binder he kept in a file drawer, and that was labeled with the name of an old, unsolved case. When he was done, he reread his work. He liked the order the paperwork gave the case. On many previous cases, he had made it a practice to reread the murder book each morning. It helped him draw out theories. The smell of the binder's new plastic reminded him of other cases and invigorated him. He was in the hunt again. The reports he had typed and placed in the murder book were not complete, though. On the investigating officer's chronological report, he had left out several parts of his Sunday afternoon and evening. He neglected to type in the connection he had made between Meadows and the Westland Bank burglary. He also left out the visits to the pawn shop and to see Bremer at the Times. There were no typed summaries of these interviews either. It was only Monday, day 2. He wanted to wait until he had been to the FBI before committing any of that information to the official record. He wanted to know exactly what was going on first. It was a precaution he took on every case. He left the bureau before any of the other detectives had arrived for the day. By 9, Bosch had driven to Westwood and was on the 17th floor of the Federal Building on Wilshire Boulevard. The FBI waiting room was austere. The usual plastic-covered couches and scarred coffee table with old copies of the FBI Bulletin fanned across its fake wood-grain veneer. Bosch didn't bother to sit down or read. He stood before the sheer white curtains that covered the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out at the panorama. The northern exposure offered a view that stretched from the Pacific eastward around the rim of the Santa Monica Mountains to Hollywood. The curtains served as a layer of fog over the smog. He stood with his nose almost touching the soft gauze fabric and looked down across Wilshire at the Veterans Administration Cemetery. Its white stones sprouted in the manicured grass like row after row of baby teeth. Near the cemetery's entrance, a funeral was in progress, with a full honor guard at attention. But there wasn't much of a crowd of mourners. Farther north, at the top of a rise where there were no tombstones, Bosch could see several workers removing sod and using a backhoe to dig up a long slice of the earth. He checked their progress from time to time as he scanned the view, but he could not figure out what they were doing. The clearing was far too long and wide for a grave. By 10:30, the soldier's funeral was done, but the cemetery workers were still toiling on the hill. And Bosch was still waiting at the curtain. A voice finally hit him from behind.
All those graves, such neat rows. I try never to look out the windows here.
He turned. She was tall and lithesome, with brown, wavy hair about to the shoulder with blonde highlights, a nice tan, and little makeup. She looked hard shell, and maybe a little weary for so early in the day, the way lady cops and hookers get. She wore a brown business suit and a white blouse with a chocolate-brown western bow. He detected the unsymmetrical curves of her hips beneath the jacket. She was carrying something small on the left side, maybe a Ruger, which was unusual. Bosch had always known female detectives to carry their weapons in their purses.
That's the Veterans Cemetery, she said to him.
I know. He smiled, but not at that. It was that he had expected Special Agent E.D. Wish to be a man. No reason other than that was what most of the Bureau agents assigned to the bank detail were. Women were part of the newer image of the Bureau and weren't usually found in the heavy squads. It was a fraternity largely made up of dinosaurs and cast-outs, guys who couldn't or wouldn't cut it in the Bureau's hard-charging focus on white-collar espionage and drug investigations. The days of Melvin Purvis, G-Man, were just about over. Bank robbery wasn't flashy anymore. Most bank robbers weren't professional thieves. They were hypes looking for a score that would keep them going for a week. Of course, stealing from a bank was still a federal crime. That was the only reason the Bureau still bothered.
Of course, she said. You must know that. How can I help you, Detective Bosch? I'm Agent Wish.
They shook hands, but Wish made no movement toward the door she had come through. It had closed, and the lock had snapped home. Bosch hesitated a moment and then said, "Well,
I've been waiting all morning to see you. It's about the bank squad. One of your cases?
Yes, that's what you told the receptionist. Sorry to have kept you, but we had no appointment and I had another pressing matter. I wish you had called first.
Bosch nodded his understanding, but again there was no movement toward inviting him in. This isn't working right, he thought. Do you have any coffee back there? He said.
Yes, I believe we do. But can we make this quick? I'm really in the middle of something at the moment.
Who isn't? Bosch thought. She used a card key to open the door and then pulled it open and held it for him. Inside, she led him down a corridor where there were plastic signs on the walls next to the doors. The bureau didn't have the same affinity for acronyms as the police department. The signs were numbered, Group 1, Group 2, and so on. As they went along, he tried to replace her accent. It had been slightly nasal, but not like New York. Philadelphia, he decided. Maybe New Jersey. Definitely not Southern California. Never mind the tan that went with it.
Black,
she said. Cream and sugar, please. She turned and entered a room that was furnished as a small kitchen. There was a counter and cabinets, a coffee maker, a microwave, and a refrigerator. The place reminded Bosch of law offices he had been to give depositions. Nice, neat, expensive. She handed him a styrofoam cup of black coffee and signaled for him to put in his own cream and sugar. She wasn't having any. If it was an attempt to make him uncomfortable, it worked. Bosch felt like an imposition, not someone who brought good news, a break in a big case. He followed her back into the hallway, and they went through the next doorway, which was marked Group 3. It was the bank robbery kidnap unit. The room was about the size of a convenience store. It was the first federal squad room Bosch had been in, and the comparison to his own office was depressing. The furniture here was newer than anything he had ever seen in any LAPD squad. There was actually carpet on the floor and a typewriter or computer at almost every desk. There were 3 rows of 5 desks, and all of them but one were empty. A man in a gray suit sat at the first desk in the middle row, holding a phone to his ear. He didn't look up as Bosch and Wish walked in. Except for the background noise of a tactical channel coming from a scanner on a file cabinet in the back, the place could have passed for a real estate office. Wish took a seat behind the first desk in the first row and gestured for Bosch to take the seat alongside it. This put him directly between Wish and Gray Suit on the phone. Bosch put his coffee down on her desk and began to figure right away that Gray Suit wasn't really on the phone, even though the guy kept saying, or every few moments or so. Wish opened a file drawer in her desk and pulled out a plastic bottle of water, some of which she poured into a paper cup.
We had a 211 at a savings and loan in Santa Monica. Just about everybody's out on it, she explained as he scanned the almost empty room. I was coordinating from here. That's why you had to wait out there. Sorry.
No problem. Get him?
What makes you say it was a him?
Bosch shrugged his shoulders. Percentages?
Well, it was 2 of them, 1 of each. And yes, we got them. They were in a stolen from Reseda reported yesterday. Female went in and took care of business. Male was the wheel. They took the 10 to the 405, then into LAX, where they left the car in front of a skycap at United. Then they took the escalator to the arrivals level, got on a shuttle bus to the flyaway station in Van Nuys, and then took a cab all the way back down to Venice, to a bank. We had an LAPD copter over them the whole time. They never looked up. When she went into the second bank, we thought we were going to see another 211, so we rushed her while she was waiting in line for a teller. Got him in the parking lot. Turned out she was going to deposit the take from the first bank, an interbank transfer, the hard way. See some dumb people in this business, Detective Bosch. What can I do for you?
You can call me Harry.
As I am doing what for you?
Interdepartmental cooperation, he said. Kind of like you and our helicopter this morning. Bosch drank some of his coffee and said, Your name is on a bolo I came across yesterday. Euro case out of downtown. I'm interested in it. I work homicide out of Hollywood.
Yes, I know,
Agent Wish interrupted. Vision.
The receptionist showed me the card you gave. By the way, do you need it back?
That was a cheap shot.
He saw his sad-looking business card on her clean green blotter. It had been in his wallet for months, and its corners were curled up at the edges. It was one of the generic cards the department gave detectives who worked out in the bureaus. It had the embossed police badge on it and the Hollywood Division phone number, but no name. You could buy yourself an ink pad and order a stamp and sit at your desk at the beginning of each week and stamp out a couple of dozen cards, or you could just write your name on the line with a pen and not give out too many. Bosch had done the latter. Nothing the department could do could embarrass him any more. "No, you can keep it. By the way, you have one?" In a quick, impatient motion, she opened the top middle drawer of the desk, took a card out of a little tray and put it down on the desktop next to the elbow Bosch had leaned there. He took another sip of coffee while glancing down at it. The E stood for Eleanor. "So, anyway, you know who I am and where I come from," he began. "And I know a little about you. For instance, you investigated, or are investigating, a bank caper from last year in which the perps came in through the ground. A tunnel job, Westland National." He noticed her attention immediately pick up with that, and even thought he sensed Graysuit's breathing catch. Bosch had a line in the right water. "Your name is on the bulletins. I'm investigating a homicide I believe is related to your case, and I want to know... Basically, I want to know what you've got. Can we talk about suspects, possible suspects? I think we might be looking for the same people. I think my guy might have been one of your perps." Wish was quiet for a moment and played with a pencil she'd picked up off the blotter. She pushed Bosch's card around on the green square with the eraser end. Graysuit was still acting like he was on the phone. Bosch glanced over at him, and their eyes briefly connected. Bosch nodded, and Graysuit looked away. Bosch figured he was looking at the man whose comments had been in the newspaper articles, Special Agent John Rourke.
"You can do better than that, can't you, Detective Bosch?" Wish said. "I mean, you just walk in here and wave the flag of cooperation and you expect me to just open up our files?"
She tapped the pencil 3 times on the desk and shook her head like she was disciplining a child.
"How about a name?" she said. "How about giving me some reason for the connection? We usually handle this kind of request through channels. We have liaisons that evaluate requests from other law enforcement agencies to share files and information. You know that. I think it might be best—"
Bosch pulled the FBI bulletin with the insurance photo of the bracelet out of his pocket. He unfolded it and laid it on the blotter. Then he took the pawn shop Polaroid out of the other pocket and also dropped that on the desk. "Westland National," he said, tapping a finger on the bulletin. "The bracelet was pawned 6 weeks ago in a downtown shop. My guy pawned it. Now he's dead." She kept her eyes on the Polaroid bracelet, and Bosch saw recognition there. The case had stayed that much with her. "The name is William Meadows. Found him in a pipe yesterday morning up at the Mulholland Dam." Graysuit ended his one-sided conversation. He said,
"I appreciate the information. I have to go. We're wrapping up at 2:11. Uh-huh. Thank you. Yeah, you too. Goodbye now."
Bosch didn't look at him. He watched Wish. He thought he sensed that she wanted to look over at Graysuit. Her eyes darted that way, but then quickly went back to the photograph. Something wasn't right, and Bosch decided to jump back into the silence. "Why don't we skip the bullshit, Agent Wish? As far as I can tell, you've never recovered a single stock certificate, a single coin, a single jewel, a single gold and jade bracelet. You've got nothing. So screw the liaison stuff. I mean, what is this? My guy pawned the bracelet. He ended up dead. Why? We have parallel investigations here, don't you think? More likely, the same investigation." Nothing. "My guy was either given that bracelet by your perps, or he stole it from them, or possibly he was one of them. So maybe the bracelet wasn't supposed to turn up yet. Nothing else has. And he goes and breaks the rules and pawns the thing. They whack him, then go to the pawn shop and steal it back. Whatever. The thing is, we are looking for the same people, and I need a direction to start in." She remained silent still, but Bosch sensed a decision coming. This time he waited her out.
"Tell me about him,"
she finally said. He told her about the anonymous call, about the body, about the apartment that had been searched, about finding the pawn stub hidden behind the photo, and then going to the pawn shop to find the bracelet stolen. He didn't say that he had known Meadows.
"Anything else taken from the pawn shop, or just this bracelet?"
she asked when he was done. Of course, yes, but just as a cover for the real thing they wanted, the bracelet. Way I see it, Meadows was killed because whoever killed him wanted the bracelet. He was tortured before he was murdered because they wanted to know where it was. They got what they needed, killed him, then went and got the bracelet. Mind if I smoke?
"Yes, I do. What could be so important about one bracelet? This bracelet is only a drop in the bucket of what was taken, or what hasn't ever turned up."
Bosch had thought of that and didn't have an answer. He said, "I don't know."
"If he was tortured, as you say, why was the pawn ticket there for you to find? And why did they have to break into the pawn shop? You're suggesting that he told them where the bracelet was but didn't give up the ticket?"
Bosch had thought about this, too. He said, "I don't know. Maybe he knew they wouldn't let him live, so he only gave them half of what they needed. He kept something back. It was a clue. He left the pawn stub behind as a clue." Bosch thought about the scenario. He had first begun to put it together when rereading his notes and the reports he had typed. He decided it was time to play one more card. "I knew Meadows 20 years ago."
"You knew this victim, Detective Bosch?"
Her voice was louder now, accusatory.
"Why didn't you say that when you first came in here? Since when does the LAPD allow its detectives to go around investigating the deaths of their friends?"
"I didn't say that. I said I knew him 20 years ago. And I didn't ask for the case. It was my turn in the bucket. I got the call out. It was—" He didn't want to say coincidence.
"This is all very interesting," Wish said. "It is also irregular. I'm not sure we can help you. I think—"
"Look, when I knew him, it was with the U.S. Army, 1st Infantry in Vietnam, okay? We were both there. He was what they called a tunnel rat. Do you know what that means? I was one, too." Wish said nothing. She was looking down at the bracelet again. Bosch had totally forgotten about Gray Suit. "The Vietnamese had tunnels under their villages," Bosch said. "Some were a century old. The tunnels went from hooch to hooch, village to village, jungle to jungle. They were under some of our own camps, everywhere. And that was our job, the tunnel soldiers, to go down into those things. There was a whole other war under the ground." Bosch realized that aside from a shrink and a circle group at the VA in Sepulveda, he had never told anyone about the tunnels and what he did. And Meadows, he was good at it. As much as you could like going down into that blackness with just a flashlight and a .45, well, he did. Sometimes we'd go down and it would take hours, and sometimes it would take days. And Meadows, well, he was the only one I ever knew over there that wasn't scared of going down there. It was life above ground that scared him. She didn't say anything. Bosch looked over at Gray Suit, who was writing on a yellow tablet Bosch couldn't read. Bosch heard someone report on the TAC channel that he was transporting 2 prisoners to the Metro lockup. "So now, 20 years later, you've got a tunnel caper, and I've got a dead tunnel fighter. He was found in a pipe, a tunnel. He had property from your caper." Bosch felt around in his pockets for his cigarettes, then remembered she had said no. "We have to work together on this one, right now." He knew by her face it hadn't worked. He emptied his coffee cup, ready for the door. He didn't look at Wish now. He heard Gray Suit pick up the phone again and punch a number out. He stared down at the residue of sugar in the bottom of his cup. He hated sugar in his coffee.
"Detective Bosch," Wish began, "I am sorry you had to wait in the hall so long this morning. I am sorry this fellow soldier you knew, Meadows, is dead. Whether it was 20 years ago or not, I am. I have sympathy for him and you and what you may have had to go through. But I am also sorry that I can't help you at the moment. I will have to follow established protocol and talk to my supervisor. I will get back to you as soon as possible. That is all I can do at the moment."
Bosch dropped the cup into a trash can next to her desk and reached over to pick up the Polaroid and the bulletin page.
"Can we keep the photo here?" Agent Wish asked. "I need to show it to my supervisor."
Bosch kept the Polaroid. He got up and stepped in front of Gray Suit's desk. He held the Polaroid up to the man's face. "He's seen it," he said over his shoulder as he walked out of the office. Deputy Chief Irvin Irving sat at his desk, bruxing his teeth and working the muscles of his jaw into hard rubber balls. He was disturbed, and this clenching and gnashing of teeth was his habit when disturbed or in solitary contemplative moods. As a result, the musculature of his jaw had become the most pronounced feature of his face. When looked at head-on, Irving's jawline was actually wider than his ears, which were pinned flat against his shaven skull and had a wing-like shape to them. The ears and the jaw gave Irving an intimidating, if not odd, visage. He looked like a flying jaw, as though his powerful molars could crush marbles, and Irving did all he could to promote this image of himself as a fearsome junkyard dog who might sink his teeth into a shoulder or leg and tear out a piece of meat the size of a softball. It was an image that had helped overcome his one impediment as a Los Angeles policeman, his silly name, and could only aid him in his long-planned ascendancy to the chief's office on the 6th floor. So he indulged the habit, even if it did cost him a new set of $2,000 molar implants every 18 months. Irving pulled his tie tight against his throat and ran his hand over his gleaming scalp. He reached to the intercom buzzer. Though he could have easily pushed the speaker button then and barked his command, he waited for his new adjutant's reply first. This was another of his habits.
Yes, Chief?
He loved hearing that. He smiled, then leaned forward until his great, wide jaw was inches from the intercom speaker. He was a man who did not trust that technology could do what it was supposed to do. He had to put his mouth to the speaker and shout. "Mary, get me the jacket on Harry Bosch. It should be in the actives." He spelled the first and last names for her.
Right away, Chief.
Irving leaned back, smiled through clenched teeth, but then thought he felt something out of alignment. He deftly ran his tongue over his left rear lower molar, searching for a defect in its smooth surface, maybe a slight fissure. Nothing. He opened the desk drawer and took out a small mirror. He opened his mouth and studied the back teeth. He put the mirror back and took out a pale blue post-it pad and made a note to call for a dental checkup. He closed the drawer and remembered the time he had popped a fortune cookie into his mouth while dining with the city councilman from the west side. The right rear lower molar had crumbled on the stale cookie. The junkyard dog decided to swallow the dental debris rather than expose the weakness to the councilman, whose confirmation vote he would someday need and expect. During the meal, he had brought to the councilman's attention the fact that his nephew, and LAPD motorman, was a closet homosexual. Irving mentioned that he was doing his best to protect the nephew and prevent his exposure. The department was as homophobic as a Nebraska church, and if the word leaked to the rank and file, Irving explained to the councilman, the officer could forget any hope for advancement. He could also expect brutal harassment from the rest of LA's finest. Irving didn't need to mention the consequences if a scandal broke publicly. Even on the liberal West Side, it wouldn't help a councilman's mayoral ambitions. Irving was smiling at the memory when Officer Mary Grosso knocked and then walked into the office with a 1-inch thick file in her hand. She placed it on Irving's glass-topped desk. There was nothing else on its gleaming surface, not even a phone.
You were right, Chief. It was still in the actives files.
The deputy chief in charge of the Internal Affairs Division leaned forward and said, "Yes, I believe I did not have it transferred to archives because I had a feeling we had not seen the last of Detective Bosch. Let me see, that would be Lewis and Clark, I believe." He opened the file and read the notations on the inside of the jacket. "Yes. Mary, will you have Lewis and Clark come in, please?"
Chief, I saw them in the squad. They were getting ready for a BOR. I'm not sure which case.
"Well, Mary, they will have to cancel the Board of Rights, and please do not talk to me in abbreviations. I am a slow-moving, careful policeman. I do not like shortcuts. I do not like abbreviations. You will learn that. Now, tell Lewis and Clark I want them to delay the hearing and report to me forthwith." He flexed his jaw muscles and held them, hard as tennis balls, at their full width. Grosso scurried from the office. Irving relaxed and paged through the file, reacquainting himself with Harry Bosch. He noted Bosch's military record and his fast advance through the department, from patrol to detectives to the elite robbery-homicide division in 8 years. Then the fall. Administrative transfer last year from robbery-homicide to Hollywood homicide. Should have been fired, Irving lamented as he studied the entries on Bosch's career chronology. Next, Irving scanned the evaluation report on a psychological given Bosch the year before to determine if he should be allowed to return to duty after killing an unarmed man. The department psychologist wrote, "Through his war and police experiences, most notably including the aforementioned shooting resulting in fatality, the subject has to a high degree become desensitized to violence. He speaks in terms of violence or the aspect of violence being an accepted part of his day-to-day life for all of his life. Therefore, it is unlikely that what transpired previously will act as a psychological deterrent should he again be placed in circumstances where he must act with deadly force in order to protect himself or others. I believe he will be able to act without delay. He will be able to pull the trigger. In fact, his conversation reveals no ill effects at all from the shooting, unless his sense of satisfaction with the outcome of the incident, the suspect's death, should be deemed inappropriate. Irving closed the file and tapped it with a manicured nail. He then picked a strand of long brown hair, Officer Mary Grosso's, he presumed, off the glass desktop and dropped it into a wastebasket next to the desk. Harry Bosch was a problem, he thought. A good cop, a good detective. Actually, Irving grudgingly admired his homicide work, particularly his affinity for serial slayers. But in the long run, the deputy chief believed, outsiders did not work well inside the system. Harry Bosch was an outsider, always would be, not part of the LAPD family. And now the worst had come to Irving's attention. Bosch had not only left the family, but appeared to be engaged in activities that would hurt the family, embarrass the family. Irving decided that he would have to move swiftly and surely. He swiveled in his chair and looked out the window at City Hall, across Los Angeles Street. Then his gaze dropped, as it always did, to the marble fountain in front of Parker Center, the memorial to officers killed in the line of duty. There was family, he thought. There was honor. He clenched his teeth powerfully, triumphantly. Just then the door opened. Detectives Pierce Lewis and Don Clark strode into the office and presented themselves. Neither spoke. They could have been brothers. They shared close-cropped brown hair, the arm-splayed build of weightlifters, conservative gray silk suits. Lewis's had a thin charcoal stripe, Clark's maroon. Each man was built wide and low to the ground for better handling. Each had a slightly forward tilt to his body, as if he were wading out to sea, crashing through breakers with his face. "Gentlemen," said Irving, "we have a problem, a priority problem, with an officer who has come across our threshold before, an officer you two worked with some degree of success before." Lewis and Clark glanced at each other, and Clark allowed himself a small, quick smile. He couldn't guess who it could be, but he liked going after repeaters. They were so desperate. "Harry Bosch," Irving said. He waited a moment to let the name sink in, then said, "You need to take a little ride up to Hollywood Division. I want to open a 1.81 on him right away. Complainant will be the Federal Bureau of Investigation."
FBI?
Lewis said. "What did he do with them?" Irving corrected him for using the abbreviation for the Bureau and told them to sit down in the two chairs in front of his desk. He spent the next 10 minutes recounting the telephone call he had received minutes earlier from the Bureau. "The Bureau says it is too coincidental," he concluded. "I concur. He may be dirty in this, and the Bureau wants him off the Meadows case. At the very least, it appears he intervened to help this suspect, his former military comrade, avoid a jail term last year, possibly so he could accomplish this bank burglary. Whether Bosch knew this, or if there was further involvement in the crime, I do not know. But we are going to find out what Detective Bosch is up to." Irving delayed here to drive home his point with a full jaw flex. Lewis and Clark knew better than to interrupt. Irving then said, "This opportunity opens the door for the department to do what it was unable to accomplish before with Bosch. Eliminate him. You will report directly to me. Oh, and I want Bosch's supervisor, a Lieutenant Pounds, copied with your daily reports. On the quiet. But you will do more than copy me. I want telephonic reports twice daily, morning and evening." "We're on our way," Lewis said as he stood up. "Aim high, gentlemen, but be careful," Irving counseled them. "Detective Harry Bosch is no longer the celebrity he once was, but nevertheless do not let him slip away." Bosch's embarrassment at being unceremoniously dismissed by Agent Wish had turned to anger and frustration as he rode down the elevator. It was like a physical presence in his chest that jumped into his throat as the stainless steel cell descended. He was alone, and when the pager on his belt started to chirp, he let it go on for its allotted 15 seconds rather than turn it off. He swallowed his anger and embarrassment and formed it into resolve. As he stepped out of the elevator car, he looked down at the phone number on the pager's digital display. An 818 area code. The Valley, but he didn't recognize the number. He stepped to a pod of payphones in the courtyard in front of the Federal Building and dialed the number. 90 cents, an electronic voice said. Luckily, he had the loose change. He dumped it in, and the call was picked up on a half ring by Jerry Edgar.
Harry,
He began without a hello.
I'm still up here at the VA, and I'm getting the runaround, man. They don't have any files on Meadows. They say I have to go through D.C. or I got to get a warrant. I tell them I know there is a file, on account of what you told me. I say, look, if I was to get a search warrant, can you look and make sure you know where this file is? And so they're looking for a while, and what they finally come out saying is, yes, they had a file, but it's gone. Guess who came and got it with a court order last year?
The FBI.
You know something I don't know?
I haven't exactly been sitting on my ass. They say when the Bureau took it, or why?
They weren't told why. FBI agent just came in with the warrant and took it. Checked it out last September and hasn't brought it back since. Didn't give a reason. The fucking BI doesn't have to.
Bosch was quiet while he thought about this. They knew all along. Wish knew about Meadows and the tunnels and everything else he had just told her. It had all been a show.
Harry, you there?
Yeah, listen. Did they show you a copy of the paperwork or know the name of the agent?
Nah, they couldn't find the subpoena receipt, and nobody remembered the agent's name, except that she was a woman.
Take this number where I'm at. Go back to them in records and ask for another file. Just see if it's there. My file. He gave Edgar the payphone number, his date of birth, social security number, and his full name, spelling out his real first name.
Jesus! That's your first name? Harry, for short. Whew. How'd your mama come up with that one?
She had a thing about 15th century painters. It goes with the last name. Go check on the file and call me back. I'll wait here.
I can't even pronounce it, man.
Rhymes with anonymous.
Okay, I'll try that. Where you at, anyway?
A payphone outside the FBI. Bosch hung up before his partner could ask any questions. He lit a cigarette and leaned on the phone booth while watching a small group of people walking in a circle on the long green lawn in front of the building. They were holding up homemade signs and placards that protested a proposal to open new oil leases in Santa Monica Bay. He saw signs that said, "Just say no to oil," and "Isn't the bay polluted enough?" and "United States of Exxon," and so on. He noticed a couple of TV news crews on the lawn filming the protest. That was the key, he thought. Exposure. As long as the media showed up and put it on the 6 o'clock news, the protest was a success. A soundbite success. Bosch noticed that the group's apparent spokesman was being interviewed on camera by a woman he recognized from Channel 4. He also recognized the spokesman, but he wasn't sure from where. After a few moments of watching the man's ease during the interview in front of the camera, Bosch placed him. The guy was a TV actor who used to play a drunk on a popular situation comedy that Bosch had seen once or twice. Though the guy still looked like a drunk, the show wasn't on anymore. Bosch was on his second cigarette, leaning on the phone booth and beginning to feel the heat of the day, when he looked up at the glass doors of the building and saw Agent Eleanor Wish walking through. She was looking down and digging a hand through her purse and hadn't noticed him. Quickly, and without analyzing why, he ducked behind the phones and, using them as a shield, moved around them as she walked by. It was sunglasses she had been looking for in the purse. Now she had them on as she walked past the protesters without even a glance in their direction. She headed up Veteran Avenue to Wilshire Boulevard. Bosch knew the Federal Garage was under the building. Wish was walking in the opposite direction. She was going somewhere nearby. The phone rang.
Harry, they have your file, too. The FBI. What's going on?
Edgar's voice was urgent and confused. He didn't like waves. He didn't like mysteries. He was a straight 9-to-5 man. "I don't know what's going on. They wouldn't tell me," Bosch replied. "You head into the office. We'll talk there. If you get there before me, I want you to make a call over to the subway project. Personnel. See if they had Meadows working there. Try under the name Fields, too. Then just do the paper on the TV stabbing, like we said. Keep your end of our deal. I'll meet you there."
Harry, you told me you knew this guy, Meadows. Maybe we should tell 98 it's a conflict, that we ought to turn the case over to RHD or somebody else on the table.
"We'll talk about it in a little while, Jed.
Don't do anything or talk to anybody about it till I get there." Bosch hung up the phone and walked off toward Wilshire. He could see Wish already had turned east toward Westwood Village. He closed the distance between them, crossed to the other side of the street, and followed behind. He was careful not to get too close, so that his reflection would not be in the shop windows she was looking in as she walked. When she reached Westwood Boulevard, she turned north and crossed Wilshire, coming to Bosch's side of the street. He ducked into a bank lobby. After a few moments, he went back out on the sidewalk, and she was gone. He looked both ways and then trotted up to the corner. He saw her a half-block up Westwood, going into the village. Wish slowed in front of some shop windows and came to a stop in front of a sporting goods store. Bosch could see female mannequins in the window, dressed in lime green running shorts and shirts. Last year's fad, on sale today. Wish looked at the outfits for a few moments and then headed off, not stopping until she was in the theater district. She turned into Stratton's Bar and Grill. Bosch, on the other side of the street, passed the restaurant without looking and went up to the next corner. He stood in front of the Bruin, below the old theater's marquee, and looked back. She hadn't come out. He wondered if there was a rear door. He looked at his watch. It was a little early for lunch, but maybe she liked to beat the crowd. Maybe she liked to eat alone. He crossed the street to the other corner and stood below the canopy of the Fox Theater. He could see through the front window of Stratton's, but didn't see her. He walked through the parking lot next to the restaurant and into the rear alley. He saw a public access door at the back. Had she seen him and used the restaurant to slip away? It had been a long while since he had been on a one-man tail, but he didn't think she had made him. He headed down the alley and went in the back door. Eleanor Wish was sitting alone in a row of wooden booths along the restaurant's right wall. Like any careful cop, she sat facing the front door, so she didn't see Bosch until he slid onto the bench across from her and picked up the menu she had already scanned and dropped on the table. He said, "Never been here. Anything good?" "What is this?" she said, surprise clearly showing on her face. "I don't know. I thought you might want some company." "Did you follow me? You followed me." "At least I'm being upfront about it. You know, you made a mistake back at the office. You played it too cool. I walk in with the only lead you've had in 9 months, and you want to talk about liaisons and bullshit. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't figure out what. Now I know." "What are you talking about?" "Never mind. I don't want to know." She made a move to slide out of the booth, but Bosch reached across the table and firmly put his hand on her wrist. Her skin was warm and moist from the walk over. She stopped and turned and smoked him with brown eyes so angry and hot they could have burned his name on a tombstone. "Let go," she said, her voice tightly controlled, but carrying enough of an edge to suggest she could lose it. He let go. "Don't leave, please." She lingered a moment, and he worked quickly. He said, "It's all right. I understand the reasons for the whole thing, the cold reception back there, everything. I have to say, it actually was good work, what you did. I can't hold it against you." "Bosch, listen to me. I don't know what you are talking about. I know you already knew about Meadows, the tunnels, the whole thing. You pulled his military files. You pulled mine. You probably pulled files on every rat that made it out of that place alive. There had to have been something in the Westland job that connected to the tunnels back there." She looked at him for a long moment and was about to speak when a waitress approached with a pad and pencil. "Yeah, for now, just 1 coffee, black, and an Evian. Thank you," Bosch said, before Wish or the waitress could speak. The waitress walked away, writing on the pad. "I thought you were a cream and sugar cop," Wish said. "Only when people try to guess what I am." Her eyes seemed to soften then, but only a bit. "Detective Bosch, look, I don't know how you know what you think you know, but I am not going to discuss the Westland case. It is exactly as I said at the Bureau. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I really am." Bosch said, "I guess maybe I should resent it, but I don't. It was a logical step in the investigation. I would have done the same. You take anybody who fit the profile, tunnel rat, and sift them through the evidence." "You're not a suspect, Bosch, okay? So drop it." "I know I'm not a suspect." He gave a short, forced burst of laughter. "I was serving a suspension down in Mexico and can prove it. But you already know that. So for me, fine. I'll drop it. But I need what you have on Meadows. You pulled his files back in September. You must have done a workup on him. Surveillance, known associates background, maybe.
I bet you even pulled him in and talked to him. I need it all, now, today, not in 3-4 weeks when some liaison puts a stamp on it. The waitress came back with the coffee and water. Wish pulled her glass close, but didn't drink.
Detective Bosch, you are off the case. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be the one to tell you, but you're off. You go back to your office and you'll find out. We made a call after you left.
He was holding his coffee with 2 hands, elbows on the table. He carefully put the cup down on the saucer, in case his hands began to shake.
What did you do?
Bosch asked.
I'm sorry,
Eleanor Wish said.
After you left, Rourke, the guy you shoved the picture in front of, he called the number on your card and talked to a Lieutenant Pounds. He told him about your visit today and suggested there was a conflict, you investigating a friend's death. He said some other things and...
What other things?
Look, Bosch, I know about you. I'll admit we pulled your files, we checked you out. Hell, but to do that, all we had to do was read the newspapers back then. You and that doll-maker thing. So I know what you have been through with the internal people, and this isn't going to help, but it was Rourke's decision.
What other things did he tell?
He told the truth. He said both your name and Meadows's had come up in our investigation. He said you both knew each other. He asked that you be taken off the case, so all of this doesn't matter.
Bosch looked off out of the booth. I want to hear you answer, he said. Am I a suspect?
No. At least you weren't until you walked in this morning. Now, I don't know. I'm trying to be honest. I mean, you have to look at this from our standpoint. One guy we looked at last year comes in and says he's investigating the murder of another guy we looked very hard at. This first guy says, "Let me see your files."
She didn't have to tell him as much as she had. He knew this, and knew she was probably going out on a limb saying anything at all. For all the shit he had just stepped in or been put in, Harry Bosch was beginning to like cold, hard Eleanor Wish. If you won't tell me about Meadows, tell me one thing about myself. You said I was looked at and then dropped. How'd you clear me? You go to Mexico?
That and other things.
She looked at him a moment before going on.
You were cleared early on. At first, we got excited. I mean, we looked through the files of people with tunnel experience in Vietnam, and there, sitting on the top, was the famous Harry Bosch, detective superstar, a couple of books written about his cases, TV movie, a spin-off series, and the guy the newspapers just happened to have been filled with, the guy whose star crashed with a 1-month suspension and transfer from the elite robbery homicide division to...
She hesitated. The sewer. He finished it for her. She looked down into her glass and continued.
So, right away, Rourke started figuring that maybe that's how you spent your time, digging this tunnel into the bank. From hero to heel, this was your way to get back at society, something crazy like that. But when we backgrounded you and asked around quietly, we heard you went down to Mexico for the month. We sent someone down to Ensenada and checked it out. You were clear. Around then, we also had gotten your medical files from the VA up at Sepulveda. Oh, that's it. That's who you checked with this morning, isn't it?
He nodded. She continued.
Anyway, in the medical, there were the psychiatrist's reports. I'm sorry, this seems like such an invasion.
I want to know.
The therapy for PTS. I mean, you are completely functional, but you have infrequent manifestation of post-traumatic stress in forms of insomnia and other things. Claustrophobia. A doctor even wrote once that you wouldn't go into a tunnel like that never again. Anyway, we put a profile of you through our behavioral sciences lab in Quantico. They discounted you as a suspect, said it was unlikely that you would cross the line for something like financial gain.
She let all of that sink in a few moments. Those VA files are old, Bosch said. The whole story is old. I'm not going to sit here and present a case for why I should be a suspect, but that VA stuff is old. I haven't seen a shrink, VA or otherwise, in 5 years. And as far as that phobia shit goes, I went into a tunnel to look at Meadows yesterday. What do you think your shrinks in Quantico would write about that? He could feel his face turn red with embarrassment. He had said too much. But the more he tried to control and hide it, the more blood rushed into his face. The wide-hipped waitress chose that moment to come back and freshen his coffee.
"Ready to order?"
she said.
"No,"
Wish said without taking her eyes off Bosch.
"not yet. Hon, we have a big lunch crowd coming in here, and we're going to need the table for people what want to eat. I make my living off the hungry ones, not the ones too angry to eat.
She walked away with Bosch thinking that waitresses were probably better observers of human behavior than most cops. Wish said,
I am sorry about all of this. You should have let me get up when I first wanted to.
The embarrassment was gone, but the anger was still there. He wasn't looking out of the booth anymore. He was looking right at her. You think you know me from some papers in a file? You don't know me. Tell me what you know.
I don't know you. I know about you, she said. She stopped a moment to gather her thoughts. You are an institutional man, Detective Bosch. Your whole life. Youth shelters, foster homes, the army, then the police. Never leave the system. One flawed societal institution after another.
She sipped some water and seemed to be deciding whether to go on. She did.
Hieronymus Bosch. The only thing your mother gave you was the name of a painter dead 500 years. But I imagine the stuff you've seen would make the bizarre stuff of dreams he painted look like Disneyland. Your mother was alone. She had to give you up. You grew up in foster homes, youth halls. You survived that, and you survived Vietnam, and you survived the police department. So far, at least. But you are an outsider in an insider's job. You made it to RHD and worked the headline cases, but you were an outsider all along. You did things your way, and eventually they busted you out for it.
She emptied her glass, seemingly to give Bosch time to stop her from continuing. He didn't.
It only took one mistake, she said. You killed a man last year. He was a killer himself, but that didn't matter. According to the reports, you thought he was reaching under a pillow on the bed for a gun. Turned out he was reaching for his toupee. Almost laughable. But IAD found a witness who said she told you beforehand that the suspect kept his hair under the pillow. Since she was a street whore, her credibility was in question. It wasn't enough to bounce you, but it cost you your position. Now you work Hollywood, the place most people in the department call the sewer.
Her voice trailed off. She was finished. Bosch didn't say anything, and there was a long period of silence. The waitress cruised by the booth, but knew better than to speak to them. When you get back to the office, he finally began, you tell Rourke to make one more call. He got me off the case, he can get me back on.
I can't do it. He won't do it.
Yes, he'll do it. And tell him he has until tomorrow morning to do it.
Oh, what? What can you do? I mean, let's be honest. With your record, you'll probably be suspended by tomorrow. As soon as Pounds got off the phone with Rourke, he probably called IAD if Rourke didn't do it himself.
Doesn't matter. Tomorrow morning I hear something, or tell Rourke he'll be reading a story in the Times about how an FBI suspect in a major bank heist, a subject of FBI surveillance no less, was murdered right under the Bureau's nose, taking with him the answers to the celebrated Westland Tunnel caper. All the facts might not be right or in the correct order, but it'll be close enough. More important than that, it will be a good read, and it'll make waves all the way to D.C. It'll be embarrassing, and it'll also be a warning to whoever did Meadows. You'll never get them then. And Rourke will always be known as the guy who let them get away. She looked at him, shaking her head as if she were above this whole mess.
It's not my call. I'll have to go back to him and let him decide what to do. But if it was me, I'd call your bluff. And I will tell you straight out, that's what I'll tell him to do.
It's no bluff. You've checked me out. You know I'll go to the media, and the media will listen to me and like it. Be smart. You tell him it's no bluff. I'll have nothing to lose by doing it. He'll have nothing to lose by bringing me in. He began to slide out of the booth. He stopped and threw a couple of dollar bills on the table. You've got my file. You know where you can reach me.
Yes, we do,
she said, and then, Hey, Bosch? He stopped and looked back at her.
The street whore. Was she telling the truth about the pillow?
Don't they all? Bosch parked in the lot behind the station on Wilcox and smoked right up until he reached the rear door. He killed a butt on the ground and went in, leaving behind the odor of vomit that wafted from the mesh windows at the rear of the station holding tank. Jerry Edgar was pacing in the back hall waiting for him. Harry, we've got a fourth whiff from 98. Yeah? What about? I don't know, but he's been coming out of the glass box every 10 minutes looking for you. You got your beeper and the Motorola turned off, and I saw a couple of the IAD silks up from downtown go in there with him a while ago." Bosch nodded without saying anything comforting to his partner. "What's going on?" Edgar blurted. "If we've got a story, let's get it straight before we go in there. You've had experience with this shit, not me."
"I'm not sure what's going on. I think they're kicking us off the case. Me, at least." He was very nonchalant about the whole thing.
"Harry, they don't bring IAD in to do that. Something's on, and man, I hope whatever you did, you didn't fuck me up, too."
Edgar immediately looked embarrassed.
"Sorry, Harry. I didn't mean it that way."
"Relax. Let's go see what the man wants." Bosch headed toward the detective's squad room. Edgar said he'd cut through the watch office and then come in from the front hall so it wouldn't look like they had collaborated on a story. When Bosch got to his desk, the first thing he noticed was that the blue murder book on the Meadows case was gone. But he also noticed that whoever had taken it had missed the cassette tape with the 911 call on it. Bosch picked up the cassette and put it in his coat pocket just as 98's voice boomed out of the glass office at the head of the squad room. He yelled just one word. "Bosch!" The other detectives in the squad room looked around. Bosch got up and slowly walked toward the glass box as the office of Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds, was called. Through the windows he could see the backs of two suits sitting in there with Pounds. Bosch recognized them as the two IAD detectives who had handled the dollmaker case, Lewis and Clark. Edgar came into the squad through the front hallway just as Bosch passed, and they walked into the glass box together. Pounds sat dull-eyed behind his desk. The men from Internal Affairs did not move. "First thing, no smoking, Bosch. You got that?" Pounds said. "In fact, the whole squad stunk like an ashtray this morning. I'm not even going to ask if it was you." Department and city policy outlawed smoking in all community-shared offices, such as squad rooms. It was okay to smoke in a private office if it was your office, or if the office's occupant allowed visitors to smoke. Pounds was a reformed smoker, and militant about it. Most of the 32 detectives he commanded smoked like junkies. When 98 wasn't around, many of them would go into his office for a quick fix, rather than have to go out to the parking lot, where they'd miss phone calls and where the smell of piss and puke migrated from the rear windows of the drunk tank. Pounds had taken to locking his office door, even on quick trips up the hall to the station commander's office, but anybody with a letter opener could pop the door in 3 seconds. The lieutenant was constantly returning and finding his office space fouled by smoke. He had 2 fans in the 10-by-10 room and a can of Glade on the desk. Since the frequency of the fouling had increased with the reassignment of Bosch from Parker Center to Hollywood detectives, 98 pounds was convinced Bosch was the major offender. And he was right, but he had never caught Bosch in the act. "Is that what this is about?" Bosch asked. "Smoking in the office?" "Just sit down," Pounds snapped. Bosch held his hands up to show there were no cigarettes between his fingers. Then he turned to the 2 men from Internal Affairs. "Well, Jed, it looks like we might be off on a Lewis and Clark expedition here. I haven't seen the great explorers on the move since they sent me on a no-expense-paid vacation to Mexico. Did some of their finest work on that one. Headlines, sound bites, the whole thing. The stars of Internal Affairs." The 2 IAD cops' faces immediately reddened with anger. "This time you might do yourself a favor and keep your smart mouth shut," Clark said. "You're in serious trouble, Bosch. You get it?" "Yeah, I get it. Thanks for the tip. I got one for you, too. Go back to the leisure suit you used to wear before you became Irving's Bendover. You know, the yellow thing that matched your teeth. The polyester does more for you than the silk. In fact, one of the guys out there in the bullpen mentioned that the ass end of that suit is getting shiny, all the work you do riding a desk." All right, Pounds cut in. "Bosch, Edgar, sit down and shut up for a minute. This lieutenant—"
"I didn't say one thing," Edgar began.
Shut up! Everybody! Shut up a minute!" Pounds barked. "Jesus Christ! Edgar, for the record, these 2 are from Internal Affairs, if you didn't already know. Detectives Lewis and Clark. What this is—"
"I want a lawyer," Bosch said.
Me too, I guess,"
added Edgar.
"Oh, bullshit," Pounds said. We're going to talk about this and get some things straight, and we aren't bringing any Police Protective League bullshit into it. If you want a lawyer, you can get one later. Right now, you're going to sit here, the both of you, and answer some questions. If not, Edgar, you are going to be bounced out of that $800 suit and back into uniform. And Bosch, you'll probably go down for the count this time.
For a few moments there was silence in the small room, even though the tension among the 5 men threatened to shatter the windows. Pounds looked out at the squad room and saw about a dozen detectives acting as if they were working, but who were actually trying to pick up whatever they could through the glass. Some had been attempting to read the lieutenant's lips. He got up and lowered a set of Venetian blinds over the windows. He rarely did this. It was a signal to the squad that this was big. Even Edgar showed his concern, audibly exhaling. Pounds sat back down. He tapped a long fingernail on the blue plastic binder that lay closed on his desk. "Okay, now let's get down to it," he began. "You 2 guys are off the Meadows case. That's number 1. No questions, you're done. Now, from the top, you're going to tell us anything and everything." At that, Lewis snapped open a briefcase and pulled out a cassette tape recorder. He turned it on and put it on Pounds's spotless desk. Bosch had been partnered with Edgar only 8 months. He didn't know him well enough to know how he would take this kind of bullying, or how far he could hold out against these bastards, but he did know him well enough to know he liked him and didn't want him to get jammed up. His only sin in this whole thing was that he had wanted Sunday afternoon off to sell houses. "This is bullshit," Bosch said, pointing to the recorder. "Turn that off," Pound said to Lewis, pointing to the recorder, which was actually closer to him than to Lewis. The Internal Affairs detective stood up and picked up the recorder. He turned it off, hit the rewind button, and replaced it on the desk. After Lewis sat back down, Pound said, "Jesus Christ, Bosch. The FBI calls me today and tells me they've got you as a possible suspect in a goddamn bank heist. They say this Meadows was a suspect in the same job, and by virtue of that, you should now be considered a suspect in the Meadows kill. You think we aren't going to ask questions about that?" Edgar was exhaling louder now. He was hearing this for the first time. "Keep the tape off and we'll talk," Bosch said. Pounds contemplated that for a moment and said, "For now, no tape. Tell us." "First off, Edgar doesn't know shit about this. We made a deal yesterday. I take the Meadows case and he goes home. He does the wrap-up on Spivey, the TV stabbed the night before. This FBI stuff, the bank job, he doesn't know for shit. Let him go." Pounds seemed to make a point of not looking at Lewis or Clark or Edgar. He'd make this decision on his own. It produced a slight glimmer of respect in Bosch, like a candle set out in the eye of a hurricane of incompetence. Pounds opened his desk drawer and pulled out an old wooden ruler. He fiddled with it with both hands. He finally looked at Edgar. "That right, what Bosch says?" Edgar nodded. "You know, it makes him look bad, like he was trying to keep the case for himself, conceal the connections from you." "He told me he knew Meadows. He was up front all the way. It was a Sunday. We weren't going to get anybody to come out and take it off us on account of him knowing the guy 20 years ago. Besides, most of the people who end up dead in Hollywood, the police have known one way or the other. This stuff about the bank and all, he must have found out after I left. I'm finding it all out sitting here." "Okay," Pound said. "You got any of the paper on this one?" Edgar shook his head. "Okay, finish up what you've got on the, what'd you call it?" "Spivey, yeah, the Spivey case. I'm assigning you a new partner. I don't know who, but I'll let you know." "Okay, go on, that's all." Edgar let out one more audible breath and stood up. Harvey, 98 pounds, let things settle in the room for a few moments after Edgar left. Bosch wanted a cigarette badly, even to just hold one unlit in his mouth, but he wouldn't show them such a weakness. "Okay, Bosch," Pounds began. "Anything you want to tell us about all this?" "Yeah, it's bullshit." Clark smirked. Bosch paid no mind. But Pounds gave the IAD detective a withering look that further increased his stock of respect with Bosch. "The FBI told me today I was no suspect," Bosch said. "They looked at me 9 months ago because they looked at anybody around here who'd worked the tunnels in Vietnam. They found some connection to the tunnels back there. Simple as that. It was good work. They had to check out everybody, so they looked at me and went on. Hell, I was in Mexico, thanks to these 2 goons, when the bank thing went down. The FBI just supposedly," Clark said. "Shove it, Clark.
You're just angling for a way to take your own vacation down there at taxpayers' expense, checking it out. You can check with the Bureau and save the money. Bosch then turned back to Pounds and adjusted his chair so his back was to the IAD detectives. He spoke in a low voice to make it clear he was talking to Pounds, not them. The Bureau wants me off it because, 1, I threw a curve at him when I showed up there today to ask about the bank caper. I mean, I was a name from the past, and they panicked and called you. And 2, they want me off the case because they probably fucked it up when they let Meadows skate last year. They blew their one chance at him and don't want an outside department to come in and see that or to break the thing they couldn't break for 9 months. No, Bosch, that's what's bullshit, Pound said. This morning I received a formal request from the assistant special agent in charge who runs their bank squad, a guy named Rourke. You know him. Well, he asked that I be removed from the Meadows case forthwith. He says I knew Meadows, who just happened to be the prime suspect in the bank job. He ends up dead, and I'm on the case. Coincidence? Rourke thinks not. I'm not sure myself. That's what he said. So that's where we start. Tell us about Meadows, how you knew him, when you knew him. Don't leave one thing out. Bosch spent the next hour telling Pounds about Meadows, the tunnels, the time Meadows called after almost 20 years, and how Bosch got him into VA outreach in Sepulveda without ever seeing him, just phone calls. At no time did Bosch address the IAD detectives or acknowledge that they were even in the room. I didn't make it a secret that I knew him, he said at the end. I told Edgar. I walked right in and told the FBI. You think I would have done that if I was the one who did Meadows? Not even Lewis and Clark are that dumb. Well then, Jesus Christ, Bosch, why didn't you tell me? Pounds boomed. Why isn't it in the reports in this book? Why do I have to hear it from the FBI? Why does Internal Affairs have to hear it from the FBI? So Pounds hadn't made the call to IAD. Rourke had. Bosch wondered if Eleanor Wish had known that and had lied, or if Rourke called out the goons on his own. He hardly knew the woman. He didn't know the woman, but he found himself hoping she hadn't lied to him. I only started the reports this morning, Bosch said. I was going to bring them up to date after seeing the FBI. Obviously, I didn't get the chance. Well, I'm saving you the time, Pound said. It's been turned over to the FBI. What has? The FBI has no jurisdiction over this. This is a murder case. Rourke said they believe the slaying is directly related to their ongoing investigation of the bank job. They will include this in their investigation. We will assign our own case officer through an interdepartmental liaison. If and when the time comes to charge someone in the murder, the appointed officer will take it to the DA for state charges. Christ, Pounds, there is something going on. Don't you see that? Pounds put the ruler back in the drawer and closed it. Yes, something is going on, but I don't see it your way, he said. That's it, Bosch. That's an order. You are off. These 2 men want to talk to you, and you are on a desk till Internal Affairs is finished with its investigation. He was quiet a moment before beginning again in a solemn tone, a man unhappy with what he had to say. You know, you were sent out here to me last year, and I could have put you anywhere. I could have put you on the goddamn burglary table, handling 50 reports a week, just buried you in paper. But I didn't. I recognized your skills and put you on homicide, what I thought you wanted. They told me last year that you're good, but you don't stay in the lines. Now I see they were right. How this will hurt me, I don't know. But I'm not worrying about what's best for you anymore. Now, you can either talk to these guys or not. I don't really care. But that's it. We're done, you and me. If somehow you ride this one out, you better see about getting a transfer because you won't be on my homicide table anymore. Pounds picked up the blue binder off his desk and stood up. As he headed out of the office, he said, I have to get somebody to take this over to the Bureau. You men can have the office as long as you need it. He closed the door and was gone. Bosch thought about it and decided he really couldn't fault Pounds for what he had said or done. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Hey, no smoking, you heard the man, Lewis said. Fuck off, Bosch said. Bosch, you're dead, Clark said. We're going to toast your ass right this time. You aren't the hero you once were. No PR problems this time. Nobody's going to give a shit about what happens to you. Then he stood up and turned the tape recorder back on. He recited the date, the names of the 3 men present, and the Internal Affairs case number assigned to the investigation.
Bosch realized the number was about 700 higher than the case number from the internal investigation 9 months earlier that sent him to Hollywood. 9 months, and 700 other cops have been through the bullshit ringer, he thought. One day there will be no one left to do what it says on the side of every patrol car, to serve and protect.
Detective Bosch,
Lewis took over then in a modulated, calm tone.
we would like to ask you questions regarding the investigation of the death of William Meadows. Will you tell us of any past association with or knowledge you had of the decedent?
I refuse to answer any questions without an attorney present, Bosch said. I cite my right to representation under California's Policeman's Bill of Rights.
Detective Bosch, the Department Administration does not recognize that aspect of the Policeman's Bill of Rights. You are commanded to answer these questions, and if you do not, you will be subject to suspension and possible dismissal.
Can you loosen these handcuffs, please? Bosch said.
What?
Lewis cried out, losing his calm, confident tone. Clark stood up and went to the tape recorder and bent over it. Detective Bosch is not handcuffed, and there are 2 witnesses here who can attest to that fact, he said.
Just the 2 that cuffed me, Bosch said, and beat me. This is a direct violation of my civil rights. I request that a union rep and my attorney be present before we continue.
Clark rewound the tape and turned the recorder off. His face was almost purple with anger as he carried it back to his partner's briefcase. It was a few moments before words came to either one of them. Clark said, "It's going to be a pleasure to do you, Bosch. We'll have the suspension papers on the chief's desk by the end of the day. You'll be assigned to a desk at Internal Affairs where we can keep an eye on you. We'll start with Cubo and work our way up from there, maybe even to murder. Either way, you're done in the department. You're over." Bosch stood up, and so did the 2 IAD detectives. Bosch took a last drag on his cigarette, dropped it on the floor in front of Clark, and stepped on it, grinding it into the polished linoleum. He knew they would clean it up, rather than let Pounds know they had not controlled the interview or the interviewee. He stepped between them then, exhaled the smoke, and walked out of the room without saying a word. Outside, he heard Clark's barely controlled voice call out,
"You stay away from the case, Bosch!"
Avoiding the eyes that followed him, Bosch walked through the squad room and dropped into his seat at the homicide table. He looked across at Edgar, who was seated at his own space. "You did good," Bosch said. "You should come out all right." "What about you?" "I'm off the case, and those 2 assholes are going to put paper in on me. I've got the afternoon, and that's about it before I get the rod." "God damn." The deputy chief in charge of IAD had to sign off on all relieved-of-duty orders and temporary suspensions. Stiffer penalties had to be recommended to a police commission subcommittee for approval. Lewis and Clark would go for a temporary rod for conduct unbecoming an officer, or Cubo, as it was known. Then they'd work on something stiffer to take to the commission. If the deputy chief signed an ROD on Bosch, he would have to be notified according to union regs. That meant in person or in a tape-recorded phone conversation. Once notification was made, Bosch could be assigned to a desk at IAD in Parker Center or to his home until the conclusion of the investigation. But as they had just promised, Lewis and Clark would go for assignment to IAD. That way they could put him on display, like a trophy. "You need anything from me on Spivey?" he asked Edgar. "No, I'm set. I'm going to start typing it up if I can get a machine." "Did you happen to check, like I asked, on Meadows' job on the subway project?" "Harry, you—" Edgar must have thought better of saying what he wanted to say. "Yeah, I checked it out. For what it's worth, they said they haven't had anyone named Meadows on the job. There is a Fields, but he's black and he was at work today. And Meadows probably wasn't working under any other name because they aren't running a midnight shift. The project is ahead of schedule, if you can believe that shit." Edgar then called out, "I got dibs on this electric."
"No way,"
called back an autos detective named Minkley.
"I'm on deck with that one."
Edgar started looking around for another candidate. Late in the day, the typewriters in the office were like gold. There were a dozen machines for 32 detectives. That was, if you included the manual jobs and the electrics with nervous ticks like moving borders or jumpy space bars.
"Okay, then,"
Edgar called out.
"I got dibs after you, Mink."
Then Edgar lowered his voice and turned to Bosch. "Who do you think you'll put me with?" "Pounds? I don't know." It was like guessing who your wife would marry after you punched the time clock for the last time. Bosch wasn't all that interested in speculating who would be partnered with Edgar. He said, "Listen, I have to do some things." "Sure, Harry. You need any help? Anything from me?" Bosch shook his head and picked up the phone. He called his lawyer and left a message. It usually took 3 messages before the guy would call back, and Bosch made a note to call again. Then he turned his Rolodex, got a number, and called the U.S. Armed Services Records Archive in St. Louis. He asked for a law enforcement clerk and got a woman named Jessie St. John. He put in a priority request for copies of all of Billy Meadows' military records. 3 days, St. John said. He hung up thinking that he would never see the records. They'd come, but he wouldn't be in this office, at this table, on this case. Next, he called Donovan at Sid and learned there had been no latent prints on the needle kit found in Meadows' shirt pocket and only smears on the can of spray paint. The light brown crystals found in the straining cotton in the kit came back as 55% pure heroin, Asian blend. Bosch knew that most heroin dealt on the street and shot into the vein was about 15% pure. Most of it was tar heroin made by Mexicans. Somebody had given Meadows a very hot shot. In Harry's mind, that made the tox tests he was waiting for a formality. Meadows had been murdered. Nothing else from the crime scene was of much use, except Donovan mentioned that the freshly burned match found in the pipe was not torn from the matchbook in Meadows' kit. Bosch gave Donovan the address of Meadows' apartment and asked him to send a team out to process it. He said to check the matches in an ashtray on the coffee table against the book in the kit. Then he hung up, wondering if Donovan would send somebody before word spread that Bosch was off the case, or suspended. The last call he made was to the coroner's office. Sakai said he had made next of kin notification. Meadows' mother was still alive and was reached in New Iberia, Louisiana. She had no money to send for him or bury him. She hadn't seen him in 18 years. Billy Meadows would not be going home. L.A. County would have to bury him. "What about the VA?" Bosch asked. "He was a veteran."
Right, I'll check it out,
Sakai said, and hung up. Bosch got up and took a small portable tape recorder from one of his drawers in the file cabinets. The bank of files ran along the wall behind the homicide table. He slipped the recorder into his coat pocket with the 911 tape and walked out of the squad room through the rear hallway. He went past the lock-up benches and the jail down to the crash office. The tiny office was more crowded than the detective bureau. Desks and files for 5 men and a woman were crammed into a room no bigger than a second bedroom in a Venice apartment. Down one wall of the room was a row of 4-drawer file cabinets. On the opposite wall was the computer and teletype. In between were 3 sets of 2 desks, pushed side by side. The back wall had the usual map of the city with black lines detailing the 18 police divisions. Above the map were the top 10, color 8x10s of the 10 top assholes of the moment in Hollywood division. Bosch noticed one was a morgue shot. The kid was dead, but still made the list. Now that's an asshole, he thought. And above the photos, black plastic letters spelled out, "Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums." Only Thelia King was sitting in front of the computer. That was what Bosch wanted. Also known as the King, which she hated, and Elvis, which she didn't mind, Thelia King was the crash computer jockey. If you wanted to trace a gang lineage or were just looking for a juvie floating somewhere around Hollywood, Elvis was the one to see. But Bosch was surprised she was alone. He looked at his watch. Just after 2, too early for the gang troops to be on the street. "Where's everybody at?"
"Hey, Bosch," she said, looking away from the screen. "Funerals. We got 2 different gangs, and I mean warring tribes, planting homeboys in the same cemetery today up in the valley. They got all hands up there to make sure things stay cool."
"And so why aren't you out there with the boys?"
"Just got back from court. So, before you tell me why you are here, Harry, why don't you tell me what happened in 98 Pounds' office today?"
Bosch smiled. Word traveled faster through a police station than it did on the street. He gave her an abbreviated account of his time in the barrel and the expected battle with IAD.
"Bosch, you take things too seriously," she said. "Why don't you get yourself an outside gig, something to keep yourself sane, moving in the flow like your partner? Too bad that sucker's married. He's making 3 times selling houses on the side what we make busting heads full-time. I need a gig like that." Bosch nodded. But too much going with the flow is heading us into the sewer, he thought, but didn't say. Sometimes he believed that he took things just right, and everybody else didn't take them seriously enough. That was the problem. Everybody had an outside gig. "What do you need?" she said. "I better do it now before they put your paper through. After that, you'll be a leper round here." "Stay where you are," he said, and then he pulled over a chair and told her what he needed from the computer. The crash computer had a program called GRIT, an acronym within an acronym, this one for Gang-Related Information Tracking. The program files contained the vitals on the 55,000 identified gang members and juvenile offenders in the city. The computer also tied in with the gang computer at the sheriff's department, which had about 30,000 of its own gangbangers on file. One part of the GRIT program was the moniker file. This stored references to offenders by their street names and could match them with real names, DOBs, addresses, and so on. All monikers that came to police attention through arrests or shake cards, field interrogation reports, were fed into the computer program. It was said that the GRIT file had more than 90,000 monikers in it. You just needed to know which keys to push. And Elvis did. Bosch gave her the 3 letters he had. "I don't know if that's the whole thing or a partial," he said. "I think it's a partial." She typed in the commands to open the GRIT files, put in the letters S-H-A, and hit the prompt key. It took about 13 seconds. A frown creased Thelia King's ebony face. 343 hits, she announced. "You might be hiding out here a while, hon." He told her to eliminate the blacks and Latinos. The 911 tape sounded white to him. She pressed more keys, then the computer screen's amber letters recomposed the list. That's better, 19 hits, King said. There was no moniker that was just the 3 letters, Shaw. There were 5 shadows, 4 Shaws, 2 Sharkies, EYS, 2 Sharkies, IES, and 1 each of Shark, Shabby, Shallow, Shank, Shabbat, and Shame. Bosch thought quickly about the graffito he had seen on the pipe up at the dam. The jagged S, almost like a gaping mouth. The mouth of a shark? "Pull up the variations on shark," he said. King hit a couple of keys, and the top third of the screen filled with new amber letters. Shark was a valley boy. Limited contact with police. He had gotten probation and graffiti cleanup after he was caught tagging bus benches along Ventura Boulevard in Tarzana. He was 15. It wasn't likely he would have been up at the dam at 3 o'clock on a Sunday morning, Bosch guessed. King pulled the first Sharky, IE, up on the screen. He was currently in a Malibu fire camp for juvenile offenders. The second Sharky IE was dead, killed in a gang war between the KGB, Kids Gone Bad, and the Vineland Boys in 1989. His name had not yet been purged from the computer records. When King called up the first Sharky, EY, the screen filled with information, and a blinking word at the bottom said, "More." Here's a regular troublemaker," she said. The computer report described Edward Neese, a male white, 17 years of age, known to ride a yellow motorbike, tag number JVN138, and who had no known gang affiliation but used Sharky as a graffiti tag. A frequent runaway from his mother's home in Chatsworth. 2 screens of police contacts with Sharky followed. Bosch could tell by the location of each arrest or questioning that this Sharky was partial to Hollywood and West Hollywood when he ran away. He scanned to the bottom of the second screen, where he saw a loitering arrest 3 months earlier at the Hollywood Reservoir. "This is him," he said. "Forget the last kid. Hard copy?" She pushed keys to print the computer file and then pointed to the wall of file cabinets. He went over and opened the end drawer. He found the file on Edward Neese and pulled it. Inside was a color booking photo. Sharky was blond and seemed small in the picture. He had the look of hurt and defiance that was as common as acne on teenagers' faces these days. But Bosch was struck by a familiarity about the face. He couldn't place it. He turned the photo over. It was dated 2 years earlier. King handed him the computer printout, and he sat down at one of the empty desks to study it and the contents of the file. The most serious offenses the boy who called himself Sharky, EY, had committed and been caught at were shoplifting,
vandalism, loitering, and possession of marijuana and speed. He had been held once, 20 days, at Sylmar Juvenile Hall after one of the drug arrests, but later released on home probation. All the other times he was popped, he was immediately released to his mother. He was a chronic runaway from home and a throwaway from the system. There was not much more in the file than was on the computer. A little elaboration on the arrests was all. Bosch shuffled through the papers until he found the report on the loitering charge. It went to pre-trial intervention and was dismissed when Sharkey agreed to go home to his mother and stay there. That apparently didn't last long. There was a report that the mother had reported him missing to his probation officer 2 weeks later. According to these records, he had not been picked up yet. Bosch read the investigating officer's summary on the loitering arrest. It said, I.O. interviewed Donald Smiley, a caretaker at the Mulholland Dam, who said at 7 a.m. this date he went into the pipe situated alongside the reservoir access road to clear it of debris. Smiley found the boy asleep on a bed made of newspapers. The boy was dirty and incoherent when roused. Subject appeared to be under the influence of narcotics. Police were called and I.O. responded. The arrestee stated to I.O. that he had been sleeping there regularly because his mother did not want him at home. I.O. determined the subject was a reported runaway and took him into custody this date, suspicion of loitering. Sharkey was a creature of habit, Bosch thought. He was arrested at the dam 2 months ago, but had gone back there to sleep Sunday morning. He looked through the rest of the papers in the file for indications of other habits that would help Bosch find him. From a 3x5 shake card, Bosch learned that Sharkey had been stopped and questioned, but not arrested, on Santa Monica Boulevard near West Hollywood in January. Sharkey was lacing up new Reeboks, and the officer, believing he might have just lifted them, asked Sharkey to produce a receipt. He did, and that would have been that. But when the boy pulled the receipt out of a leather pouch on his motorbike, the officer noticed a plastic bag in there and asked to see that as well. The bag contained 10 photographs of Sharkey. He was naked in each and stood in different poses, fondling himself in some, his penis erect in others. The officer took the photos and destroyed them, but noted on the shake card that he would alert the sheriff's station in West Hollywood that Sharkey was hustling photos to homosexuals on Santa Monica Boulevard. That was it. Bosch closed the file, but kept the photo of Sharkey. He thanked Thalia King and left the small office. He was walking through the station's rear hallway, past the lock-up benches, when he placed the familiarity in the photo. The hair was longer now, and in dreadlocks, the defiance crowding out the hurt in the face, but Sharkey had been the kid who was cuffed to the juvie bench early that morning. Bosch felt sure of it. Thalia had missed it on the computer search because the arrest had not yet been logged in. Bosch cut into the watch commander's office, told the lieutenant what he was looking for, and was led to a box labeled AM Watch. Bosch looked through the reports stacked in the box until he found the paperwork on Edward Neese. Sharkey had been picked up at 4 a.m., loitering near a newsstand on Vine. A patrol officer thought he was hustling. After he grabbed him, he ran a computer check and learned he was a runaway. Bosch checked the day's arrest sheet and learned the kid had been held until 9 a.m. when his probation officer came and got him. Bosch called the P.O. at Sylmar Juvenile Hall, but learned that Sharkey had already been arraigned before a juvenile court referee and was released to the custody of his mother.
And that's his biggest problem. He'll be gone by tonight, back in the street, I guarantee it. And I told the ref that, but he wasn't going to book the kid into the monkey house just because he was caught loitering and his mother happens to be a telephone whore.
A what? Bosch asked.
It should be in the file. Yeah, while Sharky's on the street, dear old mom is at home telling guys on the phone how she's going to piss in their mouths and put rubber bands on their dicks. Advertises in skin mags. She gets $40 for 15 minutes. Takes MasterCard, Visa, puts them on hold while she checks on another line to make sure the number's valid and they get credit. Anyway, she's been doing it near as I can tell 5 years now. Edward's formative years were listening to this shit. I mean, no wonder the kid's a scammer and runner. What do you expect?
How long ago did he leave with her?
About noon. You want to catch him there, you better go. You got the address?
Yeah.
And Bosch, one thing. Don't be expecting no whore when you get there. His mom, she doesn't look like the part she plays on the phone, if you know what I mean. Her voice might do the job, but her looks would scare a blind man.
Bosch thanked him for the warning and hung up. He took the 101 out to the valley and then the 405 north to the 118 and west. He got off in Chatsworth and drove into the rocky bluffs at the top corner of the valley. There was a condominium community built on what he knew was once a movie ranch. It had been one of the places Charlie Manson and his crew used to hide out. Parts of one member of that crew's body were supposedly still missing and buried around there someplace. It was near dusk when Bosch got there. People were off work and getting home. A lot of traffic on the development's thin roads, a lot of closing doors, a lot of calls to Sharky's mother. Bosch was too late.
I have no time to talk to more police,
Veronica Neese said when she answered the door and looked at the badge.
As soon as I get him home, he is out the door again. I don't know where he goes. You tell me. That's your job. I have 3 calls waiting, 1 long distance. I gotta go.
She was in her late 40s, fat and wrinkled. She obviously wore a wig, and the dilation of her eyes did not match. She had the dirty socks smell of a speed addict. Her callers were better off with their fantasies, with just a voice with which to construct a body and face. Mrs. Neese, I'm not looking for your son for something he did. I need to talk to him because of something he saw. He could possibly be in danger.
Oh, bullshit. I've heard that line before.
She closed the door, and he just stood there. After a few moments, he could hear her on the phone, and he thought it was a French accent, but couldn't be sure. He could only make out a few of the sentences, but they made him blush. He thought about Sharky and realized he wasn't really a runaway, because there was nothing here to run away from. He left the doorstep and went back to the car. That would be it for the day. And he was out of time. Lewis and Clark must have paper out on him by now. He'd be assigned to a desk at IAD by morning. He drove back to the station and signed out. Everyone was already gone, and there were no messages on his desk, not even from his lawyer. On the way home, he stopped by the Lucky and bought 4 bottles of beer, a couple from Mexico, a lager from England called Old Nick, and a Henry's. He expected to find a message from Lewis and Clark on his phone tape when he got home. He wasn't wrong, but the message was not what he expected. I know you're there, so listen, said a voice Bosch recognized as Clark's. They can change their mind, but they can't change ours. We'll see you around. There were no other messages. He played Clark's message over 3 times. Something had gone wrong for them. They must have been called off. Could his lame threat to the FBI to go to the media have worked? Even as he thought the question, he doubted the answer was yes. So then, what happened? He sat down in the watch chair and began drinking the beers, the Mexicans first, and looking through the war scrapbook he had forgotten to put away. When he had opened it Sunday night, he had opened a dark memory. He now found himself entranced by it, the distance of time having faded the threat as well as the photos. Sometime after dark, the phone rang, and Harry picked it up before the tape machine.
Well,
said Lieutenant Harvey Pounds.
the FBI now thinks they might have been too harsh. They've reassessed and want you back in. You are to aid their investigation in any way they request. That comes down from administration, Parker Center.
Pounds's voice betrayed his astonishment at the reversal. What about IAD? Bosch asked.
Nothing filed on you. Like I said, the FBI is backing away. So is IAD. For now.
So I am back in.
You're back in. Not my choice. Just so you know, they went over me because I told them to blow it out their collective asses. Something about this stinks, but I guess that will have to wait for later. For now, you are on detached assignment. You're working with them until further notice.
What about Edgar?
Don't worry about Edgar. He's not your concern anymore.
Pounds, you act like you did me a favor putting me on the homicide table when they kicked me out from Parker Center. I did you the favor, man. So if you're looking for apologies from me, you aren't getting any.
Bosch, I'm not looking for anything from you. You fucked yourself. Only problem with that is that you may have fucked me in the process. If it was up to me, you wouldn't be near this case. You'd be checking pawnshop lists.
But it isn't up to you, is it? He hung up before Pounds could reply. He stood there thinking for a few moments, and his hand was still on the phone when it rang again. What?
Rough day, right?
Eleanor Wish said. I thought it was somebody else.
Well, I guess you've heard.
I heard.
You'll be working with me.
How come you called off the dogs?
Simple. We want to keep the investigation out of the papers.
There's more to it. She didn't say anything, but she didn't hang up. Finally, he thought of something to say.
Tomorrow, what do I do?
Come see me in the morning. We'll go from there.
Bosch hung up. He thought about her, and about how he didn't know what was going on. He didn't like it, but he couldn't walk away now. He went into the kitchen and took the bottle of Old Nick from the refrigerator. Lewis stood with his back to the passing traffic, using his wide body to block the sound from intruding into the payphone.
He starts with the FBI, the Bureau, tomorrow morning, Lewis said. What do you want us to do?
Irving didn't answer at first. Lewis envisioned him on the other end of the line, jaw worked into a clench. Popeye face, Lewis thought, and smirked. Clark walked over from the car then and whispered, "What's so funny? What did he say?" Lewis batted him away and made a "don't bother me" face at his partner.
Who is that?
Irving asked.
It was Clark, sir. He's just anxious to know our assignment.
Did Lieutenant Pounds talk to the subject?
Yes, sir,
Lewis said, wondering if Irving was taping the call.
The lieutenant said the subject had been told he is to work with the Bureau. They are consolidating the murder and the bank investigations. He is working with Special Agent Eleanor Wish.
What's his scam?
Irving said, though no reply was expected or offered by Lewis. There was silence on the phone line for a while because Lewis knew better than to interrupt Irving's thoughts. He saw Clark approaching the phone booth again, and he waved him away and shook his head, as if he were dealing with an impetuous child. The doorless phone booth was at the bottom of Woodrow Wilson Drive, next to the Barham Boulevard crossing over the Hollywood freeway. Lewis heard the sound of a semi thunder by on the freeway and felt warm air blow into the booth. He looked up at the lights of the houses on the hillside and tried to pinpoint which one came from Bosch's stilt house. It was impossible to tell. The hill looked like a giant, fat Christmas tree with too many lights.
He must have some kind of leverage on them. He's muscled his way into it. I'll tell you what your next assignment is. You two stay on him. Not so he knows, but stay with him. He is up to something. Find out what. And build your 1.81 case along the way. The Federal Bureau of Investigation may have withdrawn its complaint, but we will not back off.
What about Pounds? You still want him copied?
That is Lieutenant Pounds, Detective Lewis, and yes, copy him your daily surveillance log. That will be enough for him.
Irving hung up without another word.
Very good, sir,
Lewis said to the dead phone. He didn't want Clark to know he had been slighted.
We'll stay with it. Thank you, sir. Good night.
Then he, too, hung up, privately embarrassed that his commander had not deemed it necessary to say good night to him. Clark quickly walked up. So?
So we pick him up again tomorrow morning. Bring your piss bottle.
That's it? Just surveillance?
At this time.
Shit. I want to search that fucker's house. Break some stuff. He's probably got the shit from that heist sitting up there.
If he was involved, I doubt he would be so stupid. We sit back for now. If he's dirty on this, we'll see.
Oh, he's dirty. Don't worry.
We'll see.
Sharkey sat on the concrete block wall that fronted a parking lot on Santa Monica Boulevard. He closely watched the lighted front of the 7-Eleven across the street, checking out who was coming and who was going. Mostly tourist trade and couples. No singles yet. None that fit the bill. The boy called Arson sauntered over and said, "This ain't going nowhere, Boudreaux." Arson's hair was red and waxed into spiky flames. He wore black jeans and a dirty black T-shirt. He was smoking a Salem. He wasn't stoned, but he was hungry. Sharkey looked at him and then passed him to where the third boy, the one known as Mojo, sat on the ground near the bikes. Mojo was shorter and wider, with his black hair slicked back in a knob behind his head. Acne scars marked his face forever as sullen.
"Give it a few more minutes,"
Sharkey said. "I want to eat, man," Arson said.
"Well, what do you think I'm trying to do? We all want to eat."
"Maybe we could see how Betty Jane's doing," Mojo said. "She'll have made enough for us to eat." Sharkey looked over at him and said,
"You two go ahead. I'm staying till I score. I'm going to eat."
As he said this, he watched a maroon Jaguar XJ6 pull into the convenience store's lot.
"How about the guy in the pipe?"
Arson asked.
You think they found him yet? We could go up there and check him out, see if there is any bread. I don't know why you didn't have the balls to do it last night, Shark. Hey, you go up there by yourself and check it out if you want, Sharky said. See who has balls then. He hadn't told them that he had called 911 about the body. That would be harder for them to forgive than his fear of going into the pipe. A lone man got out of the Jaguar. He looked like late 30s, brush cut, baggy white slacks and shirt, sweater draped around his shoulders. Sharky saw no one waiting in the car. Hey, check out the Jag, he said. The other two looked over at the store. This is it, I'm going. We'll be here, Arson said. Sharky got off the wall and trotted across the boulevard. He watched the Jag's owner through the windows of the store. He had an ice cream in his hand and was looking at the magazine rack. His eyes were constantly on the prowl as he looked at the other men in the store. Sharky was encouraged as he saw the man head toward the counter to pay for the ice cream. He squatted against the front of the store, the grill of the Jag 4 feet away. When the man came out, Sharky waited for their eyes to lock and the man to smile before he spoke up. Hey, mister, he said as he got up. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. The man looked around the parking lot before answering. Sure. What do you need? Well, I was wondering if you might go in and get me a beer. I'll give you the money and all. I just want a beer to relax, you know? The man hesitated. Oh, I don't know. That would be illegal, wouldn't it? You're not 21. I could get in trouble. Well, Sharky said with a smile, do you have any beer at home? Then you wouldn't have to be buying it. Just giving somebody a beer ain't no crime. Well, I wouldn't stay long. We could probably relax each other a little bit, you know? The man took another look around the parking lot. No one was watching. Sharky thought he had him now. Okay, he said. I can take you back here later if you want. Sure, that'd be cool. They drove east on Santa Monica to Flores and then south a couple of blocks to a townhouse development. Sharky never turned around or tried to look in the mirrors. They would be back there. He knew it. There was a security gate on the outside of the property which the man had a key for and pulled closed behind them. Then they went into his townhouse. My name is Jack, the man said. What can I get you? I'm Phil. Do you have any food? I'm kind of hungry, too. Sharky looked around for the security intercom and the button that would unlatch the gate. The apartment was mostly light-colored furniture on an off-white, deep pile carpet. Nice place. Thanks. Let me see what I have. If you want to wash your clothes, we can get that done, too, while you're here. I don't do this very often, you know, but when I can help someone, I try. Sharky followed him into the kitchen. The security console was on the wall next to the phone. When Jack opened the refrigerator and bent down to look in, Sharky pushed the button that opened the gate outside. Jack didn't notice. I have tuna fish, and I can make a salad. How long have you been on the street? I'm not going to call you Phil. If you don't want to tell me your real name, that's fine. Tuna fish would be good. Not too long. Are you clean? Yeah, sure, I'm okay. We'll take precautions. It was time. Sharky stepped backward into the hall. Jack looked up from the refrigerator, a plastic bowl in his hand, his mouth slightly ajar. Sharky thought there was a look of recognition in his face, like he knew what was about to happen. Sharky twisted the deadbolt and opened the door. Arson and Mojo walked in. Hey, what is this? Jack said, though there was no confidence in his voice. He rushed into the hall, and Arson, who was the biggest of all four of them, hit him with a fist on the bridge of his nose. There was a sound like a pencil breaking, and the plastic bowl of tuna fish clumped to the ground. Then there was a lot of blood on the off-white carpet. Part 3. Tuesday, May 22nd. Eleanor Wish called again Tuesday morning while Harry Bosch was fiddling with his tie in front of the bathroom mirror. She said she wanted to meet at a coffee shop in Westwood before taking him into the bureau. He had already had 2 cups of coffee, but said he'd be there. He hung up, fastened the top button on his white shirt, and pulled the tie snugly to his neck. He couldn't remember the last time he had paid such attention to the details of his appearance. When he got there, she was in one of the booths along the front windows. She had both hands on the water glass in front of her and looked content. There was a plate pushed off to the side that had the paper wrapping from a muffin on it.
She gave him a short, courtesy smile as he slid in and waved a hand at a waitress. "Just coffee," Bosch said.
"You already ate?"
Wish said when the waitress went away. No, but I'm fine."
"You don't eat much, I can tell."
Said more like a mother than a detective. "So, who's going to tell me about it, you or Rourke?"
"Me."
The waitress put down a cup of coffee. Bosch could hear 4 salesmen in the next booth dickering over the table's breakfast bill. He took a small swallow of hot coffee. "I would like the FBI's request for my help put on paper, signed by the senior special agent in charge of the Los Angeles office." She hesitated a moment, put her glass down, and looked directly at him for the first time. Her eyes were so dark they betrayed nothing about her. At the corners he saw just the beginning of a gentle web of lines in the tan skin. At the line of her chin there was a small white crescent scar, very old and almost unnoticeable. He wondered if the scar and the lines bothered her, as he believed they would most women. Her face seemed to him to have a slight sadness cast in it, as if a mystery carried inside had worked its way outside. Perhaps it was fatigue, he thought. Nevertheless, she was an attractive woman. He figured her age for early 30s.
"I think that can be arranged," she said. "Any other demands before we get to work?"
He smiled and shook his head no.
"You know, Bosch, I got your murder book yesterday and read through it last night. For what you had there and for one day's work, it was very good work. Most other detectives, that body'd still be in the waiting line at the morgue and listed as probable accidental OD."
He said nothing.
"Where should we begin on it today?" she asked.
"I've got some things working that weren't in the book yet. Why don't you tell me about the bank burglary first? I need the background. All I know is what you put out to the papers and on the bolos. You bring me up, then I'll take it from there, tell you about Meadows." The waitress came and checked his cup and her glass. Then Eleanor Wish told the story of the bank heist. Bosch thought of questions as she went along, but he tried to note them in his head to ask afterward. He sensed that she marveled at the story, the planning and execution of the caper. Whoever they were, the tunnelers, they had her respect. He found himself almost jealous.
"Beneath the streets of L.A., she said, there are more than 400 miles of storm lines that are wide enough and tall enough to drive a car through. After that, you've got even more tributary lines, 1,100 more miles that you could walk or at least crawl through. This means anybody can go under and, if they know the way, get close to any building they want to in the city. And it is not that difficult to find the way. The plans for the whole network are public record, on file with the county recorder's office. Anyway, these guys used the drainage system to get to Westland National."
He had already figured as much, but didn't bother to say. She said the FBI believed there were at least 3 underground men, and then at least 1 on top to act as lookout, provide other necessary functions. The topsider probably communicated with them by radio, except possibly near the end, because of the danger that radio waves might set off the explosive detonators. The underground men made their way through the drainage system on Honda all-terrain vehicles. There was a drive-in entrance to the storm sewer system at a wash in the Los Angeles River Basin northeast of downtown. They drove in there, probably under cover of darkness, and following recorders' maps, made their way through the tunnel network to a spot under Wilshire Boulevard in downtown, about 30 feet below and 150 yards west of Westland National. It was a 2-mile trip. An industrial drill with a 24-inch circle bit, probably diamond-tipped, was attached to a generator on one of the ATVs and used to cut a hole through the 6-inch concrete wall of the stormwater tunnel. From there, the underground men began to dig.
"The actual break into the vault occurred on Labor Day weekend," Wish said. "We think they must have begun the tunnel 3 or 4 weeks earlier. They'd only work nights, go in, dig some, and be back out by dawn. The DWP has inspectors that routinely go through the system looking for cracks and other problems. They work days, so the perps probably didn't risk it."
"What about the hole they cut in the side? Wouldn't the water and power people have seen that?" asked Bosch, who immediately became annoyed with himself for asking a question before she was done.
"No," she said. "These guys thought of everything. They had a piece of plywood cut in a circle 24 inches wide. They coated it with concrete. We found it thereafter. I think that when they left each morning, they put this in the hole, and then each time they'd caulk around the edges with more concrete. It would look like a pipeline from a storm drain that had been capped off. That's pretty common down there. I've been. You see capped lines all over the place. The 24 inches is a standard size, so this would have looked normal. It doesn't get noticed, and the perps just come back the next night, go back in, and dig a little farther toward the bank.
She said the tunnel was dug primarily with hand tools, shovels, picks, drills powered off the generator on the ATV. The tunnelers probably used flashlights, but also candles. Some of them were found still burning in the tunnel after the robbery was discovered. They were propped in small indentations cut in the walls.
That ring a bell?
Wish asked. He nodded.
We figure they made about 10 to 20 feet of progress a night, she said. We found 2 wheelbarrows in the tunnel after. They had been cut in half and disassembled to fit through the 24-inch hole, and then strapped back together to be used during the digging. It must have been 1 or 2 of the perps' jobs to make runs back out of the tunnel and to dump the dirt and debris from the dig into the main drainage line. There's a steady flow of water on the floor of the line, and it would have washed the dirt away, eventually to the river wash. We figure that on some nights their topside partner opened fire hydrants up on hill to get more water flowing down there.
So they had water down there even in a drought.
Even in a drought.
Wish said that when the thieves finally dug their way under the bank, they tapped into the bank's own underground electric and telephone lines. With downtown a ghost town on weekends, the bank branch was closed on Saturdays. So on Friday, after business hours, the thieves bypassed the alarms. One of the perps had to be a bellman. Not Meadows, he was probably the explosives man.
The funny thing was they didn't need a bellman, she said. The vault sensor alarm had repeatedly been going off all week. These guys, with their digging and their drills, must have been tripping the alarms. 4 straight nights the cops are called out along with the manager, sometimes 3 times in one night. They don't find anything and begin to think it's the alarm. The sound and movement sensor is off balance. So the manager calls the alarm company, and they can't get anybody out until after the holiday weekend. Labor Day. So this guy, the manager, turns the alarm off.
Bosch finished for her.
You got it. He decides he isn't going to get called out each night during the weekend. He's supposed to go down to the Springs to his timeshare condo and play golf. He turns the alarms off. Of course, he no longer works for Westland National.
Under the vault, the bandits used a water-cooled industrial drill, which was bolted upside down to the underside of the vault slab, to bore a 2.5-inch hole through the 5 feet of concrete and steel. FBI crime scene analysts estimated that took 5 hours, and only if the drill didn't overheat. Water to cool it came from a tap into an underground water main. They used the bank's water.
After they got the hole drilled, they packed it with C4, she said. Ran the wire down through their tunnel and out into the drainage tunnel. They popped it from there.
She said LAPD emergency response records showed that at 9:14 a.m. on that Saturday, alarms were reported at a bank across the street from Westland National and a jewelry store a half-block away.
We figure that was the detonation time, Wish said. Patrol was sent out, looked around and didn't find anything, decided the alarms were probably triggered by an earthquake tremor and left. Nobody bothered to check Westland National. Its alarm hadn't made a peep. They didn't know that it had been turned off.
Once into the vault, they didn't leave, she said. They worked right through the 3-day weekend, drilling the locks on the deposit boxes, pulling the drawers and emptying them.
We found empty food cans, potato chip bags, freeze-dried food packets, survival store stuff, Wish said. It looks like they stayed there, maybe slept in shifts. In the tunnel there was a wide part. It was like a small room, like a sleeping room, we think. We found the pattern from a sleeping bag impressed on the dirt floor. We also found impressions in the sand left by the stocks of M16s. They brought automatic weapons with them. They weren't planning on surrendering if things went wrong.
She let him think about that a few moments and then continued.
We estimate they were in the vault 60 hours, maybe a few more. They drilled 464 of the boxes, out of 750. If there were 3 of them, then that's about 155 boxes each. Subtract about 15 hours for rest and eating over the 3 days they were in there, and you've got each man drilling 3-4 boxes an hour.
They must have had a time limit, she said. Maybe 3 o'clock or thereabouts Tuesday morning. If they quit drilling by then, it gave them plenty of time to pack up and get out. They took the loot and their tools and backed out. The bank manager, with a fresh Palm Springs tan on his face, discovered the heist when he opened the vault for business Tuesday morning.
That's it in a nutshell, she said. Best thing I've seen or heard of since I've been in the job. Only a few mistakes. We found out a lot about how they did it, but not much about who did it. Meadows was as close as we ever got, and now he's dead. That photograph you showed me yesterday of the bracelet? You were right. It's the first thing that's ever turned up from one of those boxes that we know of.
But now it's gone. Bosch waited for her to say something, but she was done. How'd they pick the boxes to drill? He asked.
It looks random. I have a video at the office I'll show you, but it looks like they said, you take that wall, I'll take this one, you take that one, and so on. Some boxes right next to others that were drilled were left untouched. Why? I don't know. Didn't look like a pattern. Still, we had losses reported in 90% of the boxes they drilled, mostly untraceable stuff. They chose well.
How did you come up with 3 of them?
We figured it would take at least that many to drill that many boxes. Plus, that's how many ATVs there were.
She smiled and he bit. Okay. How'd you know about the ATVs?
Well, there were tracks in the mud in the drainage line, and we identified them from tires. We also found paint, blue paint, on the wall on one of the curves of the drainage line. One of them had slid on the mud and hit the wall. The paint lab in Quantico came up with the model year and make. We hit all the Honda dealers in Southern California until we came up with a purchase of 3 blue ATVs at a dealership in Tustin 4 weeks before Labor Day. Guy paid cash and loaded them on a trailer, gave a phony name and address.
What was it?
The name? Frederick B. Isley, as in FBI. It would come up again. We once showed the salesman some six-packs that included Meadows's, yours, and a few other people's photos, but he couldn't make anybody as Isley.
She wiped her mouth on a napkin and dropped it on the table. He could see no lipstick on it.
Well, she said, I've had enough water for a week. Meet me back at the bureau and we'll go over what we've got and what you've got on the Meadows thing. Rourke and I think that is the way to go. We've exhausted all leads on the bank job, been banging against the wall. Maybe the Meadows case will bring us the break we need.
Wish picked up the tab. Bosch put down the tip. They took their separate cars to the Federal Building. Bosch thought about her as he drove, and not the case. He wanted to ask her about that little scar on her chin, and not how she connected the Westland tunnelers to Vietnam tunnel rats. He wanted to know what gave the sweet, sad look to her face. He followed her car through a neighborhood of student apartments near UCLA, and then across Wilshire Boulevard. They met at the elevator in the parking garage of the Federal Building.
I think this will be best if you basically just deal with me, she said as they rode up alone. Rourke, you and Rourke did not start off well, and...
We didn't even start off, Bosch said.
Well, if you would give him the chance, you would see he's a good man. He did what he thought was right for the case.
The elevator doors spread apart on the 17th floor, and there was Rourke. There you two are, he said. He put his hand out to Bosch, who took it without much conviction. Rourke introduced himself. I was just going down for coffee in a row, he said. Care to join me?
John, we just came back from a coffee shop, Wish said. We'll meet you back up here.
Bosch and Wish were now outside the elevator, and Rourke was inside. The assistant special agent in charge just nodded his head, and the door closed. Bosch and Wish headed into the office.
He's a lot like you, in a way. Been through the war and all, she said. Give him a try. You're not going to help things if you don't thaw out.
He let it go by. They walked down the hall to the Group 3 squad, and Wish pointed to a desk behind hers. She said it was empty since the agent who used it had been transferred to Group 2, the porno squad. Bosch put his briefcase on the desk and sat down. He looked around the room. It was much more crowded than the day before. About a half-dozen agents were at desks, and 3 more were in the back standing around a file cabinet where there was a box of donuts. He noticed a television and VCR on a rack in the back of the office. It hadn't been there the day before. You said something about a video? He said to Wish.
Oh, yes. I'll get that set up, and you can watch while I answer a few phone messages on other things.
She took a videotape out of a drawer in her desk, and they walked to the back of the squad. The gang of 3 quietly moved away with their donuts, alarmed by the presence of an outsider. She set the tape up and left him there to watch alone. The video, obviously shot with a handheld camera, was a bouncy, unprofessional walkthrough of the thieves' trail. It began in what Bosch surmised was the storm sewer, a square tunnel that curved away into a darkness the camera's strobe couldn't reach. Wish had been right. It was large. A truck could have driven down it. A small stream of water moved slowly down the center of the concrete floor. There was mold and algae on the floor and the lower part of the walls, and Bosch could almost smell the dampness. The camera panned down to the grayish-green floor. There were tire tracks in the slime. The next video scene was the entrance to the thieves' tunnel, a cleanly cut hole in the sewer wall. A pair of hands moved into the picture, holding the plywood circle Wish said had been used to cover the hole during the day. The hands moved further into the screen, then a head of dark hair. It was Rourke. He was wearing a dark jumpsuit with white letters across the back. FBI. He held the plywood up to the hole. It was a perfect fit. The video jumped then, and the scene was now from inside the thieves' tunnel. It was eerie for Bosch to watch, and brought back memories of the hand-dug tunnels he had crawled through in Vietnam. This tunnel curved to the right. Surreal lighting flickered from candles set every 20 feet or so in notches dug into the wall. After curving for what he judged was about 60 feet, the tunnel turned sharply to the left. It then followed a straightaway for almost 100 feet, candles still flickering from the walls. The camera finally came to a dead end where there was a pile of concrete rubble, twisted pieces of steel rebar and plating. The camera panned up to a gaping hole in the ceiling of the tunnel. Light poured down from the vault above. Rourke stood up there in his jumpsuit, looking down at the camera. He dragged a finger across his neck, and the picture cut again. This time the camera was inside the vault, a wide-angle shot of the entire room. As in the newspaper photo Bosch had seen, hundreds of safe deposit box doors stood open. The boxes lay empty in piles on the floor. 2 crime scene techs were dusting the doors for fingerprints. Eleanor Wish and another agent were looking up at the steel wall of box doors and writing in notebooks. The camera panned down to the floor and the hole to the tunnel below. Then the tape went black. He rewound it, brought it back, and put it on her desk. "Interesting," he said. "I saw a few things I had seen before, in the tunnels over there, but nothing that would have made me start looking at tunnel rats in particular. What was the lead to Meadows? People like me."
First off, there was the C4, she said. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms sent a team out to go through the concrete and steel from the blast hole. There were trace elements of the explosive. The ATF guys ran some tests and came up with C4. I'm sure you know it. It was used in Vietnam. Tunnel rats used it especially to implode tunnels. The thing is, you can get much better stuff now, with more compressed impact area, easier handling and detonation. It's even cheaper. Also less dangerous to handle and easier to get a hold of. So we figured, the ATF lab guy figured, the reason C4 was used was because the user was comfortable with it, had used it before. So right off, we thought it would be a Vietnam-era vet. Another corollary to Vietnam was the booby traps. We think that before they went up into the vault to start drilling, they wired the tunnel to protect their rear. We sent an ATF dog through as a precaution, to make sure there wasn't any more live C4 lying around. The animal got a reading, indicated explosives, in 2 places in the tunnel. The midway point and at the entrance cut in the wall of the storm line. But there was nothing there anymore. The perps took it with them. But we found peg holes in the floor of the tunnel and snippets of steel wire at both spots, like the leftover stuff when you're cutting, lengths with a wire cutter.
"Tripwires," Bosch said.
Right. We're thinking they had the tunnel wired for intruders. If anybody had come in from behind to take them, the tunnel would have gone up. They'd have been buried under Hill Street. At least the tunnelers took the explosives out with them when they left, saved us stumbling across them.
"But an explosion like that probably would have killed the tunnelers along with the intruders," Bosch said.
We know. These guys just weren't taking chances. They were heavily armed, fortified, and ready to go down. Succeed or suicide. Anyway, we didn't narrow it down specifically to tunnel rats possibly being involved until somebody caught something when we were going over the tire tracks in the main sewer line. The tracks were here and there, no complete trail, so it took us a couple days to track them from the tunnel back to the entrance at the river wash. It wasn't a straight shot. It's a labyrinth down there. You had to know your way. We figured these guys weren't sitting there on their ATVs with a flashlight and a map every night.
"Hansel and Gretel, they left crumbs along the way?"
Sort of. The walls down there have a lot of paint on them. DWP marks. So they know where they are, what line is going where, dates of inspection, and so forth. With all the paint on them, some of them look like the side of a 7-Eleven in an East L.A. barrio. So we figured the perps marked the way. We walked the trail and looked for reoccurring marks. There was only one, kind of a peace sign without the circle, just 3 quick slash marks.
He knew the mark. He'd used it himself in tunnels 20 years ago. 3 quick slashes on a tunnel wall with a knife. It was the symbol they'd used to mark their way, so they could find their way out again. Wish said, "One of the cops there that day. This was before LAPD turned the whole thing over to us. One of the robbery guys said he recognized it from Vietnam. He wasn't a tunnel rat, but he told us about them. That's how we connected it. From there, we went to the Department of Defense and the VA and got names. We got Meadows's. We got yours, others." "How many others?" She pushed a 6-inch stack of manila files across her desk. "They're all here. Have a look if you want." Rourke walked up then. "Agent Wish has told me about the letter you requested," he said. "I have no problem with it. I roughed out something and we'll try to get Senior Special Agent Whitcomb to sign it sometime today." When Bosch didn't say anything, Rourke went on. "We may have overreacted yesterday, but I hope I've set everything straight with your lieutenant and your internal affairs people." He gave a smile a politician would envy. "And by the way, I wanted to tell you I admire your record, your military record. Myself, I served 3 tours, but I never went down into any of those ghastly tunnels. I was over there, though, till the very end. What a shame." "What was the shame? That it ended?" Rourke eyed him a long moment, and Bosch saw red spread across his face from the point where his dark eyebrows knitted together. Rourke was a very pale man with a sallow face that gave the impression he was sucking on a sour ball. He was a few years older than Bosch. They were the same height, but Rourke had more weight on his frame. To the Bureau's traditional uniform of blue blazer and light blue button-down shirt, he had added a red power tie. "Look, Detective, you don't have to like me. That's fine," Rourke said. "But please, work with me on this. We want the same thing." Bosch gave in for the time being. "What is it that you want me to do? Tell me exactly. Am I just along for the ride, or do you really want my work?" "Bosch, you are supposedly a top-notch detective. Show us. Just follow your case. Like you said yesterday, you find who killed Meadows, and we find who ripped off Westland. So yes, we want your best work. Proceed as you normally would, but with Special Agent Wish as your partner." Rourke walked away and out of the squad. Bosch figured he must have his own office somewhere off the quiet hallway. He turned to Wish's desk and picked up the stack of files. He said, "Okay then, let's go." Wish signed out a bureau car and drove, while Bosch looked through the stack of military files on his lap. He noticed his own was on top. He glanced at some of the others and recognized only Meadows's name. "Where to?" Wish asked as she pulled out of the garage and took Veteran Avenue up to Wilshire. "Hollywood," he said. "Is Rourke always such a stiff?" She turned east and smiled one of those smiles that made Bosch wonder whether she and Rourke had something going on. "When he wants," she said. "He's a good administrator, though. He runs the squad well. Always has been the leader type, I guess. I think he said he was in charge of a whole outfit or something when he was with the Army, over there in Saigon." No way there was anything between them, he thought then. You don't defend your lover by calling him a good administrator. There was nothing there. "He's in the wrong business for administrating," Bosch said. "Go up to Hollywood Boulevard, the neighborhood south of the Chinese Theater." It would take 15 minutes to get there. He opened the top file. It was his own, and began looking through the papers. Between a set of psychiatric evaluation reports, he found a black-and-white photo, almost like a mugshot, of a young man in uniform, his face unlined by age or experience. "You looked good in a crew cut," Wish said, interrupting his thoughts. "Reminded me of my brother when I saw that." Bosch looked at her but didn't say anything. He put the photo down and went back to roaming through the documents in the file, reading snatches of information about a stranger who was himself. Wish said, "We were able to find 9 men with Vietnam tunnel experience living in Southern California. We checked them all out. Meadows was the only one we really moved up to the level of suspect. He was a hype, had the criminal record. He also had a history of working in tunnels even after he came back from the war." She drove in silence for a few minutes while Bosch read. Then she said, "We watched him a whole month after the burglary." "What was he doing?" "Nothing that we could tell. He might have been doing some dealing, we were never sure. He'd go down to Venice to buy balloons of tar about every 3 days, but it looked like it was for personal consumption. If he was selling, no customers ever came.
No other visitors the whole month we watched. Hell, if we could prove he was selling, we would have popped him and then had something decent to scam him with when we talked about the bank job. She was quiet again for a moment, then, in a tone that Bosch thought was meant more to convince herself than him, said, "He wasn't selling."
"I believe you," he said.
"You going to tell me what we're looking for in Hollywood?"
"We're looking for a wit, a possible witness. How was Meadows living during the month you watched? I mean, money-wise. How'd he get money to go down to Venice?"
"Near as we could tell, he was on welfare and had a VA disability check. That's it."
"Why'd you call it off after a month?"
"We didn't have anything, and we weren't even sure he had anything to do with it.
Who pulled the plug?"
Rourke did. He couldn't—"
"The administrator."
"Let me finish. He couldn't justify the cost of continued surveillance without any results. We were going on a hunch, nothing more. You're just looking at it from hindsight. But it had been almost 2 months since the robbery. There was nothing there that pointed to him. In fact, we were just going through the motions after a while. We thought whoever it really was, they were in Monaco or Argentina, not scoring balloon hits of tar heroin on Venice Beach and living in a tramp apartment in the valley. At the time, Meadows didn't make sense. Rourke called the watch, but I concurred. I guess now we know we fucked up. Satisfied?"
Bosch didn't answer. He knew Rourke had been correct in calling the watch. Nowhere is hindsight better than in cop work. He changed the subject. "Why that bank? Did you ever think about that? Why Westland National? Why not a Wells Fargo or a vault in a Beverly Hills bank? Probably more money in the banks over in the hills anyway. You said these underground tunnels go all over the place."
"They do. I don't know the answer to that one. Maybe they picked a downtown bank because they wanted a full 3 days to open the boxes, and they knew downtown banks aren't open Saturdays. Maybe only Meadows and his friends know the answer. What are we looking for in this neighborhood? There was nothing in your reports about a possible witness. Witness to what?"
They were in the neighborhood. The street was lined with run-down motels that had looked depressing the day they were finished being built. Bosch pointed out one of these, the Blue Chateau, and told her to park. It was as depressing as all the others on the street. Concrete block, early 50s design, painted light blue with darker blue trim that was peeling. It was a 2-story courtyard building with towels and clothes hanging out of almost every open window. It was a place where the interior would rival the exterior as an eyesore, Bosch knew, where runaways crowded 8 or 10 to a room, the strongest getting the bed, the others the floor or the bathtub. There were places like this on many of the blocks near the boulevard. There always had been and always would be. As they sat in the Fed car looking at the motel, Bosch told her about the half-finished paint scrawl he had found on the pipe at the reservoir and the anonymous 911 caller. He told her he believed the voice went with the paint, Edward Neese, a.k.a. Sharkey. "These kids, the runaways, they form street cliques," Bosch said as he got out of the car. "Not exactly like gangs. It's not a turf thing. It's for protection in business. According to the crash files, Sharkey's crew has been hanging out at the chateau here for the last couple of months." As Bosch closed the car door, he noticed a car pulled to the curb a half-block up the street. He took a quick glance at it, but didn't recognize the car. He thought he could see 2 figures in it, but it was too far away for him to be sure, or to tell if it was Lewis and Clark. He headed up a flagstone walkway to an entrance hallway below a broken neon sign for the motel office. In the office, Bosch could see an old man sitting behind a glass window with a slide tray at its base. The man was reading the day's green sheet from Santa Anita. He didn't pull his eyes away until Bosch and Wish were at the window.
"Yes, officers, what can I do for you?"
He was a worn-out old man whose eyes had quit caring about anything but the odds on 3-year-olds. He knew cops before they flipped their buzzers, and he knew to give them what they wanted without much fuss. "Kid named Sharkey," Bosch said. "What's the room?"
7, but he's gone, I think. His motorbike usually sits there in the hall when he's around. There's no bike there. He's gone, most probably."
"Most probably. Anybody else in 7?
"Sure, somebody's always around."
"First floor?"
"Yep."
"Back door or window?"
"Both. Sliding door on the back. Very, expensive to replace."
The old man reached over to the key rack and took a key off a hook marked 7. He slid it into the tray beneath the window between him and Bosch. Detective Pierce Lewis found a receipt from an automatic teller machine in his wallet and used it to pick his teeth. His mouth tasted as though there was still a piece of breakfast sausage in there somewhere. He slid the paper card in and out between his teeth until they felt clean. He made a smacking, unsatisfied sound with his mouth. "What?" Detective Don Clark said. He knew his partner's behavioral nuances. The teeth-picking and lip-smacking meant something was bothering him. "I think he made us, is all," Lewis said after flipping the card out the window into the street. "That little look he threw down the street when they got out of the car? He was very quick, but I think he made us." "He didn't make us. If he did, he would have come charging down here to start up a commotion or something. That's how they do it. Make a commotion, file a lawsuit. He'd have had the Police Protective League up our ass by now. I'm telling you, cops are the last to notice a tail." "Well, I guess," Lewis said. He let it go for the moment, but he stayed worried. He didn't want to mess up this job. He'd had Bosch by the balls once before, and the guy skated because Irving, that flying jaw, had pulled Lewis and Clark back. But not this time, Lewis silently promised himself. This time, he goes down. "You taking notes?" he asked his partner. "What do you think they're doing in that dump?" "Looking for something." "You're shitting me. You really think so?" "Geez, who put the pencil up your ass today?" Lewis looked away from the chateau to Clark, who had his hands folded on his lap and his seat back at a 60-degree angle. With his mirrored glasses shielding his eyes, it was impossible to tell if he was awake or not. "Are you taking notes or what?" Lewis said loudly. "If you want notes, why aren't you taking them?" "Because I'm driving? That's always the deal. You don't want to drive, you got to write and take the pictures. Now write something down so we have something to show Irving. Otherwise he'll write up a 181 on us and forget about Bosch." "That's 1.81. Let's not take shortcuts, even in our language." "Fuck off." Clark snickered and took a notebook out of his inside coat pocket and a gold cross pen from his shirt pocket. When Lewis was satisfied that notes were being taken and looked back at the motel, he saw a teenage boy with blonde dreadlocks circle twice in the road on a yellow motorbike. The boy pulled up next to the car Lewis had just watched Bosch and the FBI woman get out of. The boy shaded his eyes and looked through the driver's side window into the car. "Now what's this?" Lewis said. "Some kid," Clark said after looking up from his notes. "He's looking for a stereo to snatch. If he makes a move, what are we going to do? Blow the surveillance to save some asshole's tape deck?" "We aren't going to do anything, and he's not going to make a move. He sees the Motorola two-way. He knows it's a cop car. Hey, he's backing away now." The boy revved the bike and did another 2 circles in the street. As the bike circled, he kept his eyes on the front of the motel. He then cruised through the side parking lot and back out onto the street. He stopped behind an old Volkswagen bus that was parked at the curb and shielded him from the motel. He seemed to be watching the entrance to the chateau through the windows of the beat-up old bus. He did not notice the 2 IAD men in the car parked a half-block behind him. "Come on, kid, get going," Clark said. "I don't want to have to call out patrol on you, fucking delinquent." "Use the Nikon and get his picture," Lewis said. "You never know. Something might happen and we'll need it. And while you're at it, get the number off the motel sign. We'll have to call later and see what Bosch and the FBI girl were doing." Lewis could have easily picked the camera up off the seat himself and taken the photos, but that would set a dangerous precedent that could harm the delicate balance of the rules of surveillance. The driver drives, the rider writes, and does all such related work. Clark dutifully picked up the camera, which was equipped with a telephoto lens, and took the photos of the boy on the bike. "Get one with the bike's plate," Lewis said. "I know what I'm doing," Clark said as he put the camera down. "Did you get the motel number? We'll have to call." "I got it. I'm writing it down. See? What's the big deal? Bosch is probably in there knocking off a piece. A nice federal piece. Maybe when we call, we find out they rented a room." Lewis watched to make sure Clark wrote down the number on the surveillance log. "And maybe we don't," Lewis said. "They just met, and anyway, I doubt he'd be so stupid. They've got to be in there looking for somebody. A wit, maybe."
But there was nothing about any witness in the murder book. He held it back. That's Bosch. That's how he works. Clark didn't say anything.
Louis looked back down the street to the chateau. He then noticed that the kid was gone. There was no sign of the motorbike. Bosch waited a minute to give Eleanor Wish time to get behind the chateau to watch the sliding door on the back of room 7. He bent and held his ear to the door and thought he heard a rustling sound and an occasional word mumbled. There was someone in the room. When it was time, he knocked heavily on the door. He heard the sound of movement, fast steps on carpet, from the other side of the door, but no one answered. He knocked again and waited, then heard a girl's voice.
Who is it?
"Police," Bosch said. "We want to talk to Sharky."
He's not here.
"Then I guess we want to talk to you."
I don't know where he is.
"Open the door, please." He heard more noise, like someone banging into furniture, but nobody opened the door. Then he heard a rolling sound, a glass door sliding open. He put the key in the doorknob and opened the door in time to catch a glimpse of a man going through the back doorway and jumping off the porch to the ground. It wasn't Sharky. He heard Wish's voice outside, ordering the man to stop. Bosch took a quick inventory of the room. An entrance hall with closet to the left, bathroom to the right, both empty except for some clothes on the closet floor. 2 large double beds pushed up against opposite walls, a dresser with a mirror on the wall above it, a yellow-brown carpet worn flat on the pathways around the beds and to the bathroom. The girl, blonde-haired, small, maybe 17 years old, sat on the front edge of one of the beds with a sheet around her. Bosch could see the outline of a nipple pressing out against the dingy, once white cloth. The room smelled like cheap perfume and sweat.
Bosch, you all right in there?
Wish called from outside. He could not see her because of a sheet hung like a curtain over the sliding door.
"Okay, you?"
Okay, what have we got?
Bosch walked to the sliding door and looked out. Wish stood behind a man who had his arms extended and his hands on the motel's back wall. He was about 30, with the sallow skin of a man who just did a month in county lockup. His pants were open in the front, his plaid shirt was buttoned incorrectly, and he stared straight down to the ground with the bug-eyed look of a man who had no explanation but needed one badly. Bosch was momentarily struck by the man's apparent decision to button his shirt before his pants.
He's clean,
she said.
"Looks a little winded, though."
"Looks like soliciting sex with a minor if you want to spend the time with it. Otherwise, kick him loose." He turned to the girl on the bed. "No bullshit. How old are you and what did he pay? I'm not here to bust you." She thought it over a moment. Bosch never took his eyes off hers.
Almost 17, she said in a bored monotone. He didn't pay me anything. He said he would, but he didn't get to that yet.
"Who's in charge of your crew? Sharky? Didn't he ever tell you to get the money first?"
Sharky ain't always around. And how'd you get his name?
Heard it around. Where is he today?
I told you, I don't know.
The plaid-shirted man came into the room through the front door, followed by Wish. His hands were cuffed behind him.
I am going to book him. I want to. This is sick. She looks...
She told me she was 18,
Plaid-shirt said. Bosch walked up to him and pulled open his shirt with a finger. There was a blue eagle with its wings spreading across his chest. In its talons it carried a dagger and a Nazi swastika. Beneath that it said, "One Nation." Bosch knew that meant the Aryan Nation, the white supremacist prison gang. He let the shirt fall back into place. "Hey, how long you been out?" he asked.
"Hey, come on, man,"
Plaid-shirt said.
"This is bullshit. She pulled me in from the street, and let me at least button my goddamn pants. This is bullshit."
Give me my money, fucker,
the girl said. She jumped from the bed, the sheet falling to the floor, and lunged naked at the John's pants pockets.
"Get her off me! Get her off!"
he called out as he squirmed to avoid her hands.
"See? You see, she should be going, not me."
Bosch moved in and separated the two and pushed the girl back to the bed. He moved behind the man and said to Wish, "Give me a key." She made no move, so he reached into his own pocket and got out his own cuff key. One size fits all. He unlocked the cuffs and walked Plaid-shirt over to the room's front door. He opened it and pushed him through. In the hallway, the man stopped to button his pants, which gave Bosch the opportunity to put his foot on his butt and push.
"Get out of here, Short Eyes,"
he said as the man stumbled down the hall. "This is your lucky day." The girl was wrapped in the dirty sheet again when Bosch went back into the room. He looked at Wish and saw anger in her eyes. He knew it wasn't just for the man in the plaid shirt. Bosch looked at the girl and said, "Get your clothes, go into the bathroom, and get dressed." When she didn't move, he said, "Now, let's go!" After she grabbed up some clothes from the floor next to the bed and walked to the bathroom, letting the sheet fall to the ground, Bosch turned to Wish. "We've had too much else to do," he began. "You would have spent the rest of the afternoon getting her statement and booking that guy. In fact, it's a state beef, so I would have had to book him. And it's a flopper. Can go felony or misdemeanor. And one look at that girl and the DA would have gone Miss D if he filed it at all. It wasn't worth it. It's a life down here, Agent Wish." She looked at him with smoldering eyes, the same eyes he had seen when he had gripped her wrist to keep her from leaving the restaurant.
Bosch, I had decided it was worth it. Don't ever do that again.
They stood there trying to outstare each other until the girl came out of the bathroom. She wore faded jeans that were split at the knees and a black tank top. No shoes, and Bosch noticed her toenails were painted red. She sat on the bed without saying anything. "We need to find Sharky," Bosch said.
About what? You got a cigarette?
He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and shook one out for her. He gave her a match and she lit it herself.
About what?
She said again.
About Saturday night, Wish said curtly. We do not want to arrest him. We do not want to hassle him. We only want to ask him a few questions.
What about me? The girl said.
What about you? Wish said. Are you going to hassle me?
You mean, are we going to turn you over to Division of Youth Services, don't you? Bosch looked at Wish to try to gauge a reaction. He got no reading. He said, "No, we won't call DYS if you help us. What's your name, your real name?"
Betty Jane Felker.
All right, Betty Jane. You don't know where Sharky is? All we want to do is talk to him.
All I know is that he's working.
What do you mean? Where?
Boytown. He's probably taking care of business with Arson and Mojo.
Those the other guys in the crew?
Right.
Where in Boytown did they say they were going?
They didn't. They just go where the queers are, I guess. You know.
The girl either couldn't be more specific or wouldn't be. Bosch knew it didn't matter. He had the addresses from the shake cards and knew he'd find Sharky somewhere on Santa Monica Boulevard. "Thank you," he said to the girl, and started heading toward the door. He was halfway down the hall before Wish came out of the room, walking after him at a brisk, angry pace. Before she said anything, he stopped at a payphone in the hallway by the office. He took out a small phone book he always carried, looked up the number for DYS, and dialed. He was put on hold for 2 minutes before an operator transferred him to an automated tape line on which he reported the date and time and the location of Betty Jane Felker, suspected runaway. He hung up, wondering how many days it would be before they got the message, and how many days after that it would be before they got to Betty Jane. They were all the way into West Hollywood on Santa Monica Boulevard, and she was still hot. Bosch had tried to defend himself, but realized there was no chance, so he sat there quietly and listened.
It's a matter of trust, that's all, Wish said. I don't care how long or short we work together. If you are going to keep up the one-man army stuff, there will never be the trust we need to succeed.
He stared at the mirror on the passenger's side, which he had adjusted so he could watch the car that had pulled away from the curb and followed them from the Blue Chateau. He was sure now it was Lewis and Clark. He had seen Lewis's huge neck and crew cut behind the wheel when the car had pulled up within 3 car lengths at a traffic signal. He didn't tell Wish they were being followed, and if she had noticed the tail, she hadn't said so. She was too involved in other things. He sat there watching the tail car and listening to her complaints about how badly he had handled things. Finally, he said, "Meadows was found Sunday. Today is Tuesday. It is a fact of life in homicide that the odds, the likelihood of solving a homicide grow longer as each day on the calendar flips by. And so, I'm sorry. I did not think it would help us to waste a day booking some asshole who was probably baited into a motel room by a hooker 16 years old going on 30. I also did not think it would be worth waiting for DYS to come out to pick up the girl, because I would bet a paycheck that DYS already knows that girl and knows where she is if they want her. In short, I wanted to get on with it, leave other people's jobs to other people and do my job, and that meant doing what we are doing now. Slow down up here at Ragtime. It's one of the spots I got off the shake cards."
We both want to solve this, Bosch, so don't be so goddamn condescending, as if you have this noble mission and I'm just along for the ride. We are both on it. Don't forget that.
She slowed in front of the open-air cafe, where pairs of men sat in white, wrought-iron chairs at glass-top tables, drinking iced tea with slices of orange hooked on the rim of beveled glasses. A few of the men looked at Bosch and then looked away, uninterested. He scanned the dining area, but didn't see Sharkey. As the car cruised past, he looked down the side alley and saw a couple of young men hanging around, but they were too old to be Sharkey. They spent the next 20 minutes driving around gay bars and restaurants, keeping mostly on Santa Monica, but did not see the boy. Bosch watched as the internal affairs car kept pace, never more than a block back. Wish never said anything about them. But Bosch knew that law officers were usually the last to notice a surveillance, because they were the last to ever think they might be followed. They were the hunters, not the prey. Bosch wondered what Lewis and Clark were doing. Did they expect that he would break some law or cop rule with an FBI agent in tow? He began to wonder if the two IAD detectives weren't just hot-dogging on their own time. Maybe they wanted him to see them, some kind of a psych-out. He told Wish to pull to a curb in front of Barney's Beanery, and he jumped out to use the payphone near the old bar's screen door. He dialed the Internal Affairs non-public number, which he knew by heart, having had to call in twice a day when he was put on home duty the year before while they investigated him. A woman, the desk officer, answered the phone. "Is Lewis or Clark there?"
No, sir, they're not. Can I take a message?
"No, thanks. This is Lieutenant Pounds, Hollywood Detectives. Are they just out of the office? I need to check a point with them."
I believe they are Code 7 till PM watch.
He hung up. They were off duty until 4. They were scamming. Or Bosch had simply kicked them too hard in the balls this time, and now they were going after him on their own time. He got back in the car and told Wish he had checked his office for messages. It was as she merged the car back into traffic that he saw the yellow motorbike leaning on a parking meter about a half block from Barney's. It was parked in front of a pancake restaurant. "There," he said, and pointed. "Go on by and I'll get the number. If it's his, we'll sit on it." It was Sharkey's bike. Bosch matched the plate to his note from the kid's crash file, but there was no sign of the boy. Wish drove around the block and parked in the same spot in front of Barney's that they had been in before.
"So we wait," she said, "for this kid you think might be a witness."
"Right, it's what I think. But two of us don't need to waste the time. You can leave me here if you want. I'll go in the Beanery, order a pitcher of Henry's and a bowl of chili, and watch from the window."
"That's all right. I'm staying."
Bosch settled back for a wait. He took out his cigarettes, but she nailed him before he got one out of the pack.
"Have you ever heard of the draft risk assessment?" she asked.
The what?
Second-hand cigarette smoke. It's deadly, Bosch. The EPA came out last month, officially said it's a carcinogen. 3,000 people are getting lung cancer a year from passive smoking, they call it. You are killing yourself and me. Please don't.
He put the cigarettes back in his coat pocket. They were quiet as they watched the bike, which was chain-locked to the parking meter. Bosch took a few glances at the side-view mirror, but didn't see the IAD car. He glanced over at Wish, too, whenever he thought she wasn't looking. Santa Monica Boulevard steadily got crowded with cars as the apex of rush hour approached. Wish kept her window closed to cut down on the carbon monoxide. It made the car very hot.
"Why do you keep staring at me?"
she asked about an hour into the surveillance. "At you? I didn't know that I was."
"You were. You are. You ever have a female partner before?"
"Nope, but that's not why I would be staring, if I was."
"Why then, if you were?"
"I'd be trying to figure you out. You know why you are here, doing this? I always thought, at least I heard, that the bank squad over at the FBI was for dinosaurs and fuck-ups. The agents too old or too dumb to use a computer or trace some white-collar scumbag's assets through a paper trail. Then, here you are, on the heavy squad. You're no dinosaur, and something tells me you're no fuck-up. Something tells me you're a prize, Eleanor." She was quiet a moment, and Bosch thought he saw the trace of a smile play on her lips. Then it was gone, if it had been there at all.
"I guess that is a backhanded compliment," she said. "If it is, thank you. I have my reasons for choosing where I am with the Bureau, and believe me, I do get to choose. As far as the others in the squad, I would not characterize any of them as you do. I think that attitude, which, by the way, seems to be shared by many of your fellow—
"There's Sharky," he said. A boy with blonde dreadlocks had come through a side alley between the pancake shop and a mini-mall. An older man stood with him. He wore a T-shirt that said, "The gay 90s are back." Bosch and Wish stayed in the car and watched. Sharky and the man exchanged a few words, and then Sharky took something from his pocket and handed it over. The man shuffled through what looked like a stack of playing cards. He took a couple of cards and gave the rest back. He then gave Sharky a single green bill.
"What's he doing?"
Wish asked. "Buying baby pictures."
"What?"
"A pedophile." The older man headed off down the sidewalk, and Sharky walked to his motorbike. He hunched over the chain and lock. "Okay," Bosch said, and they got out of the car. That would be enough for today, Sharky thought. Time to kick. He lit a cigarette and bent over the seat of his motorbike to work the combination on the master lock. His dreads flopped down past his eyes, and he could smell some of the coconut stuff he had put in his hair the night before at the Jaguar guy's house. That was after arson had broken the guy's nose and the blood got everywhere. He stood up and was about to wrap the chain around his waist when he saw them coming. Cops. They were too close, too late to run. Trying to act like he hadn't yet seen them, he quickly made a mental list of everything in his pockets. The credit cards were gone, already sold. The money could have come from anywhere. Some of it did. He was cool. The only thing they'd have would be the queer guy's identification if they had a lineup. Sharky was surprised the guy had made a report. No one ever had before. Sharky smiled at the two approaching cops, and the man held up a tape recorder. A tape recorder? What was this? The man hit the play button, and after a few seconds, Sharky recognized his own voice. Then he recognized where it had come from. This wasn't about the Jaguar guy, this was about the pipe. Sharky said,
"So?"
"So," said the man, "we want you to tell us about it."
"Man, I didn't have anything to do with it. You ain't gonna put that— Hey, you're the guy from the police station. Yeah, I saw you there the next night. Well, you ain't gonna get me to say I did that shit up there."
"Take it down a notch, Sharky," the man said. "We know you didn't do it. We just want to know what you saw, is all. Lock your bike up again. We'll bring you back." The man gave his name and the woman's, Bosch and Wish. He said she was FBI, which really confused things. The boy hesitated, then stooped and locked the bike again. Bosch said, "We just want to take a ride over to Wilcox to ask you some questions. Maybe draw a picture."
"Of what?"
Sharky asked. Bosch didn't answer. He just gestured with his hand to come along, and then pointed up the block at a gray Caprice. It was the car Sharky had seen in front of the chateau. As they walked, Bosch kept his hand on Sharky's shoulder. Sharky wasn't as tall as Bosch yet, but they shared the same wiry build. The boy wore a tie-dyed shirt of purple and yellow shades. Black sunglasses hung around his neck on orange string. The boy put them on as they approached the Caprice. "Okay, Sharky," Bosch said at the car. "You know the procedure. We got to search you before you go in the car. That way we won't have to cuff you for the ride. Put everything on the hood."
"Man, you said I was no suspect," Sharky protested. "I don't have to do this."
"I told you, procedure. You get it all back, except the pictures. We can't do that." Sharky looked first at Bosch and then Wish. Then he started putting his hands in the pockets of his frayed jeans. "Yeah, we know about the pictures," Bosch said. The boy put $46.55 on the hood, along with a pack of cigarettes and a book of matches, a small penknife on a keychain, and a deck of Polaroid photos. They were photos of Sharky and the other guys in the crew. In each, the model was naked and in various stages of sexual arousal. As Bosch shuffled through them, Wish looked over his shoulder and then quickly looked away. She picked up the pack of cigarettes and looked through it, finding a single joint among the cools. "I guess we have to keep that, too," Bosch said. They drove to the police station on Wilcox because it was rush hour, and it would have taken them an hour to get to the Federal Building in Westwood. It was after 6 by the time they got into the Detective Bureau, and the place was deserted, everybody having gone home. Bosch took Sharky into one of the 8x8 interview rooms. There was a small, cigarette-scarred table and 3 chairs in the room. A handmade sign on one wall said, "No sniveling." He sat Sharky down in the slider. a wooden chair with its seat heavily waxed and a quarter-inch of wood cut off the bottom of the front two legs. The incline was not enough to notice, but enough that the people who sat in the chair could not get comfortable. They would lean back, like most hard cases, and slowly slide off the front. The only thing they could do was lean forward, right into the face of their interrogator. Bosch told the boy not to move, then stepped outside to plan a strategy with Wish, shutting the door. She opened the door after he closed it. She said, "It's illegal to leave a juvenile in a closed room unattended." Bosch closed the door again. "He isn't complaining," he said. "We've got to talk. What's your feel for him? You want him, or you want me to take it?" "I don't know," she said. That settled it. That was a no. An initial interview with a witness, a reluctant witness at that, required a skillful blend of scamming, cajoling, demanding. If she didn't know, she didn't go. "You're supposed to be the expert interrogator," she said, in what seemed to Bosch to be a mocking voice. "According to your file. I don't know if that's using brains or brawn, but I'd like to see how it's done." He nodded, ignoring the jab. He reached into his pocket for the boy's cigarettes and matches. "Go in and give him these. I want to go check my desk for messages and set up a tape." When he saw the look on her face as she eyed the cigarettes, he added, "First rule of interrogation, make the subject think he is comfortable. Give him the cigarettes. Hold your breath if you don't like it." He started to walk away, but she said, "Bosch, what was he doing with those pictures?" So that was what was bothering her, he thought. Look, 5 years ago, a kid like him would have gone with that man and done who knows what. Nowadays, he sells him a picture instead. There are so many killers, diseases and otherwise. These kids are getting smart. It's safer to sell your Polaroids than to sell your flesh. She opened the door to the interview room and went in. Bosch crossed the squad room and checked the chrome spike on his desk for messages. His lawyer had finally called back. So had Bremer over at the Times, though he had left a pseudonym they had both agreed on earlier. Bosch didn't want anybody snooping around his desk to know the press had called. Bosch left the messages on the spike, took out his ID card and went to the supply closet and slipped the lock. He opened a new 90-minute cassette and popped it into the recorder on the bottom shelf of the closet. He turned on the machine and made sure the backup cassette was turning. He set it on record and watched to make sure both tapes were rolling. Then he went back down the hallway to the front desk and told a fat explorer scout who was sitting there to order a pizza to be delivered to the station. He gave the kid a 10 and told him to bring it to the interview room with 3 Cokes when it came. "What do you want on it?" the kid asked. "What do you like?" "Sausage and pepperoni? I hate anchovies." "Make it anchovies." Bosch walked back to the detective bureau. Wish and Sharkey were silent when he walked back into the small interview room, and he had the feeling they had not been talking much. Wish had no feel for the boy. She sat to Sharkey's right. Bosch took the seat on his left. The only window was a small square of mirrored glass in the door. People could look in, but not out. Bosch decided to be up front with the boy from the start. He was a kid, but he was probably wiser than most of the men who had sat on the slider before him. If he sensed deceit, he would start answering questions in one-syllable words. "Sharkey, we're going to tape this because it might help us later to go over it," Bosch said. "Like I said, you are not a suspect, so you don't have to worry about what you say. Unless, of course, you're going to say you did it."
"See what I mean?" the boy protested. "I knew you'd get around to saying that and putting that on a tape. Shit, I've been in one of these rooms before, you know."
"That's why we aren't bullshitting you. So let's say it once for the record. I'm Harry Bosch, LAPD, this is Eleanor Wish, FBI, and you are Edward Neese, a.k.a. Sharkey. I want to start by—"
"What's this shit? Was that the president what got dragged in that pipe? What's the FBI doing here?"
"Sharkey," Bosch said loudly. "Cool it. It's just an exchange program. Like when you used to go to school and the kids would come from France or someplace. Think like she's from France. She's just kind of watching and learning from the pros." He smiled and winked at Wish. Sharkey looked over at her and smiled a little, too. "First question, Sharkey. Let's get it out of the way so we can get to the good stuff. Did you do the guy up at the dam?"
"Fuck no! I see—" Wait a minute,
Wish broke in. She looked at Bosch.
"Can we go outside a moment?"
Bosch got up and walked out. She followed, and this time she closed the interview room door. "What are you doing?" he said.
What are you doing? Are you going to read that kid his rights, or do you want to taint this interview from the start?
"What are you talking about? He didn't do it. He isn't a suspect. I'm just asking him questions because I'm trying to establish an interrogation pattern."
We don't know he isn't the killer. I think we should give him his rights.
We read him his rights, and he's going to think we think he's a suspect, not a witness. We do that, and we might as well go in there and talk to the walls. He won't remember a thing. She walked back into the interview room without another word. Bosch followed and picked up where he had left off, without saying anything about anybody's rights. "Okay. You do the guy in the pipe, Sharky?"
No way, man. I seen him, that's all. He was already dead.
The boy looked to his right at Wish as he said this. Then he pulled himself up in his chair. "Okay, Sharky," Bosch said. "By the way, how old are you? Where are you from? Tell me a couple of things like that."
Almost 18, man. Then I'm free,
the boy said, looking at Bosch.
My mom lives up in Chatsworth, but I try not to live with... Man, you already got all of this in one of your little notebooks.
"You a faggot, Sharky?"
No way, man,
the boy said, staring hard at Bosch.
I sell him pictures, big fucking deal. I ain't one of them.
"You do more than sell pictures to them? You roll a few when you get the chance? Bust them up, take their money? Who's going to file a complaint, right?" Now Sharky looked back over to Wish and raised an open hand.
I don't do that shit. I thought we were talking about the dead guy.
"We are, Sharky," Bosch said. "I just want to figure out who we're dealing with here is all. Take it from the top. Tell us the story. I got pizza coming and there's more cigarettes. We got the time."
It won't take any time. I didn't see anything except the body in there. I hope there's no anchovies.
He said this looking at Wish while pulling himself up in the chair. He had established a pattern in which he would look at Bosch when he was telling the truth, at Wish when he was shading it or outright lying. Scammers always play to the women, Bosch thought. "Sharky," Bosch said, "if you want, we can take you up to Silmar and have him hold you overnight. We can start again in the morning, maybe when your memory's a little—"
I'm worried about my bike back there. Might get stole.
"Forget the bike," Bosch said, leaning into the boy's personal space. "We aren't spoiling you, Sharky. You haven't told us anything yet. Start the story, then we'll worry about the bike."
Okay. I'll tell you everything.
The boy reached for his cigarettes on the table, and Bosch pulled back and got out one of his own. The leaning in and out of his face was a technique Bosch had learned while spending what seemed like 10,000 hours in these little rooms. Lean in, invade that foot and a half that is all theirs, their own space. Lean back when you get what you want. It's subliminal. Most of what goes on in a police interrogation has nothing to do with what is said. It is interpretation, nuance, and sometimes what isn't said. He lit Sharky's cigarette first. Wish leaned back in her chair as they exhaled the blue smoke. "You want to smoke, Agent Wish?" Bosch said. She shook her head no. Bosch looked at Sharky, and a knowing look passed between them. It said, "You and me, sport." The boy smiled. Bosch nodded for him to start his story, and he did. And it was a story.
I go up there to crash sometimes,
Sharky said.
You know, when I don't find anybody to help me out with some motel money or nothing. Sometimes the room at my cruise motel is too crowded. I gotta get out. So I go up there, sleep in the pipe. It stays warm most of the night. Not bad. So anyway, it was one of those nights. So I went up there. What time was this?
Wish asked. Bosch gave her a look that said, "Cool it. Ask the questions after the story is out." The kid had been going pretty good.
Must have been pretty late,
Sharky answered.
3, maybe 4 o'clock. I don't have a watch. And so I went up there, and I went in the pipe, and I saw the guy that was dead, just laying there. I climbed out and split. I wasn't going to stay in there with a dead guy. When I got down the hill, I called you guys, 911.
He looked back from Wish to Bosch.
That's it, he said. Can I get a ride back to my bike?
No one answered, so Sharky lit another cigarette and pulled himself up in the chair. "That's a nice story, Edward, but we need the whole thing," Bosch said. "We also need it right."
What do you mean?
"I mean, it sounds like it was made up by a moron, is what I mean. How'd you see the body in there?"
I had a flashlight,
he explained to Wish. No, you didn't. You had matches. We found one. Bosch leaned forward until his face was only a foot from the boy's. Sharky, how do you think we knew it was you that called? You think the operator just recognized your voice? Oh, that's old Sharky. He's a good kid, calling us about the body. Think, Sharky. You signed your name, or at least half of it on the pipe up there. We got your prints off half a can of paint, and we know you only crawled halfway in the pipe. That's when you got scared and got out. You left tracks. Sharky stared forward, his eyes slightly lifted toward the mirrored window on the door. You knew the body was there before you went in. You saw somebody drag it into the pipe, Sharky. Look at me now and tell the real story.
Look, I didn't see nobody's face. It was too dark, man,
the boy said to Bosch. Eleanor let out a breath. Bosch felt like telling her that if she thought the boy was a waste of time, she could leave.
I was hiding, Sharky said, 'cause, see, at first I thought they were after me or something. I had nothing to do with this. Why are you dragging me down, man?
We got a dead man, Edward. We've got to find out why. We don't care about faces. That's fine. Tell us what you did see, and then you're no longer in it.
That'll be it?
That'll be it. Bosch leaned back then and lit his second cigarette.
Oh, yeah. I was up there, and I wasn't too tired yet, so I was doing my paint thing, and I heard a car coming. Like, holy shit. And what was weird was that I heard it before I saw it, 'cause the guy has no lights on. So, man, I hauled ass and hid in the bushes on the hill right by there. You know, right by the pipe, right by where I hid my bike, you know, while I'm sleeping.
The boy was becoming more animated, using his hands and nodding his head, and looking mostly at Bosch now.
Shit, I thought those guys were coming for me, like somebody had called the cops on account of me being up there spraying a script or something. So, like, I hid. In fact, when they got there, a guy gets out and says to the other guy he smells paint, but it turns out they didn't even see me. They just stopped by the pipe because of the body. And only it wasn't a car either, it was a Jeep. You get a license plate number?
Wish said. Let him tell it, Bosch said without looking at her.
No, I didn't get a fucking plate. Shit, their lights were off and it was too dark. So anyway, there was 3 of them if you count the dead guy. One guy gets out. He was the driver, and he pulls the dead guy right out of the back from underneath a blanket or something. Opened little back door those Jeeps got and dragged the guy onto the ground. Man, it was total horror, man. I could tell it was real. You know, a real dead body, just kind of by the way it fell on the ground. Like a dead guy. It made a noise like a body, not like on TV, but what you'd expect, like, oh no, that's a body he drug out of there, or something. Then he drug it into the pipe. The other guy wouldn't help him. He stayed in the Jeep, so the first dude, he did it by himself.
Sharky took a deep drag on his cigarette and then killed it in the tin ashtray, which was already full of ash and old butts. He exhaled through his nose and looked at Bosch, who just nodded for him to continue. The boy pulled himself up in the seat.
I stayed there, and the guy came out of the pipe after a minute. No longer than that. He looked around when he came out, but didn't see me. He went over to a bush near where I was hiding and tore off a branch. Then he went back inside the pipe for a while, and I could hear him in there sweeping or something with the branch. Then he came out and they left. Oh, and he started to back up and the reverse light went on, you know. He took it out of gear like real quick. Then I heard him say something about they couldn't go backward because of the light. They might get seen. So then they went forward, you know, without lights. They drove down the road and across the dam and around the other side of the lake. And when they went by that little house on the dam, they bashed the light bulb. I saw it go out. I stayed hidden till I couldn't hear the engine anymore. And then I come out.
Sharky stopped the story for a beat, and Wish said,
I'm sorry, can we open the door, get some of this smoke out of here?
Bosch reached over and pulled the door open without getting up or trying to hide his annoyance. Go on, Sharky, was all he said.
So, when they were gone, I went over to the pipe and yelled into the guy. You know, hey in there, and are you all right, stuff like that. But nobody answered, so I leaned my bike down on the ground so the light would go in there, and I crawled in a little bit. I also lighted a match, like you say. And I could see him in there, and he looked dead and all. I was going to check, but it was too creepy. I got out. I went down the hill, and I called the cops. That's all I did, and that's the whole thing.
Bosch figured the boy was going to rob the body but got scared halfway in. That was okay, though. The boy could keep that as his secret. Then he thought of the branch taken from the bush and used by the man Sharkey had seen to obliterate the tracks and drag marks in the pipe. He wondered why the uniformed cops hadn't come across either the discarded branch or the broken bush during the crime scene search. But he didn't dwell on it long, because he knew the answer. Sloppiness. Laziness. It wasn't the first time things had been missed, and wouldn't be the last.
"We're going to go check on that pizza," Bosch said, and he stood up. "We'll only be a couple of minutes."
Outside the interview room, Bosch checked his anger and said, "My fault. We should have talked more about how we wanted to do it before we heard his story. I like to hear what they have to say first, then ask questions. It was my fault."
No problem, Wish said curtly. He doesn't seem that valuable anyway.
Maybe. He thought a moment. "I was thinking of going back in and talking a little more to him. Maybe bring an identikit in. And if he doesn't get any better at remembering things, we could hypnotize him." Bosch had no way of knowing what the reaction to the last suggestion would be. He offered it in an offhand manner, half hoping it would slip by unnoticed. California courts had ruled that hypnotizing a witness taints that witness's later court testimony. If they hypnotized Sharkey, he could never be a witness in any court case that could arise from Meadows' investigation. Wish frowned. "I know," Bosch said. "We'd lose him in court. But we might never get to court with what he's given us now. You just said yourself he's not that valuable."
I just don't know whether we should close the door on his usefulness now, so early in the investigation.
Bosch walked over to the interview room door and looked through the one-way glass at the boy. He was smoking another cigarette. He put it down on the ashtray and stood up. He looked at the door window, but Bosch knew he couldn't see out. The boy quickly and quietly switched his chair with the one Wish had been using. Bosch smiled and said, "He's a smart kid. There might be more that we won't get unless we put him under. I think it's worth a chance."
I didn't know you were one of LAPD's hypnotists. I must have missed that in your file.
"I'm sure there's a lot you missed," Bosch replied. After a few moments, he said, "I guess I'm one of the last around. After the Supreme Court shot it down, the department quit training people. There was only one class of us. I was one of the youngest. Most of the others have retired."
Anyway,
she said,
I don't think we should do it yet. Let's talk to him some more. Maybe wait a couple days before we waste him as a witness.
"Fine. But in a couple days, who knows where a kid like Sharkey will be?"
Oh, you're resourceful. You found him this time. You can do it again.
"You want to take a shot in there?"
No, you're doing okay. As long as I can jump in now, whenever I think of something.
She smiled, and he smiled, and they went back into the interview room, which smelled of smoke and sweat. Bosch left the door open again to air it out. Wish didn't have to ask.
No food?
Sharkey said. "Still on the way," Bosch said. Bosch and Wish took Sharkey through his story 2 more times, picking up small details along the way. They did it as a team, partners, exchanging knowing looks, surreptitious nods, even smiles. A few times Bosch noticed Wish slipping in her chair and thought he saw a smile play on Sharkey's boyish face. When the pizza came, he protested the anchovies but still ate 3/4 of the pie and downed 2 of the Cokes. Bosch and Wish passed. Sharkey told them the Jeep that Meadows' body came in was dirty white or beige. He said there was a seal on the side door, but he could not describe it. Perhaps this was so it would look like a DWP vehicle, Bosch thought. Maybe it was a DWP vehicle. Now he definitely wanted to hypnotize the boy, but he decided not to bring it up again. He'd wait for Wish to come around, to see that it had to be done. Sharkey said the one who stayed behind in the Jeep as the body was dragged into the pipe didn't say a word the whole time the boy watched. This person was smaller than the driver. Sharkey described seeing only a slightly built form, a whisper of a silhouette against what little light there was from the moon above the reservoir perimeter's thick stand of pine.
What did this other guy do?
Wish asked.
Just watched, I guess. Like a lookout. He didn't even do the driving. I guess he was in charge or something.
The boy got a better look at the driver, but not enough to describe a face or to make a drawing with the facial templates and the identikit that Bosch had brought into the interview room. The driver had dark hair and was white. Sharkey couldn't, or wouldn't, be any more exact in his description. He had worn matching dark shirt and pants, maybe overalls. Sharkey also said that he wore some kind of equipment belt or carpenter's apron. Its dark tool pockets hung empty at the hips and flapped like an apron at his waist. This was curious to Bosch, and he asked Sharkey several questions, coming at it from different angles but getting no better description. After an hour they were finished. They left Sharkey in the smoky room while they conferred outside again. Wish said,
"All we have to do now is find a Jeep with a blanket in the back, do a microanalysis, and match hairs. Only must be a couple million white or beige Jeeps in the state. You want me to put out a bolo, or you want to handle it?"
"Look, 2 hours ago we had nothing. Now we've got a lot. If you want, let me hypnotize a kid. Who knows, we might get a license plate, a better description of the driver. Maybe he'll remember a name spoken, or be able to describe the seal on the door." Bosch held his hands out, palms up. His offer was out, but she had already turned it down, and she did again.
"Not yet, Bosch. Let me talk to Rourke. Maybe tomorrow. I don't want to rush into that and possibly have it come back on us as a mistake, okay?"
He nodded and dropped his hands.
"So what now?" she said.
"Well, the kid's eating. Why don't we get him squared away and then you and I get something to eat? There's a place—"
"I can't," she said.
"On Overland, I know."
"I already have plans for tonight. I'm sorry. Maybe we can make it another night?"
"Sure." He walked over to the interview room door and looked through the glass. Anything to avoid showing his face to her. He felt foolish for trying to move so quickly with her. He said, "If you have to get going, go ahead. I'll get him in a shelter or something for the night. We don't both have to waste our time with it."
"You sure?"
"Yeah, I'll take care of him. I'll get a patrol unit to take us. We'll get his bike on the way. I'll have him drop me by my car."
"That's nice. I mean about you getting his bike and taking care of him."
"Well, we made a deal with him, remember?"
"I remember. But you care about him. I watched how you handled him. You see some of yourself there?"
He turned away from the glass to look at her. "No, not especially," he said. "He's just another wit that has to be interviewed. You think he's a little bastard now. Wait another year. Wait till he's 19 or 20, if he makes it. He'll be a monster then, preying on people. This isn't the last time he'll be sitting in that room. He'll be in and out of there his whole life till he kills somebody or they kill him. It's Darwin's rule, survival of the fittest, and he's fit to survive. So no, I don't care about him. I'm putting him in a shelter because I want to know where he is in case we need him again, that's all."
"Nice speech, but I don't think so. I know a little bit about you, Bosch. You care, all right. The way you got him dinner and asked him—"
"Look, I don't care how many times you read my file. You think that means you know about me? I told you, that's bullshit." He had come up close to her until his face was only a foot from hers, but she looked away from him, down at her notebook, as if what she had written there might have something to do with what he was saying. "Look," he said, "we can work this together, maybe even find out who killed Meadows if we get a few more breaks like the one with the kid today. But we won't really be partners, and we won't really know each other. So maybe we shouldn't act like we do. Don't tell me about your little brother with a crew cut and how he looks the way I did, because you don't know how I was. A bunch of papers and pictures in a file. Don't say anything about me." She closed the notebook and put it in her purse. Then she finally looked up at him. There was a knocking from inside the interview room. Sharkey was looking at himself in the mirrored window of the door, but they both ignored him, and Wish just drilled Bosch with her eyes.
"You always get this way when a woman turns you down for dinner?"
she asked calmly. "It's got nothing to do with it, and you know it."
"Sure, I know it."
She started to walk away, then said,
"Let's say 9 a.m. we meet at the bureau again?"
He didn't answer, and then she did walk away, toward the squad room door. Sharkey pounded on his door again, and Bosch looked over and saw the boy picking the acne on his face in the door's mirror. Wish turned once more before she was out of the room.
"I wasn't talking about my little brother," she said. "He was my big brother, actually, and I was talking about a long time ago, about the way he looked when I was a little girl and he was going away for a while, to Vietnam."
Bosch didn't look at her. He couldn't. He realized what was coming.
"I remember how he looked then," she said, "because it was the last time I saw him.
It sticks with you. He was one of the ones that didn't come back. She walked out. Harry ate the last slice of pizza. It was cold, and he hated anchovies, and he felt he deserved it that way. Same for the Coke, which was warm. Afterward, he sat at the homicide table and made calls until he found an empty bed, rather, an empty space in one of the no-questions-asked shelters near the boulevard. At Home Street Home, they didn't try to send runaways back to where they came from. They knew in most cases home was a worse nightmare than the streets. They just gave the children a safe place to sleep and then tried to send them off to any place but Hollywood. He checked out an unmarked car and drove Sharky to his motorbike. It would not fit in the trunk, so Bosch made a deal with the boy. Sharky would ride the bike to the shelter, and Bosch would follow. When the boy got there and got checked in, Bosch would give him back his money and wallet and cigarettes, but not the Polaroids and the joint. Those went into the trash. Sharky didn't like it, but he did it. Bosch told him to hang around the shelter a couple of days, though he knew the boy would probably split first thing in the morning. "I found you once. If I need to, I can do it again," he said, as the boy locked his bike up outside the home. I know, Sharky said. It was an idle threat. Bosch knew that he had found Sharky when the boy didn't know he was being looked for. It would be a different story if he wanted to hide. Bosch gave the boy one of his cheap business cards and told him to give a call if he thought of anything that would help. "That would help you or me?" Sharky asked. Bosch didn't answer. He got back in the car and drove back to the station on Wilcox, watching the mirror for signs of a tail. He didn't see any. After checking the car in, he went to his desk and picked up the FBI files. He went to the watch office, where the night lieutenant called one of his patrol units in to give Bosch a lift to the Federal Building. The patrol officer was a young cop with a quarter-inch hairdo. Asian. Bosch had heard around the station that he was called Gung-Ho. They rode in silence the whole 20 minutes to the Federal Building. Harry got home by 9. The red light on his phone machine was blinking, but there was no message, just the sound of someone hanging up. He turned on the radio for the Dodgers game, but then he turned it off, tired of hearing people talk. He put CDs by Sonny Rollins, Frank Morgan, and Branford Marsalis into the stereo and listened to the saxophone instead. He spread the files out on the table in the dining room and turned the cap on a bottle of beer. Alcohol and jazz, he thought as he swallowed. Sleeping with your clothes on. You're a cliché cop, Bosch, an open book, and no different from the dozen other fools who must hit on her every day. Just stick to the business in front of you, and don't hope for anything else. He opened the file on Meadows, carefully reading every page, whereas before, in the car with Wish, he had only skimmed. Meadows was an enigma to Bosch, a pillhead, a heroin user, but a soldier who had re-upped to stay in Vietnam. Even after they took him out of the tunnels, he stayed. In 1970, after 2 years in the tunnels, he was assigned to a military police unit attached to the American Embassy in Saigon. Never saw enemy action again, but stayed right up to the end. After the treaty and pullout of 1973, he got a discharge and stayed on again, this time as one of the civilian advisors attached to the embassy. Everybody was going home, but not Meadows. He didn't leave until April 30th, 1975, the day of the fall of Saigon. He was on a helicopter and then a plane ferrying refugees out of the country on their way to the United States. That was his last government assignment, security on the massive refugee transport to the Philippines and then to the States. According to the records, Meadows stayed in Southern California after coming back, but his skills were limited to military police, tunnel killer, and drug dealer. There was an LAPD application in the file that was marked rejected. He failed the drug test. Next in the file was a National Criminal Intelligence computer sheet that showed Meadows' record. His first arrest for possession of heroin was in 1978. Probation. The next year he was popped again, this time for possession with intent to sell. He pleaded it out to simple possession and got 18 months at Wayside Honor Rancho. He did 10 of them. The next 2 years were marked by frequent arrests on Mark's beefs, fresh needle tracks being a misdemeanor good for 60 days in county lockup. It looked like Meadows was riding the revolving door at county until 1981, when he went away for some substantial time. It was for attempted robbery, a federal beef. The NCIC printout didn't say if it was bank robbery, but Bosch figured it had to be to bring the feds in. The sheet said Meadows was sentenced to 4 years at Lompoc and served 2. He wasn't out but a few months before he was picked up for a bank robbery. They must have had him cold. He pleaded guilty and took 5 years back to Lompoc. He would have been out in 3, but 2 years into the sentence he was busted in an escape attempt. He got 5 more years and was transferred to Terminal Island. Meadows was paroled from TI in 1988. All those years in stir, Bosch thought. He never knew, never heard from him. What would he have done if he had heard? He thought about that for a moment. It probably changed Meadows more than the war. He was paroled to a halfway house for Vietnam vets. The place was called Charlie Company and was on a farm north of Ventura, about 40 miles from Los Angeles. He stayed there nearly a year. After that, there were no further contacts, according to Meadows' sheet. The Marks beef that had prompted Meadows to call Bosch a year earlier had never been processed. It wasn't on the sheet. No other known contact with police upon his release from prison. There was another sheet in the package. This one was handwritten, and Bosch guessed it was Wish's clean, legible hand. It was a work and home history. Gathered from record searches of Social Security and DMV records, the entries ran vertically down the left side of the paper. But there were gaps, time periods unaccounted for. Meadows had worked for the Southern California Water District when he first came back from Vietnam. He was a pipeline inspector. He lost the job after 4 months for excessive tardiness and sick-outs. From there, he must have tried his hand at dealing heroin, because the next lawful employment was not listed until after he got out of Wayside in 1979. He went to work for DWP as an underground inspector, storm drainage division. Lost the job 6 months later for the same reasons as with the Water District. There were a few other sporadic employments. After he left Charlie Company, he caught on with a gold mining company in the Santa Clarita Valley for a few months. Nothing else. There were almost a dozen home addresses listed. Most of them were apartments in Hollywood. There was a house in San Pedro prior to the 1979 bust. If he was dealing at the time, he was probably getting it at the port in Long Beach, Bosch thought. The San Pedro address would have been convenient. Bosch also saw that he had lived in the Sepulveda apartment since leaving Charlie Company. There was nothing else in the file about the halfway house or what Meadows did there. Bosch found the name of Meadows' parole officer on the copies of his 6-month evaluation reports. Darrell Slater worked out of Van Nuys. Bosch wrote it down in the notebook. He also wrote down the address of Charlie Company. He then spread the arrest sheet, the work and home history, and the parole reports out in front of him. On a new piece of paper, he began to write out a chronology, beginning with Meadows' being sent to federal prison in 1981. When he was done, many of the gaps were closed. Meadows served a total of 6.5 years in the federal pen. He was paroled in early 1988 when he was sponsored by the Charlie Company program. He spent 10 months in the program before moving to the apartment in Sepulveda. Parole reports showed he secured a job as a drill operator in the gold mine in the Santa Clarita Valley. He completed parole in February 1989, and he quit his job a day after his PO signed him off. No known employment since, according to the Social Security Administration. IRS said Meadows hadn't filed a return since 1988. Bosch went into the kitchen and got a beer out and made a ham and cheese sandwich. He stood by the sink eating and drinking and trying to organize things about the case in his head. He believed that Meadows had been scheming from the time he walked out of TI, or at least Charlie Company. He'd had a plan. He worked legitimate jobs until he cleared parole, and then he quit, and the plan was set into action. Bosch felt sure of it, and he felt that it was therefore likely that, at either the prison or the halfway house, Meadows had hooked up with the men who had burglarized the bank with him, and then killed him. The doorbell rang. Bosch checked his watch and saw it was 11 o'clock. He walked to the door and looked through the peephole and saw Eleanor Wish staring at him. He stepped back, glanced at the mirror in the entrance hall, and saw a man with dark, tired eyes looking back at him. He smoothed his hair and opened the door.
"Hello,"
She said.
Juice?
Truce. How'd you know where I... Never mind. Come in. She was wearing the same suit as earlier, hadn't been home yet. He saw her notice the files and paperwork on the card table. Working late, he said. Just looking over some things in the file on Meadows.
Good. I happened to be out this way, and I just came by to say that well, it's been a rough week so far, for both of us. Maybe tomorrow we can start this partnership over?
Yes, he said. And listen, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. And I'm sorry about your brother. You were trying to say something nice and... Can you stay a few minutes? Have a beer? He went to the kitchen and got 2 fresh bottles. He handed her one and led her through the sliding door to the porch. It was cool out, but there was a warm wind occasionally blowing up the side of the dark canyon. Eleanor Wish looked out at the lights of the valley. The spotlights from Universal City swept the sky in a repetitive pattern.
This is very nice, she said. I've never been in one of these. They're called cantilevers?
Yes.
Must be scary during an earthquake.
It's scary when the garbage truck drives by.
So, how'd you end up in a place like this?
Some people, the ones down there with the spotlights, gave me a bunch of money once to use my name and my so-called technical advice for a TV show. So I didn't have anything else to do with it. When I was growing up in the valley, I always wondered what it would be like to live in one of these things. So I bought it. He used to belong to a movie writer. This is where he worked. It's pretty small, only 1 bedroom. But that's all I'll ever need, I guess. She leaned on the railing and looked down the slope into the arroyo. In the dark, there was only the dim outline of the live oak grove below. He also leaned over and absent-mindedly peeled bits of the gold foil label off his beer bottle and dropped them. The gold glinted in the darkness as it fluttered down out of sight. I have questions, he said. I want to go up to Ventura.
Can we talk about it tomorrow? I didn't come up to go over the files. I've been reading those files for almost a year now.
He nodded and stayed quiet, deciding to let her get to whatever it was that brought her. After some time, she said,
You must be very angry about what we did to you. The investigation, us checking you out, then what happened yesterday. I'm sorry.
She took a small sip from her bottle, and Bosch realized he had never asked if she wanted a glass. He let her words hang out there in the dark for a few long moments. No, he finally said. I'm not angry. The truth is, I don't really know what I am. She turned and looked at him.
We thought you'd drop it when Rourke made trouble for you with your lieutenant. Sure, you knew Meadows, but that was a long time ago. That's what I don't get. It's not just another case for you. But why? There must be something more. Back in Vietnam? Why does it mean so much to you?
I guess I have reasons. Reasons that have nothing to do with the case.
I believe you. But whether I believe you is not the point. I'm trying to know what's going on. I need to know.
How's your beer?
It's fine. Tell me something, Detective Bosch.
He looked down and watched a little piece of the printed foil disappear in the black. I don't know, he said. Actually, I do know, and I don't. I guess it goes back to the tunnels. Shared experience. It's nothing like he saved my life or I saved his. Not that easy. But I feel something is owed. No matter what he did or what kind of fuck-up he became after. Maybe if I had done more than make a few calls for him last year, I don't know.
Don't be silly, she said. When he called you last year, he was well into this caper. He was using you then. It's like he's using you now, even though he's dead.
He'd run out of label to peel. He turned around and leaned his back on the railing. He fumbled a cigarette out of his pocket with one hand, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. Meadows, he said, and shook his head at the memory of the man. Meadows was something else. Back then, we were all just a bunch of kids, afraid of the dark. Those tunnels were so damn dark. But Meadows, he wasn't afraid. He'd volunteer and volunteer and volunteer, out of the blue and into the black. That's what he said going on a tunnel mission was. We called it the Black Echo. Oh, it was like going to hell. You're down there and you could smell your own fear. It was like you were dead when you were down there. They had gradually turned so that they were facing each other. He searched her face and saw what he thought was sympathy. He didn't know if that's what he wanted. He was long past that, but he didn't know what he wanted. So all of us scared little kids, we made a promise. Every time anybody went down into one of the tunnels, we made a promise. The promise was that no matter what happened down there, nobody would be left behind. Didn't matter if you died down there, you wouldn't be left behind. Because they did things to you, you know, like our own psychops. And it worked. Nobody wanted to be left behind, dead or alive. I read once in a book that it doesn't matter if you're lying beneath a marble tombstone on a hill or at the bottom of an oil sump. When you're dead, you're dead. But whoever wrote that wasn't over there. When you're alive, but you're that close to dying, you think about those things. And then it does matter. And so, we made the promise. Bosch knew he hadn't explained a thing. He told her he was going to get another beer. She said she was fine. When he came back out, she smiled at him and said nothing. "Let me tell you a story about Meadows," he said. "See, the way they worked it was, they'd assign a couple, maybe 3 of us tunnel rats to go out with a company. So when they'd come across a tunnel, we'd zip on down, check it out, mine it, whatever." He took a long pull on the fresh beer. "So once..." This would have been back in 1970. Meadows and me were tagging at the back of a patrol. We were in a VC stronghold. Man, it was just riddled with tunnels. Anyway, we were about 3 miles from a village called Nuan Look when we lost a point man. He got... I'm sorry. You probably don't want to hear this with your brother and all. I do want to hear. Please. So, this point got shot by a sniper who was in a spider hole. That was what they called little entrances to a tunnel network. So somebody took out the sniper, and then me and Meadows had to go down the hole to check it out. We went down, and right away we had to split up. This was a big network. I followed one line one way, and he went the other. We had said we'd go for 15 minutes, set charges with a 20-minute delay, then head back, setting more along the way. I remember I found a hospital down there. 4 empty grass mats, a cabinet of supplies, all just sitting in the middle of this tunnel. I remember I thought, Jesus Christ, what's going to be around the bend, a drive-in movie or something? I mean, these people had dug themselves in. Anyway, there was a little altar in there, and there was incense burning. Still burning. I knew then that they were still in there somewhere, the VC. It scared me. I set a charge and hid it behind the altar, and then I started back as fast as I could. I set 2 more charges along the way, timing everything so it would all go off at once. So I get back to the drop-in point, you know, the original spider hole, and no Meadows. I waited a few minutes, and it's getting close. You don't want to be down there when the C4 goes. Some of those tunnels are 100 years old. There was nothing I could do, so I climbed out. He wasn't up top either. He stopped to drink some beer and think about the story. She watched intently, but didn't prod him. A few minutes later, my charges went off, and the tunnel, at least the part I had been in, came down. Whoever was in there was dead and buried. We waited a couple hours for the smoke and dust to settle. We hooked a Mighty-Mite fan up and blew air down the entry shaft, and then you could see smoke being pushed out and coming up out of the air vents and other spider holes all around the jungle. And when it was clear, me and another guy went in to find Meadows. We thought he was dead, but we had the promise. No matter what, we were going to get him out and send him home. But we didn't find him. Spent the rest of the day down there looking, but all we found were dead VC. Most of them had been shot, some had cut throats. All of them had ears slashed off. When we came up, the top told us we couldn't wait anymore. We had orders. We pulled out, and I had broken the promise. Bosch was staring blankly out into the night, seeing only the story he was telling. 2 days later, another company was in the village. On look, and somebody found a tunnel entrance in a hooch. They get their rats to check it out, and they aren't in that tunnel more than 5 minutes when they find Meadows. He was just sitting like Buddha in one of the passageways, out of ammo, talking gibberish, not making sense, but he was okay. And when they tried to get him to come up with them, he didn't want to. They finally had to tie him up and put a rope on him and had a patrol up there pull him out. Up in the sunlight, they saw he was wearing a necklace of human ears, strung with his tags. He finished the beer and walked in off the balcony. She followed him to the kitchen, where he got a fresh bottle. She put her half-finished bottle on the counter. So that's my story. As Meadows. He went to Saigon for some R&R, but he came back. He couldn't stay away from the tunnels. After that one, though, he was never the same. He told me that he just got mixed up and lost down there. He just kept going in the wrong direction, killing anything he came across. The word was that there were 33 ears on his necklace. And somebody asked me once why Meadows let one of the VC keep an ear, accounting for the odd number. And I told him that Meadows let them all keep an ear. She shook her head. He nodded his. Bosch said, I wish I had found him that time I went back in to look. I let him down. They both stood for a while, looking down at the kitchen floor. Bosch poured the rest of his beer down the sink. One question about Meadows' sheet and then no more business, he said. He got jammed up at Lompoc on an escape attempt, then sent to TI. You know anything about that?
Yes, and it was a tunnel. He was a trustee and he worked in the laundry. The gas dryers had underground vents going out of the building. He dug beneath one of them. No more than an hour a day. They said he had probably been at it at least 6 months before it was discovered, when the sprinklers they use in the summer on the rec field softened the ground and there was a cave-in. He nodded his head. He figured it had been a tunnel. The 2 others that were in on it, she said. A drug dealer and a bank robber. They're still inside. There's no connection to this. He nodded again. I think I should go now, she said. We have a lot to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I have a lot more questions.
I'll try to answer them if I can.
She passed closely by him in the small space between the refrigerator and counter and moved out into the hallway. He could smell her hair as she went by. An apple scent, he thought. He noticed that she was looking at the print hanging on the wall opposite the mirror in the hallway. It was in 3 separate framed sections and was a print of a 15th century painting called The Garden of Delights. The painter was a Dutchman.
Hieronymus Bosch,
she said as she studied the nightmarish landscape of the painting.
When I saw that was your full name, I wondered if...
No relation, he said. My mother, she just liked his stuff. I guess because of the last name. She sent that print to me once. Said in the note that it reminded her of L.A. Old crazy people. My foster parents, they didn't like it, but I kept it for a lot of years. Had it hanging there as long as I've had this place.
But you like to be called Harry.
Yeah, I like Harry.
Good night, Harry. Thanks for the beer.
Good night, Eleanor. Thanks for the company. Part 4. Wednesday, May 23rd. By 10 a.m., they were on the Ventura Freeway, which cuts across the bottom of the San Fernando Valley and out of the city. Bosch was driving, and they were going against the grain of traffic, heading northwest toward Ventura County, and leaving behind the blanket of smog that filled the valley like dirty cream in a bowl. They were heading to Charlie Company. The FBI had only done a cursory check on Meadows and the prison outreach program the year before. Wish said she had thought its importance was minimal because Meadows' stay had ended nearly a year before the tunnel caper. She said the Bureau had requested a copy of Meadows' file, but had not checked the names of other convicts who were part of the program at the same time as Meadows. Bosch thought this was a mistake. Meadows' work record indicated the bank caper was part of a long-range plan, he told Wish. The bank burglary might have been hatched at Charlie Company. Before leaving, Bosch had called Meadows' parole officer, Darrell Slater, and was given a rundown on Charlie Company. Slater said the place was a vegetable farm owned and operated by an Army colonel who was retired and born again. He contracted with the state and federal prisons to take early release cases, the only requirement being that they be Vietnam combat veterans. That wasn't too difficult a bill to fill, Slater said. As in every other state in the country, the prisons in California had high populations of Vietnam vets. Gordon Scales, the former colonel, didn't care what crimes the vets had been convicted of, Slater said. He just wanted to set them right again. The place had a staff of 3, including Scales, and held no more than 24 men at a time. The average stay was 9 months. They worked the vegetable fields from 6 to 3, stopping only for lunch at noon. After the workday, there was an hour-long session called Soul Talk, then dinner and TV. Another hour of religion before lights out. Slater said Scales used his connections in the community to place the vets in jobs when they were ready for the outside world. In 6 years, Charlie Company had a recidivist record of only 11%, a figure so enviable that Scales got a favorable mention in a speech by the president during his last campaign swing through the state. Slater said,
"The man's a hero, and not 'cause of that war, for what he did after. When you get a place like that, moving maybe 30, 40 cons through it a year, and only 1 in 10 gets his ass in a jam again, then you are talking about a major success. Scales, he has the ear of the federal and state parole boards and half the wardens in this state."
"Does that mean he gets to pick who goes to Charlie Company?" Bosch asked.
Maybe not pick, but give final approval to, yes. But the word on this guy is out. His name is known in every and any cell block where you got a vet doing time. These guys come to him. They send letters, send Bibles, make phone calls, have lawyers get in contact, all to get Scales to sponsor them.
Is that how Meadows got there?
Far as I know, he was already heading there when he was assigned to me. You'd have to call Terminal Island and have them check their files or talk to Scales.
Bosch filled Wish in on the conversation while they were on the road. Otherwise, it was a long ride, and there were long periods of silence. Bosch spent much of the time wondering about the night before, her visit. Why had she come? After they crossed into Ventura County, his mind came back to the case, and he asked her some of the questions he had come up with the night before while reviewing the files. Why didn't they hit the main vault? At Westland, there were 2 vaults, safe deposit and then the bank's main vault for the cash and the teller's boxes. The crime scene reports said the design of both vaults was the same. The safe deposit vault was bigger, but the armoring and the floor was the same, so it would seem that Meadows and his partners could just as easily have tunneled to the main vault, gotten in, and taken whatever was there and gotten out. No need to risk spending a whole weekend inside. No need to pry open safe deposit boxes either.
Maybe they didn't know they were the same. Maybe they assumed the main vault would be tougher.
But we are assuming they had some knowledge of the safe deposit vault structure before they started on this. Why didn't they have the same knowledge of the other vault?
They couldn't recon the main vault. It's not open to the public. But we think one of them rented a box in the safe deposit vault and went in to check it out. Used a phony name, of course. But see, they could check out one vault and not the other. Maybe that's why.
Bosch nodded and said, "How much was in the main vault?"
Don't know offhand. It should have been in the reports I gave you. If not, it's in the other files back at the Bureau.
More, though, right? There was more cash in the main vault than what? The 2 or 3 million in property they got from the boxes?
I think that is probably right.
See what I'm saying? If they had hit the main vault, the stuff would have been laying around in sacks and bags, right there for the taking. It would have been easier. There probably would have been more money for less trouble.
But, Harry, we know that from hindsight. Who knows what they knew going in? Maybe they thought there was more in the boxes. They gambled and lost.
Or maybe they won. She looked over at him. Maybe there was something there in the boxes that we don't even know about, that nobody reported missing. Something that made the safe deposit vault the better target, made it worth more than the main vault.
If you're thinking drugs, the answer is no. We thought of that. We had the DEA bring around one of their dogs, and he went through the broken boxes. Nothing, no trace of drugs. He then sniffed around the boxes the thieves hadn't gotten to, and he got one hit on one of the small ones.
She laughed for a moment and said, "So then we drilled this box the dog went nuts over and found 5 grams of coke in a bag. This poor guy who kept his coke stash at the bank got busted just because somebody happened to tunnel into the same vault."
Wish laughed again, but it seemed to be a little forced to Bosch. The story wasn't that funny.
"Anyway," she said, "the case against the guy was kicked by an assistant U.S. attorney because he said it was a bad search. We violated the guy when we drilled his box without a warrant."
Bosch exited the freeway into the town of Ventura and headed north. "I still like the drug angle, despite the dog," he said after a quarter-hour of silence. "They aren't infallible, those dogs. If the stuff was packed in there right and the thieves got it, there may not have been a trace. A couple of those boxes with coke in them, and the caper starts being worth their while."
"Your next question will be about the customer lists, right?" she said.
"Right."
"Well, we did a lot of work on that. We checked everybody right down to tracing purchases of things they said were in the boxes. We didn't find who did the job, but we probably saved the bank's insurance companies a couple million in paying for things that were reported stolen but never really existed."
He pulled into a gas station so he could take out a map book from under the seat and figure out the way to Charlie Company. She continued to defend the FBI investigation.
"The DEA looked at every name on the box holder list and drew a blank. We ran the names through NCIC. We got a few hits, but nothing serious, mostly old stuff."
She gave another one of those short, fake laughs.
"One of the holders of one of the bigger boxes had a kiddie porn conviction from the 70s, served a deuce at Soledad. Anyway, after the bank job he was contacted and he reported nothing was taken, said he had recently emptied his box. But they say these pedophiles can never part with their stuff, their photos and films, even letters written about kids. And there was no record at the bank of him going into the box in the 2 months before the burglary, so we figured that the box was for his collection. But anyway, that had nothing to do with the job. Nothing we turned up did."
Bosch found the way on the map and pulled out of the service station. Charlie Company was in Grove Country. He thought about her story about the pedophile. Something about it bothered him. He rolled it around in his head but couldn't get to it. He let it drift and went on to another question. Why was nothing ever recovered? All that jewelry and bonds and stocks, and nothing ever turns up except for a single bracelet. Not even any of the other worthless things that were taken.
"They're sitting on it until they think they're clear,"
Wish said.
"That's why Meadows was smoked. He went out of line and pawned the bracelet before he should have. Maybe before everyone agreed they were clear. They found out he'd sold it. He wouldn't say where, so they buzzed him until he told them. Then they killed him."
And by coincidence, I get the call.
"It happens."
"There's something in that story that doesn't work," Bosch said. "We start out with Meadows getting juiced, tortured, right? He tells them what they want. They put the hot load in his arm and they go get the bracelet from the pawn shop, okay?"
"Okay."
"But see, it doesn't work. I've got the pawn slip. It was hidden. So he didn't give it to them, and they had to go break in the shop and take the bracelet, covering the scam by also taking a lot of other junk. So if he didn't give them the pawn slip, how'd they know where the bracelet was?"
"He told them, I guess,"
Wish said. "I don't think so. I don't see him giving up one and not the other. He had nothing to gain from holding back the slip. If they got the name of the shop out of him, they would have gotten the slip."
"So you're saying he died before he told them anything, and they already knew where the bracelet was pawned?"
"Right. They worked him to get the ticket, but he wouldn't give it up, wouldn't break. They killed him. Then they dumped the body and roll his place. But they still don't find the pawn stub, so they hit the pawn shop like third-rate burglars. The question is, if Meadows didn't tell them where he had sold the bracelet and they didn't find the stub, how did they know where it was?"
"Harry, this is speculation on top of speculation."
"That's what cops do."
"Well, I don't know. Could have been a lot of things. They could have had a tail on Meadows because they didn't trust him and could have seen him go into the pawn shop. Could have been a lot of things."
Could have been they had somebody, say a cop, who saw the bracelet on the monthly pawn sheets and told them. The sheets go to every police department in the county.
"I think that kind of speculation is reckless."
They were there. Bosch braked the car at a gravel entranceway below a wooden sign with a green eagle painted on it and the words Charlie Company. The gate was open, and they drove down a gravel road with muddy irrigation ditches running along both sides. The road split the farmland, with tomatoes on the right and what smelled like peppers on the left. Up ahead there was a large aluminum-sided barn and a sprawling ranch-style house. Behind these, Bosch could see a grove of avocado trees. They drove into a circular parking area in front of the ranch house, and Bosch cut the engine. A man wearing a white apron that was as clean as his shaven head came to the screen at the front door. "Mr. Scales here?" Bosch asked.
"Colonel Scales, you mean? No, he is not. It's almost time for chow, though. He'll be coming in from the field then."
The man did not invite them to come in out of the sun, and so Bosch and Wish went back and sat in the car. A few minutes later, a dusty white pickup truck drove up. It had an eagle inside a large letter C painted on the driver's door. 3 men got out of the cab, and 6 more piled out of the back. They moved quickly toward the ranch house. They ranged in age from late 30s to late 40s. They wore military green pants and white T-shirts soaked with sweat. No one wore a bandana or sunglasses or had his sleeves rolled up. No one's hair was longer than a 1/4 inch. The white men were burned brown like stained wood. The driver, wearing the same uniform but at least 10 years older than the rest, slowed to a stop and let the others go inside. As he approached, Bosch put him on the early side of his 60s, but a guy who was almost as solid as he had been in his 20s. His hair, what could be seen of it against his gleaming skull, was white, and his skin was like walnut. He was wearing work gloves.
"Help you?" he asked.
"Colonel Scales?"
Bosch said. "That's right, you police?"
Bosch nodded and made introductions. Scales didn't seem too impressed, even with the FBI being mentioned.
You remember about 7, 8 months ago the FBI asked you for some information on a William Meadows who spent some time here? Wish asked.
"Sure I do. I remember every time you people call up or come around asking about one of my boys. I resent it, so I remember it. You want more information on Billy? Is he in some trouble?"
"Not anymore," Bosch said.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Scales said.
"Sounds like you're saying he's dead."
"You didn't know?" Bosch said.
"Of course I didn't. Tell me what happened to him."
Bosch thought he saw genuine surprise and then a flashing hint of sadness cross Scales's face. The news had hurt. "He was found dead 3 days ago in L.A. A homicide. We think it is related to a crime he took part in last year that you may have heard about from the FBI's previous contact."
"The tunnel thing at that bank in L.A.?" he asked. "I know what I was told by the FBI, that's it."
That's fine, Wish said. What we need from you is more complete information about who was here when Meadows was. We went over this ground before, but we're rechecking, looking for anything that might help. Will you cooperate with us?
"I always cooperate with you people. I don't like it because half the time I think you got your wires crossed. Most of my boys, when they leave here, they don't get mixed up again. We have a good record here. If Meadows did what you're saying he did, he is the rarity."
We understand that, she said, and this will be strictly confidential.
"All right, then, come into my office and you can ask your questions."
As they went through the front door, Bosch saw 2 long tables in what was probably once the ranch house's living room. About 20 men sat before plates of what looked like chicken-fried steaks and mounds of vegetables. Not one looked at Eleanor Wish. That was because they were silently saying grace, their heads down, eyes closed, and hands folded. Bosch could see tattoos on almost every arm. When they stopped their prayer, a chorus of forks struck home on the plates. A few of the men took the time then to look at Eleanor approvingly. The man in the apron who had come to the screen door earlier now stood in the doorway of the kitchen.
"Colonel, are you eating with the men today, sir?"
he called. Scales nodded and said,
"Yeah, I'll be through in a few minutes."
They went down a hallway and through the first door into an office that was supposed to be a bedroom. It was crowded by a desk with a top the size of a door. Scales pointed to 2 chairs in front of it, and Bosch and Wish sat down, while he took the upholster job behind the desk.
"Now, I know exactly what I am required by law to give you and what I don't have to even speak to you about. But I am inclined to do more if it will help and we have an understanding. Meadows, I sort of knew he would end up as you say he did. I prayed to the good Lord to guide him, but I knew. I will help you. No one should take a life in a civilized world. No one at all.
Colonel, Bosch began, we appreciate your help. I want you to know, first off, that we know what kind of job you're doing here. We know you have the respect and encouragement of both state and federal authorities. But our investigation of Meadows' death leads us to conclude he was involved in a conspiracy with other men who had the same skills as he, and—
You're saying they're vets?
Scales cut in. He was filling a pipe with tobacco from a canister on the desk. Possibly. We have not identified them yet, so we don't know it for a fact. But if that is the case, there would seem a possibility that the players in the conspiracy may have met here. I stress the word may. Therefore, there are two things we want from you: a look at any records you still have on Meadows, and a list of every man that was here during the 10 months he was. Scales was tamping his pipe and seemingly paying no attention to what had just been said. Then he said,
No problem on his records. He's dead. On the other, I suppose I should call my lawyer just to make sure I can do that. We run a good program here, and vegetables and money from the state and the feds don't cover it. I get out the soapbox and make the rounds. We rely on the tithings of the community, civic organizations, things like that. Bad publicity will dry that money up faster than a Santa Ana wind. I help you, I risk that. The other risk is the loss in the faith of the men who come here for a new start. See, most of those men that were here back when Meadows was, they've gone on to new lives. They aren't criminals anymore. If I'm handing out their names to every cop that comes around, then that doesn't look too good for my program, does it?
Colonel Scales, we don't have time for lawyers to look this over, Bosch said. We are on a murder case, sir. We need this information. You know we can get it if we go to the state and federal correctional departments, but that might take longer than your lawyer. We can also get it with a subpoena, but we thought mutual cooperation would be best. We are much more inclined to tread lightly if we have your cooperation. Scales didn't move, and again didn't seem to be listening. A curl of blue smoke swirled like a ghost out of his pipe bowl.
I see, he finally said. Then I'll just get those files, won't I?
He stood up then and went to a row of beige file cabinets that lined the wall behind his desk. He went to one drawer and, after a short search, pulled out a thin manila file. He dropped it on his desk near Bosch.
That's the file on Meadows there, he said. Now let's see what else we can find here.
He went to the first drawer, which had no marking in the card slot on front. He looked through files without taking any out. Then he chose one and sat down with it.
You're free to look through that file, and I can copy anything you need from it, Scales said. This one is my master flow chart of people through here. I can make you a list of any people Meadows could have met here. I assume you'll need DOBs and PINs?
That would help, thank you,
Wish said. It took only 15 minutes to look through Meadows' file. He had started a correspondence with Scales a year before his release from TI. He had the backing of a chaplain and an intake counselor who knew him because he had been assigned to maintenance at the prison's intake and placement office. In one of the letters, Meadows had described the tunnels he had been into in Vietnam and how he had been drawn to their darkness. Most of the other guys were scared to go down there, he wrote. I wanted to go. I didn't know why then, but I think now I was testing my limits. But the fulfillment I received from it was false. I was as hollow as the ground we fought on. The fulfillment I now have is in Jesus Christ, and knowing He is with me. If given the chance, and with His guidance, I can make the right choices this time and leave these bars forever behind. I want to go from hollow ground to hallowed ground.
Tacky, but sincere enough, I guess,
Wish said. Scales looked up from the desk, where he was writing names, birth dates, and prison identification numbers on a sheet of yellow paper.
He was sincere,
he said in a voice that suggested there was no other way about it.
When Billy Meadows left here, I believed he was ready for the outside, and that he had shed past alliances with drugs and crime. It becomes obvious that he fell back into that temptation. But I doubt you two will find what you're looking for here. I give you these names, but they won't help you.
We'll see, Bosch said. Scales went back to writing, and Bosch watched him. He was too consumed by his faith and loyalty to see he might have been used. Bosch believed Scales was a good man,
but one who might be too quick to see his beliefs and hopes in someone else, perhaps someone like Meadows. "Colonel, what do you get out of all this?" Bosch asked. This time he put his pen down, adjusted his pipe in his set jaw, and folded his hands together on the desk. "It's not what I get. It's what the Lord gets." He picked up the pen again, but then another thought came to him. "You know, these boys were destroyed in many ways when they got back. I know, it's an old story and everybody's heard it, everybody's seen the movies, but these guys have had to live it. Thousands came back here and literally marched off to the prisons. One day I was reading about that, and I wondered, what if there hadn't been any war and these boys never went anywhere? They just stayed in Omaha and Los Angeles and Jacksonville and New Iberia and wherever. Would they still have ended up in prison? Would they be hopeless, homeless, wandering mental cases, drug addicts? For most of them, I doubt that. It was the war that did it to them, that sent them the wrong way." He took a long drag on the dead pipe. "So all I do, with the help of the earth and a few prayer books, is try to put back inside what the Vietnam experience took out. And I'm pretty good at it. So I'm giving you this list, letting you take a look at that file there, but don't hurt what we've got here. You two have a natural suspicion of what goes on here, and that's fine. It's healthy for people in your position, but be careful with what is good here. Detective Bosch, you look the right age. Were you over there?" Bosch nodded, and Scales said, "Then you know." He went back to finishing the list. Without looking up, he said, "You two join us for lunch? Freshest vegetables in the county on our table." They declined and stood up to go after Scales handed Bosch the list with the 24 names he had come up with. As Bosch turned to the office door, he hesitated and said, "Colonel, do you mind me asking what other vehicles you have on the farm? I saw the pickup." "We don't mind you asking, because we have nothing to hide. We got 2 more pickups like that, 2 John Deeres and a 4-wheel drive vehicle." "What kind of 4-wheel drive vehicle?" "It's a Jeep." "And what color?" "It's white. What's going on?" "Just trying to clear up something. But I guess the Jeep would have the Charlie Company seal on the side, like the pickup?" "That's right. All our vehicles are marked. When we go into Ventura, we're proud of what we've accomplished. We want people to know where the vegetables are coming from." Bosch didn't look at the names on the list until he was in the car. He didn't recognize any, but he noticed that Scales had written the letters P.H. after 8 of the 24 names. "What's that mean?" Wish asked as she leaned over and looked at the list also. "Purple Heart," Bosch said. "One more way to say, be careful, I guess." "What about the Jeep?" she said. "He said it was white. It has a seal on the side." "You saw how dirty the pickup was. A dirty, white Jeep. It could have looked beige, if it's the right Jeep." "He just doesn't seem right. Scales, he seems legit." "Maybe he is. Maybe it's the people he lends his Jeep to. I didn't want to press it with him until we know more." He started the car, and they headed down the gravel road to the gate. Bosch rolled his window down. The sky was the color of bleached jeans, and the air was invisible and clean, and smelled like fresh green peppers. But not for long, Bosch thought. We go back into the nastiness now. On the way back to the city, Bosch cut off the Ventura Freeway and headed south through Malibu Canyon to the Pacific. It would take longer to get back, but the clean air was addictive. He wanted it for as long as possible. "I want to see the list of the victims," he said, after they had made their way through the winding canyon and the hazy blue surface of the ocean could be seen ahead. "This, pedophile you mentioned earlier. Something about that story bothered me. Why would they take the guy's collection of kiddie porno?" "Harry, come on. You are not going to suggest that was a reason, that these guys tunneled for weeks and then blasted into a bank vault to steal a collection of kiddie porn?" "Of course not. But that's why it raises the question, why'd they take this stuff?" "Well, maybe they wanted it. Maybe one was a pedophile and he liked it, who knows? Or maybe it was all part of a cover. Take everything from every box they drilled to hide the fact that what they were really after was one box. You know, sort of blur the picture by hitting dozens of boxes, but all along the target was something in only one of the boxes. Same principle with the pawn shop break-in. Take a lot of jewelry to cover they only wanted the bracelet. But with the vault, they wanted something that wouldn't be reported stolen afterward. Something that couldn't be reported stolen because it would get the owner into some kind of jam, like with the pedophile. When his stuff got stolen, what could he say? That's the sort of thing the tunnelers were after, but something more valuable. Something that would make hitting the safe deposit vault more attractive than hitting the main vault. Something that would make killing Meadows a necessity when he endangered the whole caper by pawning the bracelet. She was quiet. Bosch looked over at her, but behind her sunglasses she was unreadable.
"Sounds to me like you're talking about drugs again," she said after a while. "And the dog said no drugs. The DEA found no connections on our list of customers."
Maybe drugs, maybe not. But that's why we should look at the box holders again. I want to look at the list for myself, want to see if anything rings a bell with it. The people who reported no losses, they're the ones that I want to start with.
"I'll get the list. We've got nothing else going anyway."
Well, we've got these names from Scales to run down, Bosch said. I was thinking that we'd pull mugs and take 'em to Sharkey.
"Worth a try, I guess. More like just going through the motions."
I don't know. I think the kid is holding something. I think he maybe saw a face that night.
"I left a memo with Rourke about the hypnosis. He'll probably get back to us on that today or tomorrow."
They took the Pacific Coast Highway around the bay. The smog had been blown inland, and it was clear enough to see Catalina Island out past the Whitecaps. They stopped at Alice's restaurant for lunch, and since it was late, there was an open table by a window. Wish ordered an iced tea, and Bosch had a beer. I used to come out to this pier when I was a kid, Bosch told her. They'd take a busload of us out. Back then they had a bait shop out on the end. I'd fish for yellowtail.
"Kids from DYS?"
Yeah. No. Back then it was called DPS, Department of Public Services. A few years back they finally realized they needed a whole department for the kids, so they came up with DYS. She looked out the restaurant window and down along the pier. She smiled at his memories, and he asked where hers were.
"All over," she said. "My father was in the military. Most I ever spent in one place was a couple years, so my memories aren't really of places, they're people."
You and your brother were close? Bosch said.
"Yes, with my father gone a lot. He was always there, until he enlisted and went away for good."
Salads were put down on the table, and they ate a little bit, and small-talked a little bit, and then some time between when the waitress picked up the salad plates and put down the lunch plates, she told her brother's story.
"Every week he'd write me from over there, and every week he said he was scared, wanted to come home," she said. "It wasn't something he could say to our father or mother. But Michael wasn't the type. He should never have gone. He went because of our father. He couldn't let him down. He wasn't brave enough to say no to him, but he was brave enough to go over there. Doesn't make sense. Have you ever heard of anything so dumb?"
Bosch didn't answer because he had heard similar stories, his own included. And she seemed to stop there. She either didn't know what had happened to her brother over there or didn't want to recount the details. After a while, she said,
"Why'd you go?"
He knew the question was coming, but in his whole life he had never been able to truthfully answer it, even to himself. I don't know. No choice, I guess. The institutional life, like you said before. I wasn't going to college, never really thought about Canada. I think it would have been harder to go there than to just get drafted and go to Vietnam. Then in '68, I sort of won the draft lottery. My number came up so low I knew I was going to go, so I thought I'd outsmart him by joining, thought I'd write my own ticket.
"And so?"
Bosch laughed a little, in the same phony way she had laughed before. I got in, went through basic and all the bullshit, and when it came time to choose something, I picked the infantry. I still have never figured out why. They get you at that age, you know? You're invincible. Once I got over there, I volunteered for a tunnel squad. It was kind of like that letter Meadows wrote to Scales. You want to see what you've got. You do things you'll never understand. You know what I mean?
"I think so," she said. "What about Meadows? He had chances to leave, and he never did, not till the very end. Why would anybody want to stay if they didn't have to?
There were a lot like that, Bosch said. I guess it wasn't usual or unusual. Some just didn't want to leave that place. Meadows was one of them. It might have been a business decision, too.
You mean drugs?
Well, I know he was using heroin while he was there. We know he was using and selling afterward when he got back here, so maybe when he was over there he got involved in moving it, and he didn't want to leave a good thing. There's a lot that points to it. He was moved to Saigon after they took him out of the tunnels. Saigon would have been the place to be, especially with embassy clearance like he had as an MP. Saigon was Sin City. Whores, hash, heroin is a free market. A lot of people jumped into it. Heroin would have made him some nice money, especially if he had a plan, a way to move some of the stuff back here. She pushed pieces of red snapper she wasn't going to eat around on her plate with a fork.
It's unfair, she said. He didn't want to come back. Some boys wanted to come home but never got the chance.
Yes, there was nothing fair about that place. Bosch turned and looked out the window at the ocean. There were 4 surfers in bright wetsuits riding on the swells.
And after the war, you joined the cops.
Well, I kicked around a little and then joined the department. It seemed most of the vets I knew, like what Scales said today, were going into the police departments or the penitentiaries.
I don't know, Harry. You seem like the loner type. A private eye, not a man who has to take orders from men he doesn't respect.
There are no more private operators. Everybody takes orders. But all this stuff about me is in the file, you know it all.
Not everything about somebody can be put down on paper. Isn't that what you said?
He smiled as a waitress cleared the table. He said, "What about you? What's your story with the Bureau?"
Pretty simple, really. Criminal justice major, accounting minor, recruited out of Penn State. Good pay, good benefits, women highly sought and valued. Nothing original.
Why the bank detail? I thought the fast track was anti-terrorism, white-collar stuff, maybe even drugs, but not the heavy squad.
I did the white-collar stuff for 5 years. I was in D.C., too, the right place to be. The thing is, the Emperor had no clothes. It was all deadly, deadly boring stuff.
She smiled and shook her head.
I realized I just wanted to be a cop. So that's what I became. I transferred to the first good street unit that had an opening. L.A. is the bank robbery capital of the country. When an opening came up here, I called in my markers and got the transfer. Call me a dinosaur if you want.
You're too beautiful for that. Despite her dark tan, Bosch could tell the remark embarrassed her. It embarrassed him, too, just sort of slipping out like that. Yeah, sorry, he said.
No, that was nice. Thank you.
So, are you married, Eleanor? He said, and then he turned red, immediately regretting his lack of subtlety. She smiled at his embarrassment.
I was, but it was a long time ago.
Bosch nodded. You don't have anything... What about Rourke? You two seemed...
What? Are you kidding?
Sorry. They laughed together then, and followed it with smiles and a long, comfortable silence. After lunch, they walked out on the pier to the spot where Bosch had once stood with rod and reel. There was no one fishing. Several of the buildings at the end of the pier were abandoned. There was a rainbow sheen on top of the water near one of the pylons. Bosch also noticed the surfers were gone. Maybe all the kids are in school, Bosch thought. Or maybe they don't fish here anymore. Maybe no fish make it this far into the poisoned bay. I haven't been here in a long time, he said to Eleanor. He leaned on the pier railing, his elbows on wood scarred by 1,000 bait knives. Things change. It was mid-afternoon by the time they got back to the Federal Building. Wish ran the names and prisoner identification numbers Scales had given them through the NCIC and State Department of Justice computers and ordered mugshots photofaxed from various prisons in the state. Bosch took the list of names and called U.S. Military Archives in St. Louis and asked for Jessie St. John, the same clerk he had dealt with on Monday. She said the file on William Meadows that Bosch had asked for was already on the way. Bosch didn't tell her he already had seen the FBI's copy of it. Instead,
He talked her into calling up the new names he had on her computer and giving him the basic service biography of each man. He kept her past the end of shift at 5 o'clock in St. Louis, but she said she wanted to help. By 5 o'clock L.A. time, Bosch and Wish had 24 mugshots and brief criminal and military service sketches of the men to go with them. Nothing jumped off Wish's desk and hit either of them over the head. 15 of the men had served in Vietnam at some point during the period Meadows was there. 11 of these were U.S. Army. None were tunnel rats, though 4 were 1st Infantry along with Meadows on his first tour. There were 2 others who were MPOs in Saigon. They focused on the NCIC records of the 6 soldiers who were 1st Infantry or military police. Only the MPOs had bank robbery records. Bosch shuffled through the mugshots and pulled those 2 out. He stared at the faces, half expecting to get confirmation from the hardened, disinterested looks they gave the camera. "I like these 2, he said. Their names were Art Franklin and Jean Delgado. They both had Los Angeles addresses. In Vietnam, they spent their tours in Saigon assigned to separate MP units, not the embassy unit that Meadows was attached to. But still, they were in the city. Both of them had been discharged in 1973, but as with Meadows, they stayed on in Vietnam as civilian military advisors. They were there until the end, April 1975. There was no question in Bosch's mind. All 3 men, Meadows, Franklin, and Delgado, knew each other before they met at Charlie Company in Ventura County. Stateside, after 1975, Franklin got jammed up on a series of robberies in San Francisco and went away for 5 years. He went down on a federal rap of bank robbery in Oakland in 1984 and was at TI at the same time as Meadows. He was paroled to Charlie Company 2 months before Meadows left the program. Delgado was strictly a state offender. 3 pops for burglaries in L.A., for which he was able to get by on county lockup time, then an attempted bank robbery in Santa Ana in 1985. He was able to plead in state court under an agreement with federal prosecutors. He went up to Soledad, getting out in 1988 and arriving at Charlie Company 3 months ahead of Meadows. He left Charlie Company a day after Franklin arrived.
"1 day," Wish said. "This means all 3 were together there at Charlie Company only 1 day?"
Bosch looked at their photos and the accompanying descriptions. Franklin was the larger one, 6 foot, 190, dark hair. Delgado was lean, 5'6", and 140. Dark hair, too. Bosch stared at the photos of the big man and the small man and was thinking about the descriptions of the men in the jeep that had dumped Meadows' body. "Let's go see Sharky," he said after a while. He called Home Street Home and was told what he knew they were going to tell him. Sharky was gone. Bosch tried the Blue Chateau, and a tired old voice told him that Sharky's crew had moved out at noon. His mother hung up on Bosch after she determined he was not a customer. It was near 7. Bosch told Wish they would have to go back to the street to find him. She said she'd drive. They spent the next 2 hours in West Hollywood, mostly in the Santa Monica Boulevard corridor, but there was no sign of Sharky or his motorbike locked to a parking meter. They flagged down a few sheriff's cruisers and told them who they were looking for, but not even the extra eyes helped. They parked at the curb by the Okie Dog, and Bosch was thinking that maybe the boy had gone back to his mother's house and she had hung up the phone to protect him. "You want to take a ride up to Chatsworth?" he asked.
"As much as I'd like to see this witch you told me Sharky has for a mother, I was thinking more along the lines of calling it a day. We can find Sharky tomorrow. How about that dinner we didn't have last night?"
Bosch wanted to get to Sharky, but he also wanted to get to her. She was right. There was always tomorrow. "Sounds good to me," he said. "Where you feel like going?"
"My place."
Eleanor Wish lived in a rent-controlled townhouse she subleased 2 blocks from the beach in Santa Monica. They parked at the curb in front, and as they went in she told Bosch that although she lived close by, if he wanted to actually see the ocean, he had to walk out onto her bedroom balcony, lean over, and look sharply to the right down Ocean Park Boulevard. A slice of the Pacific could then be seen between 2 condominium towers that guarded the shoreline. From that angle, she mentioned, he could also see into her next-door neighbor's bedroom. The neighbor was a has-been television actor turned small-time dope dealer who had a never-ending procession of women through the bedroom. It kind of took away from the view, she said. She told Bosch to have a seat in the living room while she got dinner started.
"If you like jazz, I have a CD over there I just bought but haven't had time to listen to," she said.
He walked over to the stereo, which was stacked on shelves next to a set of bookcases, and picked up the new disc. It was Rollins, Falling in Love with Jazz, and inside Harry smiled because he had it at home. It was a warm connection. He opened the case, put the music on, and began to look around the living room. There were pastel throw rugs and light-colored coverings on the furniture. Architectural books and home magazines were spread on a glass-topped coffee table in front of a light blue couch. The place was very neat. A framed cross-stitch canvas on the wall next to the front door said, "Welcome to this home." Small letters stitched in its corner said, EDS 1970, and Bosch wondered about the last letter. He made another one of those psychic connections with Eleanor Wish when he turned around and looked at the wall above the couch. Framed in black wood was a print of Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. Bosch didn't have the print at home, but he was familiar with the painting, and from time to time even thought about it when he was deep on a case or on a surveillance. He had seen the original in Chicago once, and had stood in front of it studying it for nearly an hour. A quiet, shadowy man sits alone at the counter of a street-front diner. He looks across at another customer, much like himself, but only the second man is with a woman. Somehow Bosch identified with it, with that first man. I am the loner, he thought. I am the Nighthawk. The print, with its stark, dark hues and shadows, did not fit in this apartment, Bosch realized. Its darkness clashed with the pastels. Why did Eleanor have it? What did she see there? He looked around the rest of the room. There was no TV. There was just the music on the stereo, and the magazines on the table, and the books on the lawyer's shelves against the wall across from the couch. He stepped over and looked through the glass panes and browsed the collection. The top two shelves were mostly highbrow Book of the Month offerings, descending into crime fiction by writers like Crumley and Willeford and others. He had read some of them. He opened the glass door and pulled out a book called The Locked Door. He'd heard of the book, but had never seen it to buy. He opened the cover to see how old it was, and he solved the mystery of the last letter on the needlework. On the first page, printed in ink, it said, Eleanor D. Scarletti, 1979. She must have kept her husband's name after the divorce, Bosch thought. He put the book back and closed the case. The books on the bottom two rows of the bookcase ranged from true crime to historical studies of the Vietnam War to FBI manuals. There was even an LAPD homicide investigation textbook. Many of these books Bosch had read. One of them he was even in. It was a book the Times reporter Bremer had written about the so-called beauty shop slasher. A guy named Harvard Kendall, the slasher killed 7 women in 1 year in the San Fernando Valley. They were all beauty shop owners or employees. He cased the shops, followed the victims home, and killed them by cutting their throats with a sharpened nail file. Bosch and his partner at the time connected Kendall through a license plate number the 7th victim had written on a pad in the salon the night before she was murdered. They never figured out why she had done it, but the detectives suspected she had seen Kendall watching the shop from his van. She wrote the tag number down as a precaution, but then didn't take the precaution of not going home alone. Bosch and his partner traced the tag to Kendall and found out he had spent 5 years in Folsom for a series of beauty shop arsons near Oakland in the 1960s. They later discovered his mother had worked as a manicurist in a beauty shop when he was a boy. She had practiced her craft on young Kendall's nails, and the shrinks figured he never got over it. Bremer had gotten a bestseller out of it, and when Universal made a movie of the week out of it, the studio paid Bosch and his partner for the use of their names and technical assistance. The money doubled when a cop series spun off the movie. His partner quit the department and moved to Ensenada. Bosch stayed on, investing his stake in the stilt house on the hill that looked down on the studio that paid him the money. Bosch always found an unexplainable symbiosis in that.
I read that book before your name ever came up in this. It wasn't part of the research.
Eleanor had come out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of red wine. Harry smiled. "I wasn't going to accuse you of anything," he said. "Besides, it isn't about me, it's about Kendall. The whole thing was luck, anyway. But they still made a book and TV show about it. You know, whatever it is in there, it smells good."
You like pasta?
"I like spaghetti."
That's what we're having. I made a big pot of sauce Sunday. I love to spend an entire day in the kitchen, not thinking about anything else. I find it's good therapy for stress, and it lasts and lasts. All I have to do is warm it up and boil some noodles.
Bosch sipped his wine and looked around some more. He still hadn't sat down, but was feeling very comfortable with her. A smile played across his face. He gestured toward the Hopper print. "I like it, but why something so dark?" She looked at the print and crinkled her brow as if this were the first time she had considered it.
I don't know, she said. I've always liked that painting. Something there grabs me. The woman is with a man, so that isn't me. So I guess if it's anyone, it would be the man sitting with his coffee, all alone, kind of watching the two that are together.
"I saw it in Chicago once," Bosch said. "The original? I was out there in an extradition and had about an hour to kill until I could pick up the body, so I went into the Art Institute and it was there. I spent the whole hour looking at it. There's something about it, like you said. I can't remember the case or who I was bringing back here, but I remember that painting." They sat at the table talking for nearly an hour after the food was gone. She told him more about her brother and her difficulty getting over the anger and loss. 18 years later, she was still working it out, she said. Bosch told her that he was still working things out, too. He still dreamed of the tunnels from time to time, but more often he battled insomnia instead. He told her how mixed up he was when he got back, how thin the line was, the choice between what he had done afterward and what Meadows did. It could have been different, he said, and she nodded, seeming to know that was true. Later, she asked about the dollmaker case and his fall from robbery-homicide. It was more than curiosity. He sensed that something important rode on what he told her. She was making a decision about him. "I guess you know the basics," he began. Somebody was strangling women, mostly prostitutes, then painting over their faces with makeup. Pancake, red lipstick, heavy rouge on the cheeks, sharp black eyeliner. The same thing every time. The bodies were bathed, too, but we never said it looked like he was making them into dolls. Some asshole, I think it was a guy named Sakai over at the coroner's, leaked that the makeup was the common denominator. Then this dollmaker stuff started playing in the press. I think Channel 4 was the first to come up with that name. It took off from there. To me, it looked more like a mortician's work. But the truth is, we weren't doing too good. We didn't have a handle on the guy until he was into double figures. Not much physical evidence. The victims were all dumped in random locations all over the west side. We knew from fiber evidence on a couple of the bodies that the guy probably wore a rug or some kind of hair disguise, fake beard or something. The women that were taken off the stroll, we were able to isolate times and places of their last trick. We went to the hourly motels, got nothing. So we figured the guy was picking them up in a car and then taking them somewhere else, maybe to his home or some kind of safe place he used as a killing pad. We started watching the Boulevard and other hot spots the pros work, and we must have busted up 300 tricks before we got the break. This whore, name of Dixie McQueen, calls up the task force one morning, early, and says she just escaped from the doll maker, and is there a reward if she gives him up? Well, we were getting calls like that every week. I mean, 11 murdered women, and people are coming out of the woodwork with clues that aren't really clues. It's Panic City.
I remember,
Wish said. But Dixie was different. I was working the late shift in the task force offices that day, and I caught the call. I went and talked to her. She told me that this John she'd picked up on Hollywood near Spa Row, near the Scientology mansion, took her to this garage apartment in Silver Lake. She said that while the guy was getting naked, she wanted to use the toilet. So she goes in, and while she's running the water, she looks through the cabinet below the sink, probably to see if there's anything worth lifting. But she sees all these little bottles and compacts and all this women's stuff. She looks at it all and she just puts it all together, just like that. Bingo, this has to be the guy. So she gets a case of total creeps and bails out. She comes out of the bathroom and the guy's in bed. She just hauls ass through the front door. The thing is, we hadn't put out all the stuff about the makeup. Or actually, the asshole that was the media leak didn't put out everything. See, we knew that the guy was keeping the victim's stuff. They were found with their purses, but there were no cosmetics. You know, lipstick, compacts, things like that. So when Dixie told me about what was in the bathroom cabinet, she got my attention. I knew she was legit. And that is the point where I screwed up. It was 3 a.m. by the time I was done talking to Dixie. Everybody on the task force had gone home, and I was left there thinking that this guy might realize Dixie made him and clear out. So I went there alone. I mean, Dixie went with me to show me the place, but then she never left the car. Once we were there, I saw a light on above the garage, which was behind this run-down house off of Hyperion. I called for patrol backup, and while I'm waiting, I see the guy's shadow going back and forth across the window. Something tells me he's getting ready to bug out and take all the stuff from the cabinet with him. And we had no evidence from the 11 bodies. We needed the stuff that was in the bathroom cabinet. The other consideration was, what if he has someone up there? You know, a replacement for Dixie. So I went up, alone. You know the rest. Wish said,
You went in without a warrant and shot him when he was reaching under the pillow on the bed. You later told the shooting team that you believed it was an emergency situation. There had been enough time for him to go out and get another prostitute. You said that gave you the authority to come through the door without a warrant. You said you fired because you believed the suspect was reaching for a weapon. It was one shot, upper torso, from 15 or 20 feet, if I remember the report. But the doll maker was alone, and under the pillow was only his toupee.
Only his rug, Bosch said. He shook his head like a Monday morning quarterback. The shooting team cleared me. We connected him to 2 of the bodies through the hair from the toupee, and the makeup in the bathroom was traced to 8 of the victims. There was no doubt it was him. I was clear, but then the shoe-fly started in on it, a Lewis and Clark expedition. They ran down Dixie and got her to sign a statement saying she told me beforehand that he put his hair under the pillow. I don't know what they used against her, but I can imagine. IAD's always had a hard-on for me. They don't like anybody who's not 100% part of the family. Anyway, the next thing I know, they're bringing departmental charges against me. They wanted to fire me and take Dixie to a grand jury to get criminal charges. It was like there was blood in the water and 2 fat white sharks. He stopped there, but Eleanor continued.
The IAD detectives misjudged things, though, Harry. They didn't realize that public opinion would be with you. You were known in the newspapers as the cop who broke the beauty shop slasher and doll-maker cases, a character in a TV show. They couldn't take you down without a lot of public scrutiny and embarrassment for the department.
Someone reached down from above them and put a stop to the grand jury move, Bosch said. They had to settle for a suspension and my demotion to Hollywood homicide.
Bosch had his fingers on the stem of his empty wine glass and was absent-mindedly turning the glass on the table.
Some settlement, he said after a while. And those 2 IAD sharks are still swimming around out there waiting for the kill.
They sat silently for a while then. He was waiting for her to ask the question she had asked once before. Had the whore lied? She never asked it, and after a while she just looked at him and smiled, and he felt as if he had just passed the test. She started gathering the plates off the table. Bosch helped her in the kitchen, and when the work was done they stood close, drying their hands on the same dish towel, and lightly kissed. Then, as if following the same secret signals, they pressed themselves against each other and kissed with the kind of hunger lonely people have.
I want to stay, Bosch said after momentarily breaking away.
I want you to stay, she said.
Arson's stoned eyes were shiny and reflected the neon night. He sucked hard on the cool and held the precious smoke in. The cigarette had been dipped in PCP. A smile cracked across his face as the jet streams of smoke escaped his nostrils. He said,
You're the only shark I ever heard of being used as bait. Get it?
He laughed and took another deep drag before handing the cigarette to Sharky, who waved it away because he'd had enough. Mojo took it then.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of this shit, Sharky said. You take a turn for once.
Chill out, man. You're the only one can get away with it, man. Mojo and me, man, we just don't play the part good as you. Besides, we got our part. You ain't big enough to pound these faggots.
Well, Why don't we do the 7-Eleven again? Sharky said. I don't like this not knowing who it is. I like it at the 7-Eleven. We pick our meat. They don't pick me.
No way, Mojo spoke up then. We go back there. We don't know if that last guy reported it to the sheriffs or not. We have to stay clear of there a while. They're probably watching the place from the same parking lot we did.
Sharky knew they were right. He just thought that being out on Santa Monica on the queer stroll was getting too close to the real thing. Next thing, he guessed, the two dopers will not feel like charging in. They'll want him to go through with it, get the money that way. That was when he would split these guys, he knew.
Okay,
he said, stepping off the curb.
Don't fuck me up.
He started to cross the street. Arson yelled after him,
BMW or better.
As if I need to be told, Sharky thought. He walked a half-block toward La Brea and then leaned against the door of a closed print shop. He was still a half-block from Hot Rods, an adult bookstore that offered 25-cent all-male peeps, but he was close enough to catch the eye of somebody walking out, if the eye was looking. He looked back the other way and saw the glow of the joint in the darkness of the driveway where Arson and Mojo sat on their bikes. Sharky hadn't been standing there 10 minutes when a car, a new Grand Am, pulled to the curb and the electric window glided down. Sharky was going to blow this one off, remembering BMW or better, until he saw the glint of gold and stepped closer. His adrenaline kicked up a notch. The wrist the driver had draped over the steering wheel was adorned with a Rolex Presidential. If it was real, Arson knew where they could get $3,000 for it, $1,000 apiece, not to mention what else the meat might have at home or in his wallet. Sharky looked the man over. The guy looked like a straight, a businessman. Dark hair, dark suit, mid-40s, not too big. Sharky might even be able to take him alone. The man smiled at Sharky and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Not bad. What's up?
"Oh, I don't know, just out for a ride. You want to take a ride?"
Where to?
"No place special. I know a place we can go be alone."
You got $100 on you?
"No, but I got $50 for night baseball."
Pitching or catching?
"Oh, I'm a pitcher, and I brought my own glove." Sharky hesitated and glanced toward the driveway where he had seen the glow from the cool. It was gone now. They must be ready to move. He looked back at the watch.
That's cool,
he said, and got in the car. The car headed west, past the alley driveway. Sharky held himself from looking, but he thought he heard the revving and popping sound of their bikes. They were following.
Where are we going?
He asked.
I can't go home with you, my friend, but I know a place we can go. Nobody will bother us.
Cool. They stopped at the light at Flores, which made Sharky think of the guy from the other night. They were near his place. Arson was hitting harder, it seemed. This would have to stop soon, or they would kill someone. He hoped the man with the Rolex would give it up peaceably. There was no telling what those two would do. Stoked on PCP, they would be ready for battle and blood. Suddenly, the car lurched through the intersection. Sharky noticed the light was still red.
"What's going on?" he said sharply.
"Nothing. I'm tired of waiting is all." Sharky thought there would be nothing suspicious about looking back now. He turned and saw only cars waiting back at the intersection. No motorbikes. Those bastards, he thought. He felt a dampness beginning on his scalp and the first tremblings of fear. The car turned right after Barney's Beanery and up the hill to Sunset. Then they went east to Highland and the man with the Rolex steered north again. "Have we been together before?" the man asked. "You seem familiar. I don't know, maybe we've just seen each other around."
"No, I've never, I don't think so."
"Look at me."
"What?"
Sharky said, startled by the question in the man's sharp tone.
"Why?"
"Look at me. You know me? Have you seen me before?"
"What is this, a credit card commercial?" I said, "No, man."
The man turned the car off the street into the east parking lot of the Hollywood Bowl. It was deserted. He drove quickly and without saying another word to the darkened north end. Sharky thought, if this is your quiet little spot, then that ain't no real Rolex you got on your wrist, pal.
"Hey, what are we doing, man?"
Sharky said. He was thinking of a way to bail out of this. He was pretty sure Arson and Mojo, stoned as they were lost. He was alone with this guy, and he wanted to scratch it. "The bowl is closed," Rolex said, "but I got a key to the dressing room, see? We just take the tunnel under Cahuenga, and then near where it comes up there's a little walkway we back around. There won't be anyone around. I work there, I know." For a moment, Sharkey considered trying to take the guy alone, then decided he couldn't do it. Unless there was a way of taking him by surprise. He would see. The man turned the car engine off and opened his door. Sharkey opened his own door, got out, and looked across the dark expanse of the empty parking lot. He was looking for the two lights of the motorbikes, but there weren't any. "I'll take this guy out on the other side," he decided. He would make his move, either hit and run, or just run. They headed toward the sign that said Pedestrian Expressway. There was a concrete outbuilding with an open doorway, and then stairs. As they walked down the whitewashed steps, the man with the Rolex put his hand on Sharkey's shoulder and then clamped it on the back of his neck in a fatherly manner. Sharkey could feel the cold metal of the watch's wristband. The man said, "You sure we don't know each other, Sharkey? Maybe seen each other?" "No, man, I'm telling you, I haven't been with you." They were about halfway through the tunnel when Sharkey realized he hadn't told the man his name.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.